새로운 연구라면 나도 환영이지.
Morning, Ecto. How you doing today, mate? I think I'm a day behind on the login bonus, so I don't have access to it, unfortunately. What up, Mal? How you doing, mate? You having a good day? Yeah, I'm a day behind on the login bonus. I don't know. I must have accidentally skipped like a Sunday or something. So of course I obviously don't have access to everything. Unfortunate. Super unfortunate. You're fine? Well, that's good, mate. Hopefully you're having a good day. Hopefully things are going good on your side. I need to go get my coffee. I'll be right back, guys. Sneeze. What's going on, Zucky? Legend of Zelda live action reveal cast. Today's a Cyberpunk showcase. I think they're doing there's like a Warframe 10.0 thing today too, right? There's definitely lots of stuff to check out, yeah. Definitely lots of good info for gamers. Definitely lots of good info for gamers. So hopefully we'll have some good news, some good games. Donkey Kong's getting ready to come out too, like tomorrow, today. The new Donkey Kong on the new Donkey Kong. Cyberpunk seems busy today. Hopefully they have good news, right? Is it for a new Cyberpunk or is it just... Is it for a new Cyberpunk or is it just info on Cyberpunk? Because I thought they were about ready for a new one, right? Dude, as long as the new one doesn't have the same launch issues the first one had, I think it'll be a fucking amazing game. Tomorrow's Best Buy restock, Switch 2, and it's in stores only. Did I play Dragon's Dogma? I've never played Dragon's Dogma 2. Is it good? I don't even think I have it on Steam. I don't even think I own it. Yeah, I don't think I even own Dragon's Dogma, honestly. There's a lot of really good games that I've never had time to play that I wanted to. It was just the byproduct of being a content creator. They're making 2.0, just not sure when. That makes sense. There are a lot of really good games that I've never had a chance to play just because I'm a content creator. And because I'm a content creator, you would think that I would have all the time in the world to play video games, but it doesn't actually work that way. Dragon's Dogma 1 was better than Dragon's Dogma 2. When did the first one come out, Hunt? CD, long time ago. That's what I figured. I thought it was an older game. Orion, what up, mate? How you doing, mate? You having a good day? Trying to get on, trying to enjoy ourselves, trying to get ready for the day. We've got... How are you? I'm not doing bad, Natsu. Not doing bad, Natsu. Trying to enjoy myself. It's still super early. To you, all of them are good. I don't think Hunt's saying that they're bad. I think he's just saying that Dragon's Dogma 1 was better than Dragon's Dogma 2. I don't think that's a referendum on two necessarily being bad. Just that he personally enjoyed 1 more than 2. Next on Game Group seems to be a small team based on Google. Next on Games has 267 employees total. I don't know if that includes the First Descendant devs or not. I don't know how that's broke up, honestly. I don't know how their dev teams broke up. I'm assuming that it's a pretty intimate team, though. Like, I don't know how intimate it is, but I'm assuming that it is a smaller team. I just don't know what you would consider to be small, right? Awesome day, dude. That's what I like to hear. It's National Hot Dog Day. Sounds like we should be having Skyline Cheesy Dogs tonight. Will this game survive or not? I don't know. I'm hoping that it will, but we just have to give it some time to see. Story gameplay carried the game. Dragon's Dogma 2 just had really good combat and a lackluster story. What's been going on with all these stories just being shitty anymore in every fucking game? You want a hot dog? I'll give you a hot dog. Yeah, Orion, it's exactly what Hunt said. DBNO means down but not out. It's when you're crawling around on the game. Like, it's when you're crawling around on the ground in the game. So corn dogs all day. We can make that work. Have you tried the new emote? No, because I'm 1 fucking day behind on the login bonus. I'm 1 fucking day behind, mate. I don't know how I missed a day, but I missed a day. Well, you can see I don't even get all my dailies done. Like, I don't even get all my dailies done. I guess I could buy the token to get caught back up. Can't believe he calls himself a content creator. I can't believe he does it either. Like, oh yeah, for sure. A lot of companies focused on mobile games. It's just much more elusive, right? I guess I could buy this attendance memo today if I really want to. You even have the suitcase emote? Wait, no you don't. No you don't, you fucking liar. Destiny 2's DLC made you 100% quit the game. I heard that the story itself was really good. Like the actual story. But like the ammo economy and a bunch of changes to the combat and shit just feel really bad. Because I was following it yesterday. Like I had Astacross's stream up for maybe like... I had Astacross's stream up for maybe like 5 hours yesterday. I mean, he seemed to be really captivated by the story. Yeah, they had... Nah, they're talking... Yeah, the Destiny 2 DLC, the new one. I don't know, man. If it had really good reviews, I'd consider playing it. Some of them are 21 hours live now. What up, Lestat? Well, isn't it supposed to be... Aren't they prepping for a day 1 raid? Like, most of these guys are prepping for a day 1 raid race, right? Because that should be... Friday? Saturday? When's the raid race start? Friday raid? Yeah, so like most of these guys are gonna just not sleep for the next 3 days. I would love to do a raid race. Like I would love there to be something like that in the First Descendant. Where like once a year, once every 6 months, there was a reason for like all the hardcores to get together and actually work on doing stuff. I would fucking love it. Future AI script makes games, also with AI frame. I honestly, personally don't mind. I know some people are gonna get like really salty about it. I really don't care if people like use AI and game companies use AI. I don't give a shit if anybody uses AI if it makes the workflow faster and it creates a better product. But if you're using something and it's creating a subpar product and you are just using AI to do it cheaper, then I'm gonna be bothered, right? But as long as it's creating a good product, I really don't care. X square, triangle, X square. So like for me personally, like I could give a shit less if a game company uses AI for anything, any asset. I don't give a shit if they use it for coding. I don't care what they use it for, as long as the game comes out and it's good. Like short of that, I personally don't really care. I know some people get mad, but that's the problem. The bad points you brought up or what's going on with the AI for right now. Hopefully it gets better. I think that some of like the bad writing in games is AI right now, but I think some of it is just people that are just unimaginative or in the position to write these stories now. Like it's literally people who have no business writing stories, and they're writing stories that absolutely nobody cares about. And they're writing terrible characters and they're writing all these things. And because of that, people just could not be bothered to give a shit. And then because there's AI involved to some degree, AI is the one that's seen at fault and not the people who literally cannot write a story to save their lives. When investment shares get involved, it'll like destroy a studio. I mean, at the end of the day, you do need to try to make profits for whoever's investing in your game. I completely understand that. I think that it's a mix of people not being able to write proper studios and studios trying to capture the largest audience possible instead of just understanding that there is a max cap in market share. And if you go over it, you're going to get very, very heavily diminishing returns. X circle triangle. So, but these game companies make these ever increasingly expensive games, and in order to cover the cost, they need to be able to get as many people captured in the game as possible. And what ends up happening is they just make a shitty game that nobody wants to play, and they have no core audience. So they sacrifice a core audience to try to hit a larger audience, and it doesn't work. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like if you try to make a game too fucking broad, you're going to appeal to absolutely nobody. And the games that seem to be doing the best right now are games that understand their audience and appeal to their audience. And if you just refuse to do that, then you're just fucking yourself. And I don't feel bad for you as a game. Like, I don't feel bad for you as a game company. Because you're just trying to be selfish. Your game company makes a shitload of money, and now you just continue to try to make an ever-increasing amount of money, and now you're just hurting yourself. And then as a studio, you're like whining and crying. Doesn't really do anything for me. Where's the other one? Something triangle. Where's the fucking fourth one? Isn't it this? There it is. Square. Did somebody find it? Square. It's gonna be square X triangle circle. Square X triangle circle. Where is square X triangle circle? Did they find it? Did they ping it? Go ahead and start it. Kill me. Future China dominates 90% of the games and game studios because they can do it cheaper. They can do it cheaper and it doesn't matter. Right? They can do it cheaper and it doesn't matter. They can do it cheaper so they don't have as much overhead, so they can afford to not hit the same level of market cap that the other studios need to in order to make money. So, I mean, that's what's basically going to happen. What's up? You think Glade's part of the Sigma story was all written in AI? Why did she want to shoot Ajax? It's out of character. I just think that there was definitely something there. It was interesting for sure. You finished the story. For the game we were talking about earlier, but recently discovered something in the story that was like mind exploding. Just some like little tidbit that you missed. Was it like in some optional quest or something? Somebody ping. Fuck it. Kill people, man. We don't need to wait. They'll get here. They'll get here or they won't. Kill them. Kill me. I don't care. I hate this one. This is by far probably my least favorite of the 3 different ways to do these types of missions. Also don't understand why there's so much screen shake in this mission. But, whatever. I definitely hate this part of this fucking... Like, when it comes to the 3 of these, this is by far the absolute worst. I think a lot of it is the layout. Like, the layouts never make sense. You have to look around for everything. It's never in the set... Like, it's not in a spot that feels logical. They could have done a better job just laying the whole thing out. But, oh well. We'll make it. I don't know. And then I've been seeing a lot of really good stuff for Borderlands 4. Borderlands 4 looks really exciting. We're seeing friends of ours that are enjoying themselves in Once Human again. Once Human also looks, fun. It's definitely tough to try to figure out like what to do, what games you want to play and everything else, right? Circle, triangle, square. Nope, this is wrong. This is the wrong one. And we're all dead. I could look at it and tell it was the wrong one, but I think once you trigger it, you can't see the other ones. Like, I think it basically breaks all the other ones. I'm pretty sure that's how that works. So, circle. X. X triangle, circle, square. Here we go. I don't know. What are you guys playing right now? What are you guys excited for outside of First Descendant? I mean, is anybody like spending their time in anything else or playing anything else, or is everybody just kind of taking a break from gaming, or what are you guys doing? You're loving Once Human? I definitely think Once Human's a fun game, especially if you have people to play with. I haven't played the new scenario, but I can tell you like the lunar scenario on the Way of Winter, if you didn't have a team to play with, that scenario was not entirely fun. But I haven't tried the new Dream scenario. I've heard the new Dream scenario is pretty decent. You're interested in geopolitics, mister? It's one of those things where I'm interested in it as far as it affects me. If it doesn't directly affect me, I can't be bothered to care. Never heard it. The Dream one is the best. You never heard of it until you saw me playing it. The game was really good. Square X, triangle. Is the Dream one the best so far? That's the one that you guys are doing that's got like all the different jobs and all that other shit that you and Chips have been talking about. What's the difficulty on it like? Like, is it difficult but in a good way? You never find them fast enough? Always confused on which one to use. I just fucking... It's just looking around after you see with the totems and trying to figure out where all the floating totems are. The difficulty is good. Because I feel like the difficulty in the Way of Winter mixed with Lunar... Like, the difficulty was artificial because it was just each week... Just environmental damage scaled up to an insane amount to where you couldn't even be out. And that wasn't fun. Because it wasn't something you could counterplay. It was something that you just had to manage. TFD still stuck at 50k pre-reg. I don't think we hit 200k. It's kind of slows your progress actually making you explore the scenario. Forces team play with randoms just in order to like clear just different things. I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing as long as it's not punishing in the same ways As long as it's not punishing in the same ways the way of winter was. Because again, the way of winter with lunar, I just felt like if you didn't have a bare minimum of survivability baked into your character, you just died, right? Like you couldn't do it. So like if you went out and it was like super late into the scenario and you didn't have like all the stones and all the shit on you, you were just dying just because. And it would be like 8 seconds. You would just all of a sudden find out you were overheating and then you would just die within 8 seconds. Yeah, it just wasn't fun for that. How do you spawn that place? I'll show you, Martin. I don't know if I'll be able to do it right now because I don't know if it's going to put me in. Basically, you hit map. You go down here and then see where it says long press to fast travel. And then it says select default entry location. Just set that to be your default entry location. I'll do it for you. You already said they're not going to reach 100K. I think it depends. There's a chance that they reach 100K. I do not know that they're going to reach 200K. It just depends on I know that guy. It just depends. I think it just depends on how well some of the stuff they do for like the week leading up to the scenario actually does. So if they do like halfway decent marketing, halfway decent influencer marketing, they get a bunch of content creators putting out like YouTube videos ahead of time, then they might be able to drum up enough exposure to maybe get to like 100, 200K. But I don't think they go any higher than that. No, not a problem, Martin. There's always like little things that you don't really notice until you see other people doing it, and then you're like, oh my god, like I should have completely been able to figure that out, you know? If they gave out like caliber, the rewards are not very good, right? For the pre-registration, the rewards are honestly not that good. So I feel like they could have done way better when it came to the rewards. Tech, what are you doing, baby? Thank you for the resub.
Techlift's just subscribed.
Didn't have to do that, big dick. How you doing, brother? Thank you for the support, man. Thank you for supporting me and thank you for supporting the channel. I absolutely appreciate you. Getting ready to go to the gym. What are you doing today? What up, War? Yeah, I think I'm gonna run a bunch of my daily stuff. If you're just like bored and wanting to knock out your dailies really quick before you go back to Once Human, I can always grab you and we can run a bunch of dailies really quick. Like most of the rewards, like a lot of the arbitrary stuff they do, just they could be less stingy with rewards or come up with better rewards. I think if you're trying to incentivize people to do things, you need to give them something that is an actual incentive. Like for today, whatever the rewards were for today, right? I think I got Big Dick Ware, you know who I'm talking about. I think today I got 100 Legos, right? I got 100 Legos for my login reward today. I just crafted 500 Legos. So 100 Legos is worth what? Like 100 Legos is worth what? Like $1 million gold or something? Like that's all that it's worth? It's just unfortunate. It's not enough. It's basically not even worth getting. Gonna hit the barbell. We doing bench today? What are we maxing out at? 325? You look like a 325 guy, Tech. But yeah, like a lot of the times the rewards and stuff are just mid at best. Vash is still frustrated. I mean, I think Vash is going to be one of the people that you're going to find that is going to give you the most brutally honest take. When it comes to like thoughts and opinions on the game. I think he's going to probably be hypercritical, which is not necessarily a bad thing. It's just the way Vash is. But I think he brings up a lot of really good points. He just says them in the most Vash way possible. Which is something I respect, right?
It's okay. You guys can stop freaking out.
But Vash brings up really, really honest things to be critical about with the game. What up, Centaur? How you doing, mate? 325, can't even do 5 on a good day. You can do a 325 back squat, bench or weak. You can squat, you can't squat heavy all. Oh, okay. Dude, bench used to be my jam, man. I love bench. I was typical Giga Chad in the gym, man. Just let me fucking bench. Same, yeah, the exact same for like the ion accelerators, precision ion accelerators. They give you 1,000, but I get, yeah. It's absolutely the same, Quan. Like these things are just weak rewards, unfortunately, if we're all honest. Yeah, Vash does a good job of, at least he made a really nice website for everybody, and he, you know, it's on his own servers or whatever, I'm assuming, so he keeps it up at no cost. But it's a nice thing he does for the community, even though he's not playing. 8 days, you can't take it anymore? Dude, this is all you need, Anthony. I'm assuming, I honestly think, just finished breakfast, about to work on the game. Dude, sounds fun. I personally, I know that, like, me and community members disagree on how much is going to be in the actual beta. I'm pretty sure the beta is not going to have that much info in it. Like, I'm pretty sure the beta is not going to have a lot of things in it. I could be absolutely wrong, but I'm pretty sure there's not actually going to be too terribly much in it. I'll be surprised if it's like action-packed and you can play it for a full week. And the reason I say that is because I think that for a lot of our hardcore gamer buddies, they're going to get about a week's worth of solid content out of the new season. And then after that, it's just going to be farming. Like, I would say about a week in the new season, and most of our true grinders are going to be like, I've done everything in the game. I'm just grinding for mats and shit. I don't want too much, but I feel like a deja vu, and a lot is in it. Dude, you might have had deja vu. You might have had deja vu and already seen it happen. They try to take over the first spot. What do you mean? You're like constantly fighting to try to hold your spot at number 1? You just need the season to end so it can end with you guys at number 1, right? Just be wallpaper, no storms or rain or anything in Axiom. Well, they're gonna have it in the plane, like in the plains, right? Didn't they say they're gonna have like dynamic weather? Whatever that means. I mean, I guess that tickles some people's balls. Axiom demo. I'm curious how much is actually gonna be in it. I'm also almost 100% positive right now that it's going to be in its own launcher. I have my reasons for thinking that, and I am almost 100% positive that it's going to be in its own launcher. If it's not, I'll be very surprised, because if it's not, it's going to be like the Blair demo, where there's going to be like an NPC that you just go up to and do the demo. What up, Sam? But in my view, if it's more than like a traditional demo where you just walk up and start it, it'll be in its own launcher. Just more frame drops? You don't think it is because they said the reward for completing it's a catalyst? Then maybe it's not. Then I'm curious to see what they do then. Is this game worth it? Yeah, Centaur. I mean, I play the shit out of it, so. I play the shit out of it. I don't think it's a bad game. I think that it has its problems like every game. But I think as a new or returning player, there's a lot to do, and it's a free game. So when you look at like the cost value proposition, you literally pay nothing and you get enjoyment, right? They're like close, dude. I guess you're gonna have to run it. I guess you guys are just gonna have to keep running it to keep pushing your numbers lower. That's what you and Zero are gonna have to do tonight. Hey, free cat's a free cat, right? Deadage. That's what you guys are gonna have to do for the next 2 weeks. You want to run these dailies with me, Hunt, or you good? Oh yeah, they were cooking last night. You guys were cooking. Am I trying to be me personally? I fucking couldn't give a shit about leaderboards. But I like watching you guys try for leaderboards. You have 300 cats? You think you have enough? Fuck, Sam. Absolutely insane. You guys want to drop some of those in my bag? I'd be very, very, very happy. You just want to drop some of them in my bag? I would be super fucking happy. So do you even build stuff? Sam probably just like pays to rush all of their cats. They probably have everything 60 cats. They're probably like code. You have 150 plus 85? Fuck, dude. I'm at like 40. I don't even think I'm at 40 right now. I'm at 39 and I'm going to probably burn through some today. I barely have enough. I barely have enough to make the new characters. Thank you, Centaur. My only saving grace is that I think I will know the build that I'm going to put on Nell before the live game happens. Like before the live update happens, I think I'll know the build that I'm going to put on her. So ideally, I'm not going to waste a bunch of cats. Everything's fully catted and ready to use. Fuck, dude, I can't. I wish I had that big of a stockpile, but I know me, and if I'm absolutely honest with myself, if I knew that I had like 50 cats and nothing to do, I would become complacent, and I would essentially just not prioritize building them. Like I would be like, yeah, I don't really need to log in to build them, and then I would start running low on them again. That's exactly what would happen. 150%. Is that Fuzzy Wuzzy? It is a Fuzzy Wuzzy. You good, Ben? I'm fine. I'm gaming. Good morning, Tabrea. How are you?
Oh,
6 months at tier 1. You fucking nerd.
Just subscribed for 48 months.
Tabrea, thank you for the support. Thank you for supporting me. Thank you for supporting the channel. Thank you for being awesome. Thank you for being an awesome bestie. Thank you for the 6 months. Can you believe that it's been 4 years? I have a hard time believing that I've done this for that long. I know I haven't done it like consistently for 4 years, but I have a hard time believing that I've got 4 years worth of like streaming quote unquote knowledge under my belt. I find it fucking crazy, right? If you want to call it knowledge, you believe in the handsome face. As long as you believe in something. As long as you believe in it, then I'm happy. How's your morning? How's your morning? Busy but good? Good busy is it a good busy or a bad busy? I fucking I spent all morning working on a video that I thought I would be able to get done yesterday. I was like, oh, this video is not going to be anything hard. Like it's going to take me a day total, right? I'll like have a script, I'll read the script, I'll edit the script, blah, blah, blah. I was like, I'll have all this done. Not even fucking close. Would you say, Mal? I'm not a negative person, but I have a feeling something bad will happen when season 3 comes out. I just hope things go well next season. I think a lot of us are that way, Mal. I think a lot of us are cautiously optimistic, right? Like we're not actually negative people, but we're just trying to set expectations. Because I think if you set expectations at an appropriate, believable level, then you're more able to deal with them. Teray, thank you for the lurk. It's nighttime for you, Ryan. And you must be like completely on the other side of the fucking globe. It's got to be what? If it's night for you, where are you guys at? Jesus. We'll cook through this, and then I don't know what other. Oh, I think I need to do like an intercept battle and a couple other things. You're in Asia. Hopefully things are. Hopefully it's not too bad then. Hopefully you had a decent day. You were able to wind down and just relax. It's 8:30 p.m. for you. I've noticed that on YouTube, like in my demos, I've been getting quite a pretty good viewership. In like Japan, I think that Play the demo or wait till release. Personally, East, this is my thought about that as a non-content creator. I would check out some streams and see how much content's in the demo first. Like, I don't know that I would maybe necessarily watch. I would probably put up some streamers on Lurk, but I would like, so if the demo comes out on Thursday, I would probably lurk on streamers on Thursday and then jump into their streams on Friday and ask how much content is in the demo. If there is a lot of content in the demo that could be seen as like spoiling your experience when the game comes out, I would probably skip the demo. If the demo is relatively short and it's just going to like give you some visual taste of the environment and get like maybe a couple minutes of like hands-on with Nell, but it's not going to like ruin your experience, then I would probably jump in and play it personally. Just because I would be curious, like if the entire thing is open in the demo, like if the entire game is open in the demo and you can essentially play most of all of the content, then I think that for me as a gamer, it would feel bad to play through like 40, 50, 60% of the content during like the week before, knowing that all of that, like basically everything I do is not going to carry over. Just to know that I'm going to replay through all of the same content when the game comes out, but it's going to lose like the impact of being like, dude, this is awesome. Because I'm sure you're probably going to see YouTube videos and things like that will be chock full of spoilers before the actual content comes out. But there are going to be people that want to have that, right? Like there are going to be play the demo free cat. I mean, that's not necessarily a bad thing either. YouTube recommended your stream, Ryan, dude. I appreciate you taking the time to actually check it out, though. But yeah, I've noticed that when it comes to like my YouTube stats, because I have some of my a lot of my videos are like dubbed or like redubbed in other languages. I've been catching like a lot of like Asian viewership, which I'll always take. Wonder if we'll reach 1 million subs. Like the pre-reg, absolutely no possible way we reach 1 million. There's no way we reach 1 million. Not in my view. I just don't see it. I don't see it happening. Not given where we're currently at. Where we're currently at, the current player-based population, and the lack of advertising, I think is going to make it not possible. Like they should be running ads in non-Gooner ads. So not ads that focus on like Bunny mounting the bike. They should run like actual gameplay ads and things that will appeal to like a broader audience. And they should be running those everywhere. Fucking IG, TikTok, YouTube, fucking any place that you can run an ad. They should be running ads for the game nonstop right now. EA expects 100 million on the new Battlefield game. Holy fuck, dude, really? I think some of these game companies are fucking just crazy. 100 million for the new Battlefield game? I mean, don't get me wrong, I really like Battlefield, but I mean, I'm not gonna pick it up. We've talked about why I have issues with PvP games, like ad nauseum on this channel. And I think that until they fix some of the issues with these PvP games, they're becoming more and more niche. Is the quality of advertising lack content in the gameplay? I think there's some truth to what you're saying, Hangy, but I do think there is a level of a lack of advertising and a lack of quality advertising. I think that if you are not doing high quality advertising to capture large audiences, like large untapped audiences, and get them tuned in, then you're not going to get people to show up. And with something like this, where you need so many fucking people, you need to be advertising out the ass, right? You're boycotting EA games indefinitely? Jesus. I mean, if that's what you need to do. Came from that game when you were streaming it. Oh, like back for like Battlefield. I think Battlefield's a great game. I like the level of destructibility in certain things in Battlefield games, and I think that's what separates Battlefield games from other shooters, and I really like that. Yeah, I won't disagree. Finally got your skins, man. Still locked out of Steam, so I just logged into PS5 and bought them there. I wonder, hopefully they figure out what actually happened, because that's so fucking weird that you're just like locked out of Steam purchases. Right? Jesus, dude, we just banned it all to fucking hell from wrecking the servers right there. Happy you finally got them though, Dryden. You got them in time to get the bunny skins, so that's a positive. Maybe you can get the bunny skins with that $100 since you just got the bathing suits. Well, the microtransaction increased price, they probably cost average $100 per copy. That would be like only need for, what do you mean, Lat? The Axum field only has the wall crusher for now. Yeah, I mean, it has the wall crusher in like just some basic level like farmable missions. We need to see how, like, what these missions are actually like, right? You can only buy up to a $20 bundle. That sucks. Only 2B skin. There's gonna be quite a few people that buy the 2B skin. Steam will let you buy $50 because Caliber bundles. It's locked out on that. Well, hopefully over time they unlock it. Either that or you're just gonna have to buy Steam gift cards, right? You'll just have to buy Steam gift cards to get around it, because you can buy Steam gift cards from like your store and then just load them in. Well, I don't know. If you can put the money on Steam but it won't let you do it, then it might be a different story. I don't know. That's what you did and it still doesn't work? That's fucked up then, Dryden. Is Sigma the best place to grind Arche Tuning experience? Yes. Need to do one...
Well, hello there.
Yo-ho.
Thanks for the follow.
Thanks for the follow. Do keep anonymous. So if you're just hanging out, chilling, relaxing, I appreciate you. You want to speak up, get to know me in the community. Have a good night. Either way, thanks for the follow. Colossus, yeah, that's what I'm thinking right now. We'll just nuke any Colossus. It really doesn't matter. It literally doesn't matter which one we do, so... You just have to stick with buying them. As long as you've got a system that works, right? As long as you got a system that works, it's going to be fine. Good games don't need much advertising. Problem is that they're going to have too much Gooner stuff instead of working on game. I agree with you, Hangy, 100%. I think that good games don't need that much advertising because the game sells itself. 100%. But there's like word of mouth and there's a bunch of other things that really help push those games. Like getting the right like influencers to like play it, getting like all the right people and their friends to play it. There's a lot that goes into that. My counterpoint to that, right? My counterpoint to that is going to be if your game already has a narrative around it, then you need to advertise specifically because you have to counteract the narrative that's already there. So if you have a game that is considered by many to just be a Gooner game, like it's just a Gooner game, nobody cares, it's completely written off, then you need to be able to advertise to show that it is much more than a game to play one-handed, and that's where I think the advertising is going to come in. Look at X on the WoW Haley bunny suit. Let me look at it. I had it up earlier, but let me look. Because I'm pretty sure it was like not really helping the situation. Right? Like I'm pretty sure it was not really helping the situation. First Descendant. Right. Let me do this. Let me read comments and then we'll go back to this. Good game does, yeah. Oh, it'll have a story for 2A 2B and not available skin. I'm assuming it's probably just going to be a buy a skin, no story whatsoever. But that's if you're what you're saying there is if they're trying to make $100 million and not trying to get 100 million copies sold, right? That's the only difference there. Because if what you're saying is true and they're just trying to make 100 million, like they're trying to make 100 million in gross revenue and they only need to sell 1 million copies, then that makes sense. Doubling down on Gunner marketing? Oh, they definitely are. TFD season 2, 3, focus on melee. Hopefully they do something. So yeah, so like this, I'm not saying that this is bad, but if this is your marketing, like if this is what you're pushing for marketing, most normal players, most normal people that aren't playing this game are going to look at this and go, yeah, there's nothing in here that shows me game. So this is the way I look at things, right? The way I personally look at a game as a gamer, when I look at your marketing and your game, like your marketing and everything you're showing, the first thing I ask myself is, do I get to see any gameplay? And if I go through and look at like most of their tweets, like most of the marketing and stuff doesn't show, like it's all around Barbie dress up, right? This is the only one that shows like any real gameplay, and this doesn't show me gameplay. Like you could argue that this is gameplay. I'm gonna argue that this is fucking TikTok tweaker bait, because I cannot tell anything from this footage. I cannot tell a fucking thing from this footage. So yeah, so like if I watch this, I have no idea what the fuck. I can't tell you anything about the game. I see like some slight movement, a bunch of damage numbers, and I'm only getting to see it at 1 to 2 second clips at a time. And I cannot tell you if this is good gameplay or bad gameplay. It's just my view on it. So like when this is a lot of your marketing, it makes things much more challenging, right? They need to showcase the game. They need to showcase the game and more about the game and less of just whatever. Like this looks cool, but I have no idea what's going on. Right? Like I have no idea what's going on here. Like who's shooting the lasers? Like what are these mechanics? Where is this coming from? Who's doing those red lasers? Is that enemies? Is that players? Like I'm looking at it from somebody who's considering playing the game, and I'm just like, what in the fuck is going on here? I just like, what the fuck is going on? So sorry, let's see what other daily stuff we got to do, and then if you want to drop out, you can drop out. I'm gonna probably might jump in and run like, I don't know, Sigma for a little bit or something. Is this the new emote? Your 12-year-old caught you buying Gunner skins, was embarrassed for 3 seconds, then continued to edit and paint. Fucking Lamal. You okay there, huh? I feel like your suitcase is a little full. Sex is selling, but not as they hoped it to sell. I mean, sex sells to your players. But at the end of the day, this is a game. At the end of the day, this is a game, and this isn't The Sims or whatever the new like dress up game was. Like this is a video game, and I think people personally, in my personal opinion, I think people enjoy fan service, but I don't think people only want fan service, they want a game. What up, Sprit? How you doing? Yeah, I might run some Purge for a little bit. If you want to run some Purge, if you just want to stay in. I don't give a shit who you run, Hunt. Like I'm not gonna sweat it at all. Or you can drop out. You can do whatever you want. It's entirely up to you. But yeah, I think that that's just my view. Only semi-new game. You want to come, Anthony? You like this map? Sure, I have no idea. I'm probably not built for this map, but yeah, hop in, man. I'll grab you. I don't know what the map is. It's not made for public games like Cafe. I mean, I think there's a level of it that's a little bit gratuitous, but I don't really care. Yeah, but my view for sure is like, hey, so I think that they're gonna have hard times hitting their sales milestones. We'll wait and see. We'll wait and see. We've still got some time. We've still got some time to see if they make it or not. What up, Beck? What up, Expert? How you doing, mate? You having a good day? I think I'm gonna get coffee while we're waiting for Anthony to load him. Let me go get some coffee, and then we'll do some running. I'll probably do this for a little bit, and then I'll probably do some Sigma for a little bit, and then I'll work on builds later on. I'll stop early so I can actually work on builds this time. What you doing there, Hunt? What's Hunt doing? Hunt's buying all these emotes and shit. About to wake up early and catch the stream. Yeah, I appreciate that.
Oh my.
Yo, Speedy Rogue, thank you for your Prime, mate.
Speedy_Rogue1 just subscribed with Prime.
Thank you for your Prime, mate. Thank you for the support. Thank you for supporting me, and thank you for supporting the channel. We do this full-time as a full-time job, so those Primes go a long way in making sure I can continue to do this. So thank you very, very, very much for the support. Thank you for supporting me, and thank you for supporting the channel. Jeff Bezos does not need that fucking money. I do. So thank you for the support. All right. You guys ever taste sand? I mean, none of you. I feel like I'm missing something here. Hunt, how close are you to getting your medal? Or do you still have a lot to run? Why is my... Oh, that's your dog that's like French kissing you right now. Barely run it? Yeah, same. I might get the medal, maybe. If I prioritize it a little bit. If I prioritize it just a little bit, we might get it. Season 3 New Abyss Colossus is coming. I wonder if they're gonna keep putting the nerf on Serena on all the New Abyss Colossus moving forward. Need to translate Hunt's dog's name. 165 of 100. It was the last time you ran it when you ran it with us. It's Karina. There you go. That's Hunt's dog's name. All right, ready? You need 550? Yeah, I'm like probably right around that. You're lazy? Same. Dude, look at my gold. Look how much fucking gold I have, chat. Oh, I'm at 6 million. I was at fucking 800,000 gold. Like when I logged in today. Quite a few, Anthony. Is he taking care of you? The Electric Colossus? I think it'll be... I popped the gold booster. I think it'll be halfway decent. Need an Enzo? I mean, if you want to run, I don't care. I don't care who we have. You run Enzo, you run a fucking Serena, you can run an Inez. Like, I personally don't care whatsoever. I'm not trying to do some, like, meta speed run, like, big dick, whatever. I just get in here and have fun, man. Like, for me, I'm playing for how many hours? You know what I mean? So... What the fuck? What build do I have on? What build do I have on? What is going on here? What happened to my build? Oh, I'm on my Ice Maiden build. Fuck. Well, looks like you guys are gonna carry me this run. You guys are gonna be carrying me this round. I ain't doing shit. Oh my god. We're not gonna talk about that. I think all the characters are getting a bunny skin. I think all of the characters are getting a bunny skin. Jesus Christ, dude. I'm not doing anything here right now. Dude, I even ran the wrong fucking way. Jesus. Fuck, dude. Why is this saved to be this build? That is the question. You're gonna need to farm for them. Yeah, it's definitely a pain in the ass to like farm Arche Tuning. Dude, I am literally not helping at all. Jesus. I mean, literally, there's two people in here that aren't doing anything. There's me, and then there's this fucking... There's me and a Haley. Basically not doing anything. Yeah, the moment when I pop... Well, that was the thing. As soon as I popped my 4 and I was like, dude, where the fuck? What's going on with my cooldown? I was like, I am fucking cooked. As soon as I popped it and saw my cooldown, I was like, oh, I'm so cooked right now. Shows your damage at the end. What do you want to see a 0 for? Leecher reported? Holy shit, dude. That felt so bad. I did fucking 0 damage. Descendant mods, Mal build, much better. Much better. Presets, save. Descendant mods, Arche Tuning. This needs to be on Malevolent, and then let's make sure this is right. That's good. That's good. That's good. Okay. You've been practicing? Looks like you guys are doing good, though. I mean, I could put on my flying build, I guess. Did we have somebody else that wants to... Somebody else was saying they wanted to come in and run... what reactors do you run on Serena? For, like, non-weapons? For weapon builds, just run Dura and cooldown. Jesus Christ, dude. Why would it grab all... I hate my life. Dude, I hate it here right now. Well, like, the chat, like, scrolled. So... There we go. You watched Space Marine 2 launch trailer? First Descendant trailer made a launch like that. It might bring people back. It might. You got some toxic cooldown and duration. Does it matter not being fire? For Serena, if you're running a non-fly build, like, because you're using weapons, it doesn't fucking matter at all. Because of what you're doing, it literally doesn't matter. Yeah, it literally doesn't matter at all. Yeah, so for Serena, it doesn't matter because you're not doing any skill damage. Like, you are, but you're not. Because your 4 does additional damage, and that additional damage doesn't scale out, so... It doesn't scale out the same way. It's based on your firearm damage, so don't worry about it. Made an ultimate bunny build. Probably won't play with it in the future. You don't like alt bunny? Tell me when you guys are ready and we'll go. Yeah, it won't really matter at this point because it'll be fine either way. You good? All right. Because we'll have Sam, so it's not gonna matter. Yeah, the only time it's gonna matter is if you're doing a skill damage build. So, like, if you're using the Ice Maiden build where you're using, like, the shotgun and skill damage, then it's gonna matter that you're on fire because you're doing skill damage. But if you're doing a build that utilizes her 4, the way her 4 is worded, you don't need skill damage on it. Like, it's not gonna function as a skill in the way that you're thinking, so...
산자를 죽음으로.
Dude, I hate fucking flying.
빛으로. 우리는 할 수 있습니다.
Jesus Christ, dude. Go in the fucking door. Oh, I fucking hate flying on this bitch. I feel like it would be less bad if it was on a controller. Like, some of this movement would be less bad if you were on a controller. I'm not gonna get any fucking MP back because I'm not killing anything. The only way this build functions is if I can get MP back. I fucking hate this. I hate my life, chat.
우리는 쓰러지지 않는다. 장전 중. 빛으로.
Alright. Oh. People need to see actual gameplay. I think people do need to see actual gameplay. I think seeing actual gameplay is going to make it better. I think without seeing actual gameplay, it's going to be a lot harder. Are we going to be doing a birthday stream? But just a day to celebrate it? We will, but unfortunately, I had something come up that is going to prevent me from doing it on my birthday. I do think people need to see actual gameplay, though. Yeah, I had something come up that is going to prevent me from doing it on my birthday.
정화하겠다.
Like 110% will not be able to do it on my birthday.
빛으로.
Like, it is impossible for me to do it on my birthday. Just mean a stream to celebrate it? Yeah. The idea is that we'll have a stream, but it's just not going to be on my birthday. Unfortunately, it's just not going to happen. Dude, fucking more faster running. And it's just whoever makes it in the fucking room first.
빛으로. 쓰러지지 마십시오.
But yeah, we're going to do something, but yeah, I can't do it on my actual birthday. Unfortunately. I wanted to do it on my actual birthday because it would be like the first time I'd done it on my birthday, but it's literally impossible with what came up. With what came up, the priority level on it is like more massive than anything else. So yeah, it is unfortunate, but it is the way it goes. Sometimes you just have things that pop up, and this is like mega important, unfortunately. Something come up on my birthday, yeah. What's on your checklist for season 3 prep? You'd like to know if you overlooked anything? Honestly, for season 3 prep, the biggest things I'm gonna tell you is make sure you have enough mats to build the new characters. That is probably going to be the best thing, expert. So like, if you already have been playing, you've already got a Serena built, you've already got a bunch of the main Descendants built, and you have a bunch of the main weapons built. So the big thing is making sure you have enough, probably like 15 cats for Serena, or for probably at least like 15 cats for Nell, even though I don't really think Nell's going to be like meta, just in case you want to build her. I think the new scout rifle is going to be pretty good. So I would make sure you have enough. I would make sure you have enough cats to do like the new scout rifle and Nell. And then other than that, I mean, make sure you have enough mats to do, make sure you have enough mats to like re-roll some of these weapons. Shit like that. But honestly, I think that it's going to be too easy to over prep. Did we forget something? We missed something. I think it's going to be very easy to over prep and burn yourself out. And I really want to caution people against over prepping for season 3. I think one of the biggest things and one of the biggest like mistakes that could happen is people over prep for season 3. And then if season 3 comes out and it's a little skimpy, then what's going to happen is you're going to be burnt out already from over prepping. And gold, yeah, like just the normal things that you would need, right? So if you know that you're going to need, you're going to need what, like 100 million gold or whatever to like, to re-roll stuff, like for just random shit that you're going to need to build. So I just do think, I think my biggest thing to caution people of is like, please try not to over prep for season 3, because the biggest concern is going to be like, if season 3 isn't like chock full of an insane amount of content, it's going to be very easy to just burn through it all and be burnt out. Big birthday stream plans. I have big birthday stream plans for sure. I know that I just like mumbled through what I think you should do for season 3 prep. Like basically I just tripped on my dick the whole time I was talking about it. You can't catch up. Just keep running forward, Sam. That's all you need to do. Just run to the next zone. Just keep running ahead. Don't bother stopping to shoot anything. You just run. Basically, you just run. That's all you need to do. Need to not fucking hit my head on a bunch of this shit. Here we go. But yeah, I know I just like really choked on all the words for the season 3 prep, but the big one is definitely going to be just prioritizing having enough cats to build the characters, enough components, or enough weapon cores to make the new weapons like fire rate and all that. Enough Legos to roll the weapons that we get in case you need to make a couple sets of them, right? So just maybe you're gonna have to make two of the new scout rifle or something. Those are the things that I would prioritize. I don't think that the wall crusher is going to need in excess with a problem of gold for dailies. Yeah, the big one I would say, expert, is probably for the next couple weeks, put on gold boosters when you can and just run some purge. You're going to need weapon cores anyway, and it's going to net you a bunch of gold. So it'll be a win-win for you. And then just try to get as much gold as you can between now and then. Hence the need for cores, yeah. All you want is this in, can you not combine it? Like if you not got lucky on combining? How does that, because we have Enzo. We have an Enzo in the team, and Enzo generates ammo for you. That's how this is working. Because we have an Enzo with us, we get an insane amount of, like heavy ammo. If it wasn't for the fact that we had an Enzo, you would be running into... You would have to change the builds up a little bit in order to get the ammo. You can do some stuff with a specific set. You can use the Ascending Armory set, but you're just going to have to pay attention to how many rockets you actually shoot. With Enzo, you can just bypass all that. It doesn't matter. Who's the blonde in the thumbnail? I'd have to remember who I put in there. I can't remember who all I put in the thumbnail. Probably like Inez and Glay or something. I'd have to look. Are they not changing so we have different attribute rolls on weapons? What do you mean, Mystical? I can't. Off the top of my head, I'm not entirely for sure. Off the top of my head, I'm not entirely for sure. You have no luck in combining. Where do you farm it? Like, where's it drop at? Like, which, is it only from... New record? Cooking. You guys are carrying. Is it the one that only drops from the vaults, or can you just farm a Colossus? Yeah, I even saved about 800 red mods combined to day one. Purge. Hey, as long as you guys are fucking cooking, you guys are doing all the work. I'm literally just here. It says encrypted vault only. That one sucks. If it's only from encrypted vaults, then you just have to keep running vaults until you get it. Good news is the vaults show up on the map now, so it's not as bad, right? So it's definitely much easier now that the vaults actually show up on the map. It used to be much, much worse, right? Yeah, it used to be a lot worse. I think it's the new Descendant. Did I? No, Nell wouldn't be blonde on my thumbnail. I wouldn't think. Maybe I put Nell on it. I can't remember. I'd have to pull up my thumbnail and actually look and see who I have on it. I can't remember. I like a lot of times I use like very similar, the same thumbnails, so just to make my life easier. Did we miss one? Dude, I even looked back to try to find it. My bad. The different elements and stats on them, you think they should change that? Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, it'd be nice if they would just let us have multiple cores. Like if you could just put multiple cores on the same weapon and then just switch between the cores like a preset. I think that would be much better, but I don't think they're ever going to do that. Inez? You think it's Inez that's on there? I'm going to trust you guys to look at it and tell me. Looks like Inez on the thumbnail. Might be. You guys are cooking. You guys are literally cooking. What you need from the vault? It sounds like they're needing the mod. It sounds like they're needing the mod that drops from the vaults. So you just have to run the vaults over and over again. One of the best ones for me is like there's an Agna Desert one that I really like because the vaults are very, very easy to get to. It's like in the bottom right Agna Desert. It's like the large map. I normally run Agna Desert for vaults, and that one's like you do Vermilion Way. Yeah, Vermilion Ways. I feel like I can run those pretty fast, and I know where all the vaults are, so all I need to do is like see it on the map, and then I can speed run through it. So the good news is that they actually show the vaults now, which will speed things up for you tremendously. Right. Can Enzo mod drop only from purple vaults? I don't think it matters what the vault is. I think it's just any vault, but you have to be opening vaults. I don't think it has to be a purple vault unless you guys can confirm it only drops from purple vaults, but I thought it was basically any vault. It's just odd, you know what I mean? It's just chances. Yeah, you run Agna Desert, it's like a hop, skip, and a grapple away. Yeah, it's super, super fast. It's easy to do. And most of us have like an absolute fucking assload of, like code breakers anyway at this point, so it's only purple. That's good to know. It's only purple. That's good to know then. It gives people a good idea on like what to focus on. So just try to reset the purple vaults at a higher priority. Right, if you're resetting the purple vaults at a higher priority, then it's just going to be better. So just focus on those. Fuck, I got one last night. Or 2 days ago, I was recording for an upcoming video. And it's only Fortress? Wait, does it say it only drops from Fortress? Does it say that on the, like the mod screen? Like how the vaults are on the maps now? Dude, the vaults being on the map is such a game changer. I think there's a login box with optional mods to choose from. Was it in there? Was it in one of the boxes that you could pull? I don't know if it is in there, and if it is, I don't know if Desperado has one of those laying around. Like a mod box. Should get like 30 mil an hour maybe doing this. I mean, you guys are fucking cooking. You can combine in blue and purple. I'd have to go into my library to see, right? Because like my library will tell me exactly where you can get it. I thought you could get everything from combining mods now. Like I didn't think that even the Enzo one was only vault, so I'd have to go into my library because I'm getting conflicting messages now. I gotta sneeze. Oh shit. What up, Dio? Huey, thanks for video explaining the buckets, now damage calculated. Yo, I'm glad that helped you out, mate. It was it's definitely like a rough video. It's not made to like, you know, be a calculator for damage, but it's definitely there to help you guys understand how damage is working, and understanding how damage is working should help you be able to, you know, maximize your damage over time. So I'm happy the guide helped you out. Neat fucking. Definitely happy it helped you out though, mate. Oh yeah, you can combine them as well. As long as you can combine them, then I mean you'll get them eventually. Just constantly combine mods. It's much better now that you can combine, honestly. Dude, if I'd hit my shots, this would go so much faster. If I wasn't fucking peppering the ground with bullets, it'd be so much better, right? It'd be so much better if I wasn't shooting the fuck out of the ground. Oh, shit, boys. More coffee. It's hard to read chat name at the same time. Huh. Yeah, you guys should be able to tell when I'm reading chat because I just fucking start shooting random shit. You like this, the circle map? It's like 1 minute 30 runs. Yeah, I'd say the circle map probably cooks when it comes to run times. I mean, not that we're like having a problem on this one, obviously. Biggest issue here is just trying to stay out of the head of the pack. Right? The biggest issue here is just staying ahead of the pack. Because it's just shooting and moving. Like, it's just not fucking stopping. It's the biggest issue. Not getting behind boxes, like not dashing the wrong spot. When you get behind, it's fucking getting on the ground and running instead of flying. Because you run much faster than you fly, so... Right, so when you're like in the back, it's just doing shit completely different than when you're in the front of the pack. So... You only get you can only get photon imprinters when the game gives them out. There is no other way to get them. Like, you cannot craft them, you cannot make them, you cannot buy them. The only time to get photon imprinters is when the game elects to put them out as a reward. Skill issue? I have a hard skill issue. I have no skill, that is the issue. Another 27? Because you guys are cooking. Yep, what Hunt said right there is true. Basically, around a new ultimate drop, they will typically put a photon imprinter out. So when we get closer to Luna, they'll probably put one out. They've only, like, randomly done it, like, one other time, right? Like, typically, you're gonna get it around a new ultimate or something. I think, basically, you almost have to leapfrog each other. I think, basically, this is almost a game of leapfrog. It's just one person just runs out in front of the other ones and just completely ignores the pack and runs to the next pack. Like, you're just literally running from one pack to the other, and it's like if people are already there, then you just move on to the next pack. You, like, shoot a couple shots, but you're just running as fast as you can to the next pack. And if you're the first one there, then you're gonna probably stay to clear the pack. Everybody else is just gonna shoot a couple shots and run past you. What's your opinion on playing a game that you have no skill in, yet you're a god gamer at? Then the game's probably too easy, right? If you have absolutely no skill and you're considered a god gamer, then the game's probably too easy, question mark? You have 2 photon imprinters? I still have one because I've never used it, right? Because I've just had no need to use it because they gave us like an extra. It's Fortress only, and you better start running Fortress. At least you're figuring out where the issue is, right? At least you're figuring out the issue. Now all you gotta do is just go run Fortress for maybe like an hour. And then try to combine on top of it. I need to check and see if that's a real fucking email. I just got an email from Razer. I doubt that it's actually Razer. It's probably a spoof account, but I need to check and see if it's actually Razer. A lot of times you get like spoofs. So I need to catch up, man. I need to catch up. I'll check and see if it's actually Razer and it's like an affiliate program or something. Because it's Razer and I like Razer, I would do it. But if it's not actually Razer, I don't give a shit. What's the next build video that's coming out? Probably Jax. I have another major video that's coming up, but I'm probably, because I've got a handful of them pre-recorded. So I've got Jax, Haley, Glay, and a couple other videos like already Descendant's done that I just need to actually record the video for. Biggest issue right now is I'm working on a mega video that is much more important than a build video, and I don't know how long it's going to take me. I thought it was only going to take a day, but I'm pretty sure it's going to take me most of this week to get done. It's just that big of a video. So I need to prioritize that. My next build video, like my next actual build guide, probably won't come out until Friday, maybe? I'm assuming my next build guide might not come out until Friday. Let me check this email. I'm assuming it's fake. Yep, it's fake. It's fake. I know that it's fake because I used to get those emails when I was working at Mythic. Have your nude photo, give me your money? No. There's like a spoof internet address that a lot of these like companies use when they're trying to fake things, and it's exactly who it's from. An email from Razer. Are you tired of jorking it alone? They use datum.net. Like if it's from Razer, the email's gonna say it's from Razer. Like their email address will be like Razer.com or Razer.net or like whatever their official email address is. And a lot of times these spoofers, they'll do the email and it'll be like emails from Razer affiliate program.datum.net or some shit like that. And you can easily tell that it's not from the actual Razer program. So fortunately, I've seen about 10,000 of those emails when I used to work at Mythic, so I can spot them almost instantly and tell that they're fake. Shit, I went the wrong way. I can instantly see them and be like, yep, this is fake. There's like a whole bunch of email addresses that I know that are just instantly fake. Got it. So it sucks, but the good news is I don't get excited about things anymore, because like you can basically assure yourself that this shit is going to be fake. Because like Razer typically uses agencies, Like, they typically use agencies. They don't reach out on behalf of themselves. So, wild emails you got in Mythic and it makes you chuckle. Dude, some of the emails I got at Mythic were crazy. Dude, and then, like, all the simps that would, like, fucking email, like... All the simps that would email, like, Morgue Pie and shit. You got a fake Discord DM from FaZe Adept? Yeah. Like... Wish you could have shown them on stream. Nobody would even believe half of the shit you got. It was so bad. What up, OG? Like, some of the shit we got was just so bad. You are the simp? Only for Morgue Pie. Well, I would say only for Morgue Pie, but I'm pretty sure if Emmy called and asked you out for a date, you would tell me that you were going on a date with Emmy. Like, no questions asked. I don't even think you would tell me. I would just come home and you would be gone. And then I would text you and be like, where are you? And you'd be like, I'm out with Emaru. And I'd be like, okay, never mind. See you tomorrow. Like, wouldn't even fucking question it. Who wouldn't? I mean... Yeah. I feel like Emmy is a must, right? You wouldn't? You're not into Emmy? Not at all, huh? Emmy's not for you? You're more of a Cena dude? You and Emmy are too awkward? It would be like the best. It would be like the best. Who is that? Who's Emaru? She's in OTK. I can show you who she is. She's interesting. She's cute. Emaru is not for Hunt. They're making their own org. I missed that they were like redoing it. I must have missed that. I must have missed that. I don't watch her. She announced it a few weeks ago. I don't watch Emmy, so I don't pay attention. I could see her doing a new org. Obviously, OTK's ending. There were a lot of controversies. I know it's going to sound dumb. And people can disagree with me. But I think that while you might like or hate Asmon, I think that once they took a position on Asmon, once they formally took a position against Asmon, it kind of destroyed OTK. Because once you take a position against somebody like Asmon, who, you know, like or hate, was like such a big founding of OTK and bringing people together, it kind of sets a precedent for you to start taking stances against other content creators. And as a content creator org, like, all content creators are controversial for something. Like, we all say something controversial at some point. Just some people are more controversial than others. But, like, when everything started happening with, like, kicking out Tectone, kicking out Asmon, and then, like, starting to, like, get rid of some of these major content creators, it started to cause a problem for them. Cena and Bonnie, basically a girls group. I don't blame her. I mean, I don't really personally care for Cena, but I've just not watched enough of her content. She just seems, I don't know, boring, mid. There's a lot of it that I don't like, and it's because it's all pure IRL. That's one of the reasons I don't really much care for Extra Emily, is it's pure IRL. And I think pure IRL is kind of boring. Cena's okay. I just think pure IRL is boring, man. Like, unless you just do the most crazy shit and are just super personable and awesome, I think IRL is kind of cringe. And I think a lot of IRL streamers really lean heavily on a younger demographic and a younger audience. So to me, most of the shit they do for that is cringe as fuck. And I cannot stand watching cringe ass shit. Like, if you are fucking hyper cringe, I cannot watch you. Because the way it happens is, like, when I watch these streamers, I'm like, would I want to personally hang out with you in public with you acting like a retard? So if I watch them doing things, you watch Emmy Insta, it's just so cringe. I'll watch Emmy's Insta, it's so cringe. I just can't deal. You want to, like, see her so much, but he's so shill cringe, yeah. You hate Emmy's IRL. I don't really much care for Emmy's IRL. I definitely like her more as a gamer. If is cringe, you're like, hell nah, close the stream. Yeah. When she's not doing IRL, I like her. Like when she's gaming and she's hanging out, or if she's hanging out with the right people, like when she used to hang out with like some of the OTK people, I really liked her. But I cannot deal with cringe ass shit. Spend time with people IRL who does that? Exactly. You like Emmy in cosplay? She's good. Just go, Ant. We'll get it. If she's like touching grass, close stream. It just depends on who she's with. But yeah, like her IRL shit is just not the best. She's not the best in IRL. Because she's got such like a passive personality to a lot of things that she just gets drowned out by everybody there. And then a lot of these people, they just start doing cringe shit when they get around other people. And I do not know why. I don't know what makes people go, you know what I want to do? I'm doing this IRL stream and I want to be just absolutely cringe as fuck. They did a workout stream the other day and it was boring as fuck. Yeah, it's farming. She's too lazy with it now. She doesn't need it. I mean, she easily gets 20 to 30K viewers. Like when you get to that point, most streamers get bored. Like most streamers, once they get super successful, just become so low effort and low energy because they don't need to do it anymore. Like they don't need to do it. So if you don't need to do it, then you're not going to do it. You're just going to get low effort, low energy, and you're just going to stay there. You blame the game. I don't say there's anything wrong with that whatsoever. They got the bag, so farm the bag. Yeah. It's just I can't personally deal with cringe. I cannot deal with cringy shit. And most of the time when I see cringy shit, I know the only reason cringy shit is being done is because they're pandering to a younger audience who finds it interesting. What up, God? And I personally do not. So they're definitely like the content is not made for me, and that's fine. So but there's a handoff for the bag. Oh yeah, you got to give something away. I just can't fucking do it. I mean, at the end of the day, if you're making a shitload of money, you're making a shitload of money. Through all these people, you're just the First Descendant build watcher. They're just other streamers. They're just like really big streamers. Big streamers aren't for everybody. Like big streamers definitely aren't for everybody, but if you find an actual good big streamer that does something you like, you would be very surprised at how good streaming can be if you have people who are at the top of their game doing it effectively. Because there are bad streams and there are bad streamers. What up, Lucky? There are truly bad streams and bad streamers. And it's one of those things where like if you don't know something's bad, then you just don't know, right? So like if you've only ever eaten shit your entire life, then you don't know that shit is bad, right? Like you just don't know that shit tastes bad because it's the only thing you've ever eaten. But as soon as you taste something that's not shit, you're like, dude, I don't ever want to eat shit again, right? So, and it's the same thing with watching like content creators, YouTube creators, Twitch streamers, YouTube streamers. Like if you've never actually seen somebody that's good and you're in a space where there's just a lot of bad, then you're never going to know. And I think that especially like smaller games and smaller niche games have a higher than average amount of bad content creators. So like if you're in a small space where it's not dominated by really good content creators, then you just see a bunch of bad content creators, but because you only watch one specific type of content, you have no idea that they're actually good content creators out there. This shit tastes so good. I know, Lestat, dude. If you don't know, you don't know, though. Oh my god, life of these poor kids growing up, having their own money. Oh yeah, I get it. But yeah, that's my view on it. So it is very easy if you don't spend a lot of time in other spaces to actually see like really good content creators and people who actually do a good job. I personally think that I'm a pretty good content creator, but I always have room to like grow. So I think that there's always room to grow. And if you are somebody who wants to be good at something, you're going to watch people who are better than you and try to see what they're doing to try to figure out what you need to do to be better, right? Like that's business 101. Like know your competition, right? Know your competition, know what they're doing, and do what they're doing better than what they're doing while still doing what you're doing. Processor. For processor, just normally shield recovery, just because there's not really a good alternative on it. I always just go shield recovery, and then for the cores, I'll just put HP and defense on it. Just because there's really nothing good to put on there. You can literally put nothing on it, and it doesn't matter. Right? It's just such a shitty component. Yeah, you did like distance pickup and stuff. Yeah. I just think it adds a little bit of survivability. There's a few descendants that don't use it, but for the most part, most of your descendants will get something out of it. Get off and go out with your girl or friends. Basically, heavy gamer. It doesn't fit with my gamer stereotype. That makes any sense. I think there's actually more gamers like that than there are no lifers. Corona. Equipment drop rate and shield is the best. There you go. Equipment drop rate and shield is the best. The hunt has spoken. You think Hunt just hates girls? I don't know. Yeah. But just gonna stick with like shield recovery. I think you can do basically whatever you want. It's just a throwaway slot. Until they give us better options, it's literally just a throwaway. Right. I gotta just keep moving. I was just in the middle of my 4. I'm trying to catch up to you guys, but you guys are so far ahead of me that I can't even like pass you. Is that for farming or just... I mean, it's just for an all-around thing, right? Dark Style, what up, mate? I mean, honestly, it's just fine for all around. Because, I mean, equipment drop rate is just... There's, like, rarely ever a time where I guess you might not find some sort of usefulness in it, so... To me, I'll just do shield recovery, but if I was to go, like, re-roll a bunch of my stuff, I might go ahead and put, like, equipment drop rate as, like, a gold to keep. Maybe on some of the new components. What are you doing, Dark Style? He only likes the 2D girls. That sounds right. They're hot though. They're hot and they never say anything bad. Because you constantly need mats. The more stuff that drops, the more you get to recycle. That's fair. I don't disagree with you. I don't disagree with the logic behind it. No personality when you watch her. She's definitely like kind of dry. I get what you're saying. But like for me, what up, Storm? For me personally, and like I don't personally watch a lot of Emmy. I just think she's cute. I know like Rusty watches a lot of Emmy, but like for me personally, somebody like Asmon took me a while to like. I remember the first couple times I watched Asmon and I fucking thought he was terrible. I was like, why are so many people watching Asmon? Once I took the time to sit down and watch Asmon's content, I was like, okay, I get it, you know? So I'm assuming maybe Emmy is that way, and I haven't watched enough of Emmy's content to fully get it. You didn't like her on Steak and Eggs? Yeah, she definitely wasn't great on Steak and Eggs. Surprised they don't stats by filter. Yeah, they definitely need to work on some of the filters. The filters in this game are terrible. Imaru. Sorry, guys. We're talking about, like, bigger streamers right now. We're just talking about people like Imaru, Asmongold, fucking NMP, fucking a bunch of other people. You didn't like Asmon? You didn't like Asmon at all. Like when we watched Steak and Eggs the first couple times, the only person you liked was fucking Tectone.
비상하리라.
Which is hilarious. Yeah, the only person you liked was fucking Tectone on Steak and Eggs. For you, farming now means cat crafting and gold grinding VPs. I mean, that's what the grind is right now. That is basically the only grind. You still don't really like Asmon, but you haven't actually just sat there and watched him. Asmon is somebody that you need. Asmon is somebody that you need historic knowledge on. So what does that mean? Asmon makes a lot of controversial takes and he says a lot of crazy shit. But it makes sense if you watch him. But if you only fucking watch him for 30 seconds or a minute or some sort of clip, it's not gonna make sense. But once you understand like him and his humor, then he fucking is hilarious. You only watch First Descendant streamers? I don't blame you there. I think a lot of people that watch streams, so transparently, I think most people that watch streams watch the games that they enjoy. Unless you find a streamer that you just wholly, absolutely fucking love, you're gonna just watch the games that you're playing because you're watching for the games, and most streamers, as we said earlier, are absolute dog shit. Like, most people that stream are absolute fucking dog water at streaming. They might be good at a video game or something, but when it comes to making content, they're just terrible. They're just not good. So trying to watch them play something else, you're like, dude, I really like you playing First Descendant. But when you play other things, you're just fucking boring as shit to watch. I think that happens frequently. No knowledge on him, started enjoying his thought process and gaming style. Yeah. I think once you understand his thought process and the analytical part of his brain, he's a lot better to watch. You just really need to understand him. You watch me play any game? I appreciate you, God. Thank you for lying to me. Only grind you've been doing is trying to get the dumb medal from doing Purge 1,000 times. I think there's a handful of people that are just trying to knock that out just so they have it done. You love like Penguin? He's like a 0, or he's a legend. That's fucking critical, isn't it? That's Moist Critical, isn't it? Or is that just somebody different? I don't know why I thought that was Moist Critical's name. That's who I thought it was. Moist is another one where once you understand him and his thought process, you enjoy his content so much more, right? Like pure stares at your camera instead of the game. That's fucking Lamau. How many more do I have to go? Oh, I fucking probably like 500 or something. I'm just vibing. We're just vibing for right now. Last run. Got not feeling well? It's all good, brother. Good. I just want to do it for a little bit. I might just go run Sigma for a little bit. I need to run Sigma anyway, so I can always switch out and run Sigma for a little bit and then come back and do this whenever. Like, it's not a huge deal, right? Yeah, if you're not feeling good, man, you're not feeling good. Ain't no thing. Since we have like a pretty decent team, I was just running it to run it. I'll pass lead to Sigma 100%. Yeah, I might just go run Sigma for a little bit, just put on like Inez or something and fuck around, and then work on some builds. Run around, fuck on some builds, mess with some stuff, you know what I mean? An all-star team. I mean, it's just nice, easy runs. Like, literally, I don't even have to think. For this map, this is fine. Yeah, Penguin's Moist Critical. That's what I thought it was. I need to watch more Moist Critical, honestly. I haven't watched enough of him to form an opinion, but anybody I've ever seen talk about Charlie has pretty good things to say about him, so I'm sure I'd probably enjoy his content. Enzo used as a shield descendant. I guess it would just depend on the build you're running. You could probably use him as a shield descendant, but you could probably just as easily not, because it doesn't matter that much. Currently have like 0 X cores, but your plague set and Freya's max rolls on it, dude. That's nice. You want to stop? All right, guys. I think Hunt said he's done. Let's go back, guys, and I am going to go get some more coffee, And then I'm going to run some Purge for a little while. If you guys want to run Purge, that's fine. If you guys don't want to run Purge, feel perfectly fine to drop out. I'm just going to kind of fuck around for a little bit this morning, and then we'll work on some builds. Maybe we'll run some more. Maybe we'll run some more Purge later. I don't know. I just wanted to get a couple in. Just wanted to get a couple in, try to get a little bit of gold. We made, you know, we're back up to 18. I still have a bunch of fucking shit I have to work on, so like mods that I've got to max out and shit, and that's where most of my money's going, so that's definitely where most of my shit is going, so be back in a while. That's fine, guys. You don't have to do anything with me. You need to get something done. It's perfectly fine. Yeah, I mean, you can use an Enzo. You can use an Enzo build if you want. Like, you can use an Enzo shield build if you want. It's entirely up to you. I think at this point in the game, it doesn't matter that much. If they give us hard content and it makes sense to swap some of your builds up, then that's conversation. But 5-star Magisters, it's like, for what? No, I get that. Oh boy, it was not difficult. It was annoying. The biggest issue, OG, is that I would have already had it completed. Like, if they would have backdated it, we would have had it done already. So, just kind of what it is, unfortunately. Guys, give me a second. I'm going to grab some more coffee. I will be right back. All right, what do we got here? Anthony, you running Purge with, or you running Sigma with me? That doesn't sound like a you thing. It doesn't sound like an Anthony thing. Did Anthony just want a good view on his monitor? You're 10 away from 600. You're working on it. Oh, nah. Yeah, that's what I thought. I didn't figure you'd want to do these. I figured you didn't want to jump in and do these. Got to save that for later. Nah, I feel it. I appreciate you running some. I appreciate you running some Purge with me, though. How much gold do you have? Like 18. Barely any. Literally barely any. And I'll probably spend it by the end of the day on just fucking research. I just can't stockpile gold. I just keep spending it as fast as I get it. This fucking metal right here is killing. This metal is killing me. This one right here. These last like 46 fucking modules are probably like 2 billion gold to fucking do. Like, no matter what, it's just costing me so much fucking gold to try to get this. Yeah, you should do it. It's just so much fucking gold, man. It's literally so much fucking gold. Welcome back, Mal. I mean, I have most of them done, but you just leveled a bunch of blue mods? Yeah. Well, like, if I go into my mods, right? Like, if I go into my Descendant mods and, like, go through them, like, basically, I've got a bunch of duplicates, so ignore that. But I have every mod Like, if I want to put it on, it's maxed. Right? It counts for duplicates? No way. Does it really? It's a nice metal. It'd be nice to have it. So it doesn't matter what mod it is. So you can just do a bunch of cheap, low-level ones. But then you can't break them down, right? You only have 191 level 10. Yeah, it takes a while. Because you can't break down mods that you've leveled up, right? They won't let you do that as it stands right now. I mean, that's good to know. If I want to get like hyper lazy with it, I can just do a bunch of cheap blue mods. Gamba, you have to do it manually. You can delete any mod. Sure does. So I'm like 50 mil off of getting it. You can break them down. At least you can break them down. I thought you couldn't. Because I have a bunch of fucking... I have a bunch of duplicates. I need to get more spoils boxes. Oh, I need to fucking make a note for myself. Should I fucking put spoils boxes? My new player guide, I feel like I can leave spoil boxes off the new player guide just because, I mean, it's obvious where you get them. Right? Like, you'll just pick them up from here. I don't feel like it's worth adding a whole fucking section. The video's already fucking so goddamn long. The video's already insanely fucking long. Leave it out. I figured this isn't that big of a deal. Like, you can clearly see it's here. The only thing worth pointing out is things that are important. Like, ATAMS is important and Serena's important. But, like, I feel like... I thought you were stuck with dupe mods. It sounds like you just have to, like, manually go in and delete, like, break them down. You can mention it can be targeted, though. I think that I've mentioned targeting earlier on in the videos. Like, in the video, I've mentioned target farming, like, twice. And I've specifically shown you how to target farm one time. So I feel like at that point, if you're somebody that's like around MR, what do you got to be? MR 15 to start doing Sigma. By that point, as long as you've target farmed previously, you understand that you can target farm, right? Makes sense? Yeah. I think as long as you know ahead of time. Did you already edit the part the target farming for that would go in? No, I'm on the Void Vessel part right now. I haven't even got to fucking Sigma yet. But I've already edited the part where it teaches you how to target farm. So you already know how to do it at this point. So the understanding is that you know how to do it. Is the fire beam rifle not good? No. It's basically not good right now. Unfortunate. Start pubs. Did before. I think that the reason they didn't do it, Mystical, is because they didn't add counters to your character. So like each character, and like you guys that are programmers and stuff or have like dealt with games, you understand this. Each character stores a specific amount of data on them. So they did not basically truly meteoric arson, basically. So when the characters were first created, Purge did not exist. So there was not a data point on your character to store how many of them you had done. So that's why it doesn't backdate, because when they decided to do the metal, they added that amount of data, like they added a point of data storage to your character to specifically count purges. So because of that, now it counts them, and now it has a place to sort of like check the data against. But in the past it didn't. So while it's like irritating as fuck, it makes sense to me logically, but it doesn't make it feel any less bad, right? Like, it doesn't make it feel any less bad. So I'm sure they could have found a way to backdate it and figure it out by looking at like statistics and shit on your character. But for what that would add to the player base versus the amount of time and effort it would take to come up with a system to do that is probably just negligible. And we were talking about it earlier. I think that the team at Nexon that is like specifically working on the First Descendant is a little bit smaller than what most people assume it is. So because of that, they have to split their resources and use them efficiently and effectively. And doing something like that adds nothing to the game. So as much as it sucks to have to redo them all, it's still better. Tells you how many did on the next set, but they have that info now, right? Is it historical? Does it backdate? Because if so, then yeah, I just think that they just decided not to go through the effort of doing it. Or
많이 아플 거다.
that is me giving them like credit. Yeah, backdates. So then that's me giving them credit. The alternative to that is one thing I don't want to think about, which is that they intentionally did not backdate it because they wanted people to spend hours grinding, which is the worst way to look at it. I would actually prefer if that wasn't the case, because if that is the case, then they were oh, you're VIP? Yeah, mate, not a problem. Because then if the alternative is true, then they were literally just trying to find a way to like artificially inflate player times. They just gave us busy work. They're really good at giving us busy work. They're really, really good at giving us busy work, right?
어딜 더 마치려고.
So, nothing wrong with that, but they're definitely really good at it. Invite you after? Yeah, I'll pull you, God. I'll pull you afterwards, God. Originally, you refused to do it over. I mean, I'm definitely not prioritizing it. So if it happens passively while I'm trying to do other things. You don't want to know how many times you've done purge? You're glad it stops counting after 1,000? It sounds like you can find out on the website. We're definitely going to grind those trigger mods. The question is, are the trigger mods good? Because think about it this way. I would tell people, I would tell your casual, like your average gamer, not to grind mutated cells, because I don't think mutated cells really add that much. So if it was like your average gamer who was only playing a couple hours a week and they were like, where should I prioritize? I have Inez. Should I prioritize getting her mutated cells, or should I start working on grinding a different Descendant or something? I would tell them to grind a different Descendant, because I don't think mutated cells are that viable, like that useful. And I think that if trigger mods are basically shit, well, here's the question. Are trigger mods gonna function as regular mods and not mutated cells? Unique stat rolls? Yeah, we'll have to see. That's the thing, Tora. Like, if they're actually good and useful, then it's gonna change things. My big concern is that they're gonna do them in a way that makes them static. Like, once you equip a trigger mod to your character, you can't pull it off. I know that mods don't technically function that way, but that's my fear. They allow slight changes to build when in combination with other mods like external components, but that's on full min max. And that's going to depend on how much they change, right? Like, if they don't change a lot, and you're talking about like 1%, 2% here or there, or like a 3% chance to call down meteors, but those meteors aren't doing damage based off your skill power. They're doing damage based off like a set value, and that value doesn't scale up enough to be usable, then the trigger mod's worthless. Because it would need to scale based off of your damage in order for it to matter. And I'm going to assume that in order to keep things from like getting out of control, they will put a hard number on them and not let them scale. But I think they'll be important, kind of like cells. Better to have something than nothing from that perspective. Oh yeah, no, I don't disagree with you that if there's a slot on your character, and it's better to put something in there than nothing. But I think if the something is a waste, I think that if this, I'm looking at it from the general public, and I think that if the something is a 2 or a 3% damage increase that you don't need, but it is like the same thing as like mutated cells, where it's like a, you know, a 3% drop chance, that your average gamer is just going to check out on the process. Because they're going to go, it's a 5% damage increase, and I already don't need a 5% damage increase. I'm just assuming. And they're going to go, it's a 5% damage increase. I don't actually need a 5% damage increase, but it's like a 2% drop chance. Or it's like a 5% drop chance, but I can get bad stats on it and everything else. Then your average gamer might go, it's just not like, it's not a fun chase, and I don't want to do it, right? It's just not a fun chase, and I don't want to do it. I'm not bad-mouthing the game. I'm just talking, like, hypothetically. I'm hoping that's not the case, right? I'm hoping that's not the case. What I'm talking about right now is, like, worst-case scenario, because I think that mutated cells kind of fall into that. I feel like mutated cells kind of fall into that right now. I'm not saying they're not worth having, and I'm not saying, like, defense neutralization isn't good on certain builds. But there's such a limited use case for them and for their viability that they are essentially worthless for most people in most content. So because of that, gamers just check out, right? There should be like a range of stat rolls, you suppose. No, I agree. No point in grinding cells. Eventually end up far more than you can use anyway. Yeah, I mean, like, I think if the cells would have been in here the whole time, people would have already had a ton of them. I think the mutated cells just kind of hurt because they were added in post, so people had to grind to get enough of them. They allow for slight change of build and use a combination of other mods. Yeah, I think we talked about that. Trading mods, not sure what they're for. You can sell and trade them. Go figure cheap drugs on devs. I mean, I think that being able to trade them is going to give a lot of usability and replayability as long as they're worth having, right? I think it was start bad, later we'll be able to upgrade them. Yeah, maybe. You look like 5-7%, I was thinking, but not sure. Yeah. Do mutated cells add something we currently need? In the current sandbox, there are certain builds that really function well with like defense neutralization, and being able to run defense neutralization adds quite a bit of damage, but it only adds damage if you're the first person to hit, right? So there's like very serious diminishing like return on it, and it's only for certain things, right? The static cells we have are a stupid idea. I think that they had to be careful in making it to where you couldn't just put whatever cells you wanted in whatever box, because there is a chance that you could have made something too overpowered. But they can always add additional cells over time, right? Once you have a system, you can always add it. And the same with trigger mods, right? Like once they add the system, they can always iterate on it and try to make it better over time and try to improve it and try to improve build diversity and try to improve and just try to improve the game overall, right? I just think that, you know, right now the current difficulty of the game doesn't really require these things, but hopefully that'll change here in a couple weeks, right? How many different systems are in the game? Seems to be a lot. I think that as long as they stop adding more systems, we're going to be okay. I think that there are enough systems in the game that they just need to function. They need to like flush them out and make them good. The only thing I can imagine is they would add some type of mod to weapons, sort of like a trigger mod that they would add to weapons, and that would probably be the last system. I think adding any more systems than that is too much. Maybe you could add mods to the pets, like maybe. But I think short of that, we have enough systems. You can put components on weapons. You can put components on, or you can put cores on weapons. You can put cores on components. You can put mods on weapons. You can put mods on descendants. You have an arcade tree. You have mutated cell. Like you have all of these different systems that I think they're good. We don't need any more systems. No. I think adding systems just to add systems isn't necessarily the best way to do it. I think if you add systems, they should add something to the game. And I think some of the systems currently in the game don't add a whole lot. It's not to say they don't add anything, but they don't add a whole lot. And I think that you're better off balancing the game and then making these systems much more impactful. That way people really enjoy interacting with them. And I think that is going to go a lot further. What up, Jen, by the way? Yeah, plus you have like inversion reinforcement. There's like so many systems in the game right now that I think you should just focus on improving those systems. Better focus on playable content. Yeah. Playable content and content that needs these systems to function properly, right? Then you have to go and remember to switch them. Yeah, their preset system is kind of fucking terrible. Their preset system is kind of terrible, right? Or pay for a new slot. Yeah. Their preset system is absolutely atrocious. I'm not a big fan of their preset system. Pet's only half-ass work. Yeah. I think I do think pet mods could be kind of fun. Like if you guys have played Warframe, I think Warframe has a really good pet system. And the way they do their pets and the way they do their pet mods is a really nice system. Dude, I forget to change my inversions all the time. They say anything about the preset system? They haven't specifically talked about it. I'm pretty sure we're going to be getting something like presets per descendant. You're seriously thinking of starting Warframe? I will tell you this as somebody who has like 500 hours in Warframe. And probably more than that. I have like 500 hours on Steam and then probably another 300 or 400 or 500 hours on PlayStation. Warframe is fun. but you will burn out on Warframe the same way you burn out on First Descendant. It will just take you a little bit longer because there's more content, but the content in Warframe is just as repetitive, if not more repetitive, because the whole function in Warframe, for the most part, is around factions. And every new expansion is just leveling up a new faction, doing new things to level up factions to gain access to different pieces of equipment. And there are metas just like everything else. So once you get the new items, you get the new meta thing, you get the new shiny, and you can do all the content with it, then you're only farming stuff for master rank, and you're only farming stuff to try to get your LRs. Like at that point, that's all you're doing. Once you have the most meta descendants and the most meta weapons, you're doing the same thing you're doing in the First Descendant. So it's just going to take you a little bit longer to get to that point. And that depends, because the difference between Warframe and the First Descendant is you can trade. So you can very easily like shortcut some of the grind by just spending $50 to play Warframe. If you know exactly what you need, you can very easily just treat Warframe like it's a brand new game and give yourself like a $70 budget. And you can be like, okay, I typically, to play a new game, I would spend 70 bucks, right? So I'll put 70 bucks worth of like platinum on my account, and then I will spend that money to like make the game better. And then look up what frames you need, what weapons you need, and then go to like warframe.market or whatever it's called. Buy those frames and buy those weapons. That way you have them all when you start the game. Buy the mods you're missing, like some of the more important mods and shit. And you can probably buy everything you need to be like the most meta setup for 70 bucks or less. And then at that point, you're just farming content and farming MR. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm just stating like truth, right? You don't have to do that, but you could. You started COD and it was terrible. Now you're looking at Warframe or Cyberpunk. I could see that. I mean, I'm looking forward to Borderlands 4. Warframe's been out for a long time. I've played Warframe. I've spent time in Warframe. I've done Warframe. I mean, I'm not saying I couldn't go back and play more Warframe, but I've done it, right? So like I want something that's like new and interesting and exciting, and I'm hoping that Borderlands offers some type of experience like that. If not, then yeah, we'll have to look at something else. Maybe we will look at Warframe. Maybe we'll look at Destiny 2. Maybe we'll look at, I don't know, anything. What up, Code? You're forgetting that some weapons are hidden behind MR. There are some MR locks, right, Natsu? MR 8, 9, 14, and 18. There are some for sure. There definitely are. But you can get around that too, right? Because you can just buy good weapons that will get you through like MR 8. You're absolutely 100% true. Warframe does have MR locks on weapons. But you can also play frames that just don't need weapons, right? To get to those MR levels. Especially when you have all the content to get through. Like you can just get like a fucking Saren Prime or something really quick and just get through like an insane part of like the early levels. Don't need webs if you're using abilities, yeah. So I mean, again, I'm not bad mouthing Warframe. I think Warframe is a good game. I think Warframe's done some things really well. And obviously it's been like a leader in the space of like third-person looter shooters for like 12 years. So it's obviously done something right. And right now Warframe is still seeing an influx of players. I do think that some of that influx of players is coming from people who are just a little burnout on the First Descendant. But I do think it's growing some on its own merit as well. Yeah. Warframe's definitely worth giving a shot. Oh yeah, I think Warframe's a fun game. I personally think Warframe's a fun game. I definitely think Warframe's a fun game. Yeah, another way, depending on how much you want to spend, and depends on how much you like the game, because there are packs with like Prime 2 frames and 2 webs for like 50. Oh yeah, if you're buying from the official marketplace, 50 bucks is like gonna get you whatever. But if you're buying from like the exchanges where people are selling Prime frames for like You know what I mean? A third or a fifth or a tenth of what it costs to buy a prime frame from the actual in-game marketplace, you can get a ton out of it. And that's what I mean there. Like you can go to like player exchanges where you can pick up, you know, prime frames for much cheaper than what you're going to spend buying them outright from the official Warframe marketplace. Warframe's one of them, Gears of War, Portal, or other ones? Really? I never had any issues with Portal. I can see it with Warframe just because of the movement style and the field of view. I think when you have really crazy movement, you need... I don't know, for some people with crazy movement, they do better with a more zoomed in field of view. For me, I do better with like a wider field of view. But I think if your field of view gets too wide, it starts to fisheye, and then you start having other issues as well, so... It definitely starts to give you other issues. You just hope things are well next season. I very much hope that the next season of First Descendant goes very well. I very much hope that season 3 of First Descendant does well. I don't expect it to like do insane, right? Like as somebody with like realistic expectations, I don't expect season 3 to be insane, but I would like to see it. I would like to see it double the player numbers, and that is being way overly optimistic. And I don't mean like when it launches. I mean like during the like neutral game. So, like, I want on like a random Tuesday to have like 45,000 people playing the game across all platforms, instead of having like 20,000 people playing at the peak across all platforms. To me, that would be a success. Personally. Ice Maiden Challenge Ajax Lifeberry's not working. Decided to use the SMO build. The SMO build is going to make it work for you to clear. It might take you a couple times to get it, but you should be able to, as long as you have the build built out right, you should be able to do it in 10 minutes pretty easy. Just make sure you stack your mines up to a really high stack. Like, don't just pop them right away, and you should be okay. And utilize the rolls. Utilize the rolls in your 3s over your 2, I think. It's been a while since I've done it, but... all the frames cost mats. Oh yeah, no, that's true. That's true, Knots. I guess that's very true. Like, especially if you need like argon crystals and shit, you can be kind of fucked, so... There's definitely different ways to look at it. You're 100% true, though. Yeah, especially if you need some mats that are like further in the game mats, or mats that are a little bit harder to farm. Absolutely. And then you still need like Forma and all sorts of other shit. I mean, people can carry you. Star chart unlocked. Yeah, you just got to get the star chart unlocked, which goes a lot faster now. Lifeberry Ajax is trash. Try with the body enhancement module. I think if you're trying to just clear Ice Maiden one time, like challenge mode Ice Maiden, you can do like a Lifeberry or Ajax, but it's like a very specialized build with like very specialized things. And I think that SMO just clears it easier. But the problem is you have to build an SMO. But half of them are lazy. I mean, people are lazy in every video game, for sure. What is your target point for season 3? How many concurrent players on drop? Peak 50? I think it depends on who they pay. Honestly. I honestly think it depends on who they pay. I think it depends on what their budget is. Personally, I think it's all going to depend on their budget. What up, White Hammer? I'm doing good, mate. How you doing? I personally think it's going to depend on their budget. If they spend enough on their budget, I think you could actually get quite a few eyes on it. I think if they go really skimpy on their budget, 50K on Steam is going to be like a good number, right? I think if they go really skimpy, and they don't spend a lot of money to bring a bunch of content creators in, I think 50K will be pushing it. Yeah. Have a good stream, yo. Expert, I appreciate you, mate. Have a good time, man. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for the chat, and thank you for the lurk, mate. I appreciate you. You can't see getting 50K for season 3. I think, yeah, E45, 60, 45, 46 max. I think if they don't do any, like if they don't pay people, I think if they don't pay a bunch of content creators to come in, then yeah, you're going to be pretty low. I think if they pay a bunch of content creators, like they pay Asmon, they pay a bunch of people, or not Asmon, they pay like Asdacross, they pay like some people from Tarkov, they pay some Destiny streamers, they pay Fallout Plays, they pay fucking, I don't know, they pay fucking Raffle Waffles, so like they pay a bunch of these guys to come in. Since the game is free, there's a chance that their community will just pick it up and download it. So I think you could exceed that number pretty easily. But I think if you don't do that and you just kind of maybe do some organic stuff, maybe do some reach outs and stuff like that, yeah, like 50K is going to be like a hard push. I think to be lucky at 2030 if they drop 15 by the end of the first week, maybe. I really think it'll be more in line with the 60K. Interest is there. It's just lack of content cripples the game. I can see that. What up, lady? That's where I think it's at. I think if there's not enough marketing and not enough influencer marketing, which in my view, influencer marketing is not always effective. Like, look what happened to Splitgate. Like, I literally just tweeted about it because I saw somebody talking about it. Like, I literally just tweeted about it. I think influencer marketing is a double-edged sword. I think it gets eyes on product, but again, if your product is like a shit popsicle, like people will put the shit popsicle in their mouth, but they're not going to sit there and eat the whole thing, right? So you just have to keep that in mind. Like, getting people's eyes on product is only going to do well if the product is good, and that's going to be up for people to decide, not you or I. You see lady in pubs all the time. Not every influencer can promote a gooder game. I think that even somebody like Asdacross, right, like had to be careful with the amount of shit he showed on his stream because he didn't want it to affect his potential. This is basically what I had heard. I can't speak for Asdacross because I'm not on his fucking team. But basically, he just had to pay attention to how much he did because Asdacross is considered like a family-friendly influencer, even though he says shit on his stream that could be like the opposite, right? Just because of the way they sanitize him for YouTube and shit. So, I mean, there's definitely a level of just shit people won't touch. But, I mean, most influencers, if you pay them enough money, they'll play your game. Right? Like, if you're paying the market rate for somebody, this game's released, it's gone full Gooner mode, yeah. Yeah, trying to change your name. It's messed up for 30 days. I'm temporarily A period. Plug in Lamau. Pay Indian streamers. I mean, they're gonna pay whoever. They'll pay whoever I think that makes sense, right? Let me do this. So like for right now, like Asdacross's numbers because of the new. So Asdacross's numbers, right, for the new season of Destiny, probably boosted his numbers. So we're gonna say that his current CCV will average out to like 8,000, right? So to get him to do a 2-hour stream, Nexon would need to pay him $20,000 to play the First Descendant for 2 hours. That's how much it would cost to get Asdacross to play the First Descendant. That's how much it would cost to get him to play the First Descendant for 2 hours. Now, you can do this and say, hey, we want you to do 6 of them. So it's 124,000. And then try to cut a deal to get Asdacross to do this for 100K for 3 2-hour streams. So you see what I mean? Like you could feasibly probably get Cross to do it. Maybe even a little bit less. You might be able to get him to do it for 80 because it's in line with like the type of game he plays. But that's how much money that's going to cost. That's how much you paid him for skin. Well, if Asdacross shows up, Code, you're the one that paid to get him to do it. But yeah, so like that's how much it would cost to get somebody like him in here. So that's why I say when it comes to influencer marketing, like are they going to net enough money off of paying somebody like Asdacross, right? $100,000 to play the game? Are they going to make that money back? You don't even know who Asdacross is? He's like the biggest Destiny 2 streamer on the market, and Destiny 2 is the biggest looter shooter game in the space. So he's technically the biggest influencer in the horizontal space, right? Never got into that game, yeah. So that's who Asdacross is. He is the biggest looter shooter content creator in the space. Like, there is nobody bigger than Aztecross that mains. Yeah, he's got like 6K watching him right now. Yeah, so he's the biggest in the space. You're not going to get anybody bigger than him. What about Jake? Jake's different because he's a first-person shooter guy. Or because he's a PvP guy. Jake is big, but Jake is big for different reasons, and his audience isn't going to be as good. Like, you're going to have a lower conversion rate on Jake's audience than you would somebody like Aztecross. And then the other side of that is Aztecross and Jake are in different agencies. Unless Jake changed the Mythic, and I'm not aware of it. But as far as I know, Jake is in, like, Loaded or something. So they're different agencies. And more than likely, one major agency would get the bulk of the spend for a game like First Descendant. Like, the agency would reach out, or they would reach out to an agency to try to get spend, and the agency would say, hey, if you spend your whole budget with us, right, like $250,000, and you do not spend it with anybody else, we'll do what we can to cut our rates as low as possible. And then that is how you would do it. So then all of the people would come from one agency that are promoting the game. Just explaining my, like, what I've seen from being in influencer marketing. He's entertaining to watch. I think Cross is funny. I think next one got burned paying streamers who ended up only speaking ill of the game. Well, you can't pay people for good. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you can't pay people. You don't pay people for their opinions. You pay people to promote. You can give them a list of things they can't say during the promotion, but at the end of the promotion, once they're out of contract, they'll say whatever they want to say. Now, if they say something too bad, you might never hire them again. But at the end of the day, there are only so many content creators in these spaces. So, yeah, you can be like, okay, I'm going to blacklist Aztecross. And then the next thing anybody's going to say to you is, okay, well, were you not loved very much as a child? Like, were you dropped on your head? Like, why would you blacklist Aztecross? I don't care what he said about your game. You should never blacklist Aztecross, right? You should just never do it. He's too big. You can blacklist me all day. Like, I'm fucking, compared to somebody like Aztecross, I'm fucking, you know, I'm inconsequential. You can blacklist me all day. You show speed? Like, I show speed? Yeah, like, I mean, speed, they couldn't afford speed. Let's be honest. Nobody can afford speed. Speed does what speed wants to do. The next one would create a solid game. No one's speaking ill of it. I mean, I think there's a conversation that you can have about, like, certain aspects of gameplay and shit like that. And what's good for some people and what's good not. And what's not good. You know, I think there's a conversation to be had there. So he's like, supermodel gaming does not game unless he's getting, I mean, like, for most of these guys, I mean, why would you do shit for free? You know, what's the old saying? If you're good at something, why do it for free? Right? That's a very old, like, adage. And I think that it's true, right? Like, I think that it's true. If you're good at something, then you should not be doing it for free. We're thinking for Nexon, but Nexon's not thinking. I think Nexon does think, but I think that Nexon has a lot more to think about than just players, because they have, like, suits and stuff that, you know, have influence over what they think. Mini gamers, oh yeah. Mini gamers game for sub money, yeah. But I mean, like, if you're one of the best in the industry, you shouldn't do shit for free. There's no reason to do shit for free. It's just not smart. It's just not smart. Unless it's something that you personally want to do, you shouldn't do something you don't want to do for free. What kind of ninja coffee machine did you get, lady? I think that's what we have. We have one that, like, you can do single cup, or you can do, like, a pot, and it's got, like, a frother on it, and you can make tea in it. It is fucking amazing. Use that bitch all the time. Actually, yeah, I use it all the time. I don't think I could survive without coffee. I just don't think it's possible. Wish you'd have a single cup machine. It's nice. Oh yeah, and then you can put pods in it, or you can do regular coffee. That's the other thing. You can do like single cup pods, or you can do coffee, like just a pot. So nice. So nice. Special brews they have now, yeah. Well, then you can get those like little pods that you can just fill on your own, right? It's like a washable single pod. So you can just like put, yeah, specialty brew of like Bones coffee in there, put like a teaspoon in, and just make your own coffee out of that. You don't have to make a whole pot. Ninja the coffee machines, you have an air fryer and blender from them. Dude, their air fryer cooks though, doesn't it? Why does my YouTube thumbnail have 2 chicks standing beside me? Why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't I have them by me? It's for the live stream. Any brew, fucking anything from fucking Bones Coffee. Any flavor you want from Bones Coffee. Fucking hashtag sponsor me, bitches. Oh, dude, if Bones could fucking sponsor me, I'd put their shit, like, they could fucking, I'd give them a corner of my screen. For sure. You don't like the YouTube live stream thumbnail, or? I'm open to suggestions if you think of something that should be there instead. God loves lattes. I haven't had a good latte in a while. If you guys can think of a like a more captivating YouTube thumbnail for my live streams, I'm all ears. I feel like YouTube live stream thumbnails are like the biggest pain in the ass to make. Just because they're so player judge. I'm on there. Oh, you mean me as a player? I mean, I'll take both of them girls home. I feel like YouTube live stream nails are really like kind of a pain in the ass because they need to be very generic. Because you're not doing something specific, so it needs to be generic enough that you can use it multiple times. But needs to be specific enough that people can kind of tell from the cover, like from looking at it, what you're doing at least. You're still in the game at that age? What, is there a problem with me being a senior citizen, or? Is there a problem with a senior citizen getting fucking laid? I feel like you're projecting. Dude, I'll be taking bitches back to the nursing home. Fucking hang a tie outside of the door to tell the nurses to fuck off. There are fucking bedpans at nurses, tell them to get the fuck out of the room. You could get married. Been there, done it. It was okay. I wouldn't say it was a 10 out of 10 for sure. You're all hilarious. We try to be. I've been married. Marriage is a thing. I don't know. Imagine if your wife saw. Dude, I can tell you right now, Rusty, my girlfriend, wouldn't give a fuck. She'd be like, nurse, can we get an extra bed in here? Bitches for me too. The nurses join, been married for 23 years. Nothing wrong with being married. I think that if you are happily married, then that is a good thing. I just think that there are definitely a lot of marriages where people get complacent. What up, Mark? I think there are a lot of marriages where people get complacent because they don't really care anymore. And they don't really care. They don't think about their spouse. They don't take care of the spouse in the way they used to. They start to treat their spouse as a husband or a wife instead of as a partner. They let themselves go. Like, people let themselves go. They don't take care of themselves like they should. You do not look or act the same way you did when you first got together, but because you're married, you feel the need to like stay there. And then you end up stuck in a place or in a situation that you're not really happy with, but you're not necessarily unhappy, and you become complacent. I'm not saying that happens to everybody, but I can say it happens. And because marriages are a lot harder to get out of than just like a normal relationship where you can just be like, hey, like this isn't working, I'm done, and you can just walk away. It keeps things to a different kind of level, because at any point in time you can just be like, dude, like, you are not who I was with 6 months ago. You're not who I was with 6 years ago. You're a completely different person, and this is not what I signed up for. And I don't have to be here. You should all be learning and growing. Not the same person I was when I first married. Nope. But you can either grow together or you can grow apart. You know? I am not somebody that says that if you... I'm not somebody that's going to sit here and say if it's impossible to be happily married. And I'm not going to sit here and say that it's not possible to have the most successful, loving marriage of all time. But I'm also not going to sit here and say that there are not people that have been stuck in marriages that I have personally known that have been stuck in marriages that should never be together and should never have been together. But due to being married and having kids and a few other things, they refuse to separate, even though everybody would be happier in the long run. It's just the way it is. I think it's impossible to set a rule for every person. I think it's impossible to set a rule for every person. And I'm a big advocate for just do whatever works for you. Do whatever works for you and what makes you happy. If it works for you and it makes you happy, then it's a good thing. And that's all I give a fuck about. So those your two favorite waifus? Nah, they were just two that I had fucking already cut out. It was literally just two that I already had cut out, so I just put them on there. Or is there more than two? I have a whole fucking stable of them. But I think they should add like a daily, weekly bounty system. What would you like to see in the bounty system? Like, what kind of bounty system would you like to see? Just like a, like, kill this many enemies, do this many missions. I'm all for adding different things to reward players for completing activities. As long as it doesn't become like tedious. Stable of them. That's what we call it, a stable, right? Harem? What word do you want me to use? I have a harem of descendants. I feel like stable leaves it open-ended. I could have a stud in there like Keelan as well. But if I say harem, then it's only chicks. Like specific bosses to kill to get XP. I could see that maybe. Maybe if you had named bosses that could spawn an Axiom, I could see that being useful. Like if you had world bosses or challenging enemies that could spawn and there was like a really cool reward for it, I could see that. More daily, weekly challenges are better. I mean, anything that keeps you involved and invested and gives you adequate rewards, I'm happy with. But I can tell you right now, if you add more like if you add dailies and weeklies and bullshit and they're not worth doing, then I'll never do them. So do you think the world bosses are out definitely or indefinitely? I think that I'm assuming that the world bosses only show up when like right before the wall crasher, right? I'm assuming that before the wall crasher shows up, it does like the public event thing. And then there's like public, you know, public field colossus, and that's the only time they're out, but well, it'll remain to be seen. I'm gonna get hit. Get out of that. Like every 2 hours, yeah, so that's when I expect those guys to be out, basically lucky. They could make some missions, give bonus rewards. Not much reason to do missions after the story. Yeah, I mean, if there's no reason to do them, then why do them? It's just currently, like, some of the reward structure they use isn't very rewarding. Like, most of the reward structure is not that rewarding, right? So think about it. You do like your daily invasion or whatever. You do your daily invasions. You get 5 mil gold. And then if you decide you want to do some... like crafting or whatever, you basically burn through that all instantly. So like 5 million gold in a game where you need fucking billions of gold to do everything. Do I think the wall crasher will be behind MR as well? I think it'll be behind whatever MR wall they put on Axiom. So if they decide to say, like, in order to go to Axiom Plains you need to be MR20, then it'll be behind MR20. I can't imagine they'll put it with no MR lock, because Sigma has an MR lock. So I'm assuming it's going to have some MR lock,
걱정하지 말고.
The only question is, does it go up or do they lower the locks on other content, right? So like instead of Sigma being MR18, do they move Sigma down to 15? And do they move Void Vessel down to 8? Or do they move Purge down to Purge down to 15 and move Sigma down to 8 and then remove the lock on Void Vessel and just make it to where you have to clear the campaign to get in there? And then set the you know what I mean? Then set like Axiom to be MR18. I have no idea. Sigma has an MR lock on it? Yeah, Sigma has an MR lock on it. Sigma's MR lock is 15. Most of us wouldn't notice because we were like MR28 when it launched. MR28 or 29. So like most people wouldn't even notice. What up, James? How you doing, mate? So like most people wouldn't have even noticed. New players will notice, but you know, as easy as it is to just luck into early level MR, most players are probably going to blow through without even paying attention. Bounty system in Destiny, First Descendant, specific vendor just offers special bounties. I think it could be fun and useful. I can't remember, like, Destiny bounties are good for XP, and that XP really matters for stuff like your season pass and a few things, and that's where most people do bounties. But outside of that, I don't think most people actually do bounties. Like when I played Destiny, like you could get certain weapon drops from doing certain bounties, so there was that reason. But for a lot of the items, like after I maxed out my season pass, I basically didn't touch bounties until I was bounty prepping for the next season. I don't know how it was for you guys, but that's how it was for me. Like I did my bounties to get through my season pass, and then after my season pass was done, I never touched my bounties again. Especially with like the crafting system they had, I was basically hunting red borders anyway, so like the crafting system basically ruined the need for me to do bounties. Void Vessel should be as quick as possible, normal at least. Hard could be MR locked, absolutely. Well, especially because the dogs are in there. I think with the dogs being in there, it's kind of a pain in the ass to not let new players get it as soon as possible. But yeah, I get that. Just got your haircut and chilling. What'd you do? Just fade it out? Is Axiom going to be MR locked? I'm pretty sure it will be. My assumption is it will. Like, I can't imagine a world where it's not. If you guys can, then that's cool. But in my view, I cannot imagine a world where Axiom is not MR locked. It just doesn't make sense. You're MR20, then you should be fine. Unless I don't see them taking it above MR20. If anything, like I said, I see them lowering the MR requirements on other things and setting it to be MR18. Well, and then the other thing is you're going to be able to buy the boosts. So maybe they don't MR lock it, right? Because they're going to be like you're going to be able to buy those boosts and shit to like push you to be able to do the new content. So maybe they don't actually MR lock it. Wouldn't that be interesting? Because if you buy a boost and the boost gives you MR, then I would be curious how that's going to work, because if it just gives you straight MR experience, like say it just straight gives you MR experience, how are they going to differentiate that between like the guns and shit that you would need to level up? So maybe it's not going to be MR locked. Your Descendant's already maxed out. Yeah, in order to get higher level MR, you just got to start maxing everything out. You've got to get to level 40 proficiency on all weapons. You need to get all Descendants, both non and ultimates, to at least level 40 one time. And then there's a bunch of missions that you can do that'll give you MR experience as well. So probably next week. I would say next week, before the update comes out, I'll probably max my MR. I'll probably max my MR next week. Giving yourself arbitrary goals, collect 1 billion gold, 500 cash, just have something to do to be working towards. I think a lot of people are doing that right now. Say, I'm trying to figure out how I want to say your name. Sablisk? Yeah, that looks right. Sablisk. Sorry, mate. Sometimes like I just like do the first couple letters of the name, but I was like, nah, I don't like the way Sab sounds. So
보이드 폭풍 심화로
what's
작전
max
반경이 좋지
max
않다.
MR right now?
주의해서
29 and like 159k or something like that. Something like that. I don't know exactly what the numbers are. I want to say it's like 159, but it could be more. It could be like around 200 right now. Is it 129 or 295? All 29.5 is what you're saying, like 29 and a half. I see what you're saying, yeah. So 29 is technically max, but there's like XP you can get to help cover that gap.
어딜 도망치려고.
I would say that we're gonna get at least probably 100 and what are you guys thinking? Like 140k more MR XP, 140, 150k more MR XP from the new zone, not counting any missions. So I think that's enough. That should be enough to put you into MR 30. 155k or so. I knew it was something around there. Most of what I'm missing is just from missions. 2 tunes plus weapons. I mean, well, you're only getting 1 tune at the start. 1 tune plus 2 weapons.
포기하시지.
I mean, overall through the season, we'll get 3 tunes. We'll get 3 tunes. 4 tunes. We'll get 4 tunes plus maybe 5 weapons total if you count 3 melee weapons. So, yeah. Give you around 30. Should give you more than that, right? Like, aren't alt descendants worth like 30 or 40k, and then like aren't alt weapons worth like 30k, something like that? Your MR 29, 156, 244. That sounds right. More tunes for this year because of Harris. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. You're gonna get Nell, alt Luna, Harris, alt Eugen. So that's 4 tunes. And then you're going to get the 2 weapons that drop originally, plus the 3 melee weapons that they've showcased throughout the entirety of Season 3, right? Unless there's more that we just don't know about, but... Oh, plus the dog. There's the new dog, too. So the new dog is worth something as well, right? Because that Husky will be coming from the new Void Vessel. So... Because, yeah, plus another Battle Pass web, yeah. Yeah, I think you guys got most of the MR experience then. Yeah, plus, yeah, whatever they do with, like, if they do a second battle pass for, like, 3.5, so... Completing the map, yeah. Since you're in more experience than you're capped at. What up, OJ? How you doing, baby? But yeah, I think that, yeah, completing the new Sigma, like completing the new Axiom Planes will probably give XP. And then it looks like from everything they've showed off that it's not going to be like Sigma. It's going to be like a map with missions on it. So each one of those missions will probably net you like, what, 200 to 300 XP per clear. So if there's, you know, fucking 50 missions on there or 20 missions or whatever, you're going to get all that XP as well. So it's an easy 30. I doubt we hit 31. It's an easy 30 though. How far does the MR screen show? I'll click on it here in a second, but I don't know if anybody knows off the top of their head. I don't remember if it goes past 30 or not. I'll look here in a second. Someone needs to dismantle mods. These are just fucking components and shit. My dog's just fucking lazy. I've literally cleaned my shit out so many times, I just don't care. MR. It only goes to 30, so I doubt we hit 31 anytime soon. Yeah, the game has 40 encoding for sure. Feels way too fast. Yeah, I mean, I could go through and like demolish a bunch of shit, but I think I have something. I think I widened something because I was trying for. I think I was trying for reactors the other day. I probably have my filters set too wide. Like, I probably have my filters set too wide, if I'm honest. I'll check next time. I'll check next time we run, like before I go to like rerun, because I hate being AFK in missions. You need gold? You're fucking telling me. You're fucking telling me I need gold. I use it though. Like I'm trying to max out all my mods, so that's really what's killing me. I'm trying to max out all my mods, and then I'm doing, you know, 100 million golds worth of fucking or not 100, I'm probably doing like 30 to 40 million gold worth of fucking research a day. Imagine if those red waves were a lot stronger and a lot faster. Which red waves? Same gold struggle? Dude, I live on this bus. I live on this bus. I'm a gold struggle bus bum. I'm literally just, this is my life. You're driving it? As long as somebody's driving this motherfucker, because I got tired of just sitting here. Oh, God's there? Okay. As long as somebody's fucking driving it, that's all that matters. Oh, the one from the flying girl boss. I mean, they were a pain in the ass when this first started out, like before you actually knew how to not get hit. Especially when the hitbox was all fucked up. Like, you'd only take a couple hits. I would like to see it be better. Like, I would like to see it do more damage, but honestly, the whole concept behind this game is making sure Timmy No Thumbs just doesn't get his fucking face wrecked off. So, they're not going to increase the difficulty too much. I would say that the game will never exceed like a 5 difficulty, right? We've talked about it numerous times. What up? Pretty sure it's stocked up. Grind till season 8. You think so, man? We, I think that, unfortunately, I burned through this shit like you don't even know, right? You don't like the blackout of the teleport part? Yeah, I wish they wouldn't have changed it like they did, right? I wish they wouldn't have changed it like they did, but they could have went back the way it was. Yo, thanks for the follow. We do keep them anonymous, right? So if you're hanging out, chilling, and relaxing, no, I appreciate you. You want to speak up? You want to get to know me in the community? Have a good night. Either way, thanks for the follow. What are you breaking over there, dear? What are you playing? Oh, you're trying to get shit set up for us? No, I'll play Grounded. Remind me to download it when I get off stream today. Yeah, we were like just getting to the upper yard. Yeah. We were just getting to the upper yard. We had good we had good shit set up. We were working on getting the next gear, so you can't wait for the difficulty spike in Axiom. Can we call it a difficulty hump? I'm curious if it's going to be a spike or if it's going to be a difficulty speed bump. Dude, I got reverse cowgirl in my team. We're cooking. 4.4k HP. You don't need more than that. Y'all playing it? Well, we had a save. We've been excited for Grounded 2 for a while. And Rusty and I had a save that we did like off stream a while back. And we've just never finished it. We got to the upper yard, but we didn't really do anything else with it. Like, as soon as we got to the upper yard, we basically stopped. So, it would be nice to go ahead and clear it. Thing 2? Alright, mate. Let me remind me after this, because your name will probably bounce off the screen just with chat, and then I'll grab you afterwards. Because chat will probably move your name off screen. Grounded just never finished it. Progressed past the spider with friends. Oh yeah, we are well past that. Just trying for your 100% Elden Ring. How's your Elden Ring file cook? How close are you to being done? You guys can run whatever you want. I don't give a shit. Like, I'm just doing this just to do it. Names of some of these people, dude. Some of these names fucking kill me, chat. Keep seeing post their hoverbike showcase on their officials. The bike looks super janky, doesn't drift, characters don't turn. You're not sold on it. I mean, my honest view on the bike. My honest view on the bike is I don't care. And the reason I say that is because I would prefer that you didn't design a map that was massively overscale just to sell me bikes to move around it faster. Like, if the bike makes sense to play and it's fun and it's interesting and it's enjoyable, then I'm okay with it. But if you are literally just overscaling a map, you're not gonna put like teleport points on it and shit, and I'm like forced to ride this fucking bike all over, and I can't do any damage on it, and I can't fight, and I can't do any of this shit, then I'm not gonna enjoy the experience. Like, it's because it's just a waste of time, in my view. So I want to see it in game, but typically anytime that kind of shit happens, it's normally a waste. I think Destiny did some stuff that was okay with it, but typically this shit's a waste. Probably one of the best survival games out there, even though it's cartoony. No, I mean, I've had a lot of fun with it when we played it. I mean, if we're playing and we're fucking... Because you can invite people to drop in and drop out, so... If you're bored, Hunt, just let us know. You can just fucking drop in, we'll give you gear and shit, and you can just run around. You run around with us in the upper yard. Who do you think Nell's gonna power creep when she releases? You know what's gonna happen? She'll power creep Enzo, maybe. I think that's about it. I don't think she's gonna be a DPS. Can you ride it in Ingress too? We have no idea yet, Crazy. I have no idea. It's probably gonna be usable everywhere, but... Oh, fuck. Let me go back, God. We're gonna leave this team. X? Dude, I hate that there's, like, not an easy... I'm trying to fucking leave matchmaking, but, like, you can't hit Y, you can't hit X. I fucking hate their matchmaking system. Like, hitting escape didn't take me there, hitting Y didn't take me there, hitting X didn't take me there. I hate to, like, leave these guys, but we're gonna do it. I fucking hate doing this to people, but... Yeah, I definitely, Luna and J-Bay, we getting reported? Probably. I mean, my bad, man. Sorry that I'm getting you fucking 3-dayed. Yeah, as soon as I saw the bike, I assumed you just created a problem so they can sell a solution. I mean, I think that's what most people do, right? Like, that's what most games do, is they create a problem to sell you a solution. Because it's cheaper than just actually... This isn't right, mate. I mean, we got rid of old gen support. We should be able to handle adding stuff like open world sediments or camps around Axon or even small areas. We should. The question is, what do you like? What do you get for it, right? Like, I'm all in favor of adding things to the game. Here, let's just do this party invite. I'm all in favor of adding things to the game as long as it adds to the game. I'm not a big fan of adding shit to a game just to add it. Does that make sense? Hopefully that makes sense. Like, just arbitrarily adding things to the game that add no value does nothing for me. But I'm all in favor of adding things to the game that make the player experience better. My view. So, like, the hover bikes are one of those things that, so... For me, the bikes are one of those things where I feel like they were added just to add. They were definitely just added to add. Makes sense. Just adding stuff to the game will add value, doesn't take away from it. Yeah. I would much rather you add stuff to the game that brings value. Because that's what you should be doing with the game. And I think that doing it the opposite way, just adding a bike, adding a big open area, just so you can add a bike, just so you can sell bike skins, doesn't do anything for me. It just doesn't, personally. So we'll give it some time. We'll see what it does. We'll see what it does. I'm excited for Season 3. I'm excited for... There has to be a reason we need these bikes. The only reason I can think that we need the bikes is because they made Axiom Plane huge and they're not adding teleporters. I think if you made Axiom Plane absolutely huge, then it should have a bunch of teleport locations. And if you did not add teleport locations, then you're going to piss your players off. Because we have all played on game maps where they're absolutely insane and you spend most of your time traversing. And traversing isn't fun. Like, I want to engage with the game. I don't want to just traverse. Thoughts on the new modules coming for Season 3? I want them to be good and useful. I want them to be good and useful. Like, I think the trigger modules could be something really fun, especially if they have really good roles and really interesting play styles and they allow you to mix things up. But my biggest concern with trigger modules is if we are still insanely overpowered, then being able to pull a fucking Thor and call lightning down from the sky to delete our enemies isn't really going to be that impressive when there are no enemies standing for me to delete. So I really like the idea of trigger modules. I'm very excited for the trigger modules, but I think that adding I just want to see how useful they are. Skyrim's a perfect example of this. It's a great example of like an open world map. Has spawn locations where you can instantly transfer. Like, Skyrim did things well, but Skyrim's map was also busy. You're honestly hyped for the bike thing. We'll be able to run over enemies, maybe jump over ramps, crash, explode into huge enemies. I don't think any of that's going to happen. I don't think it is. I don't think it is. I don't think you're going to be able to. I don't think you're going to be able to shoot from it. I don't think you're really going to be able to do anything from it other than just traverse. Every game that I've ever played was really huge. Had spawn locations where you can instantly teleport. I've played games that were really big where they intentionally did not let you like spawn as often as you would like. And because of that, most of your game was spent traversing, and it felt bad. They said there will be power creep for the characters. What do you mean, Natsu? That's a good point. I mean, hopefully I make good points every once in a while. And if I make shit, if I like say stuff that you guys are like, Judge, you are literally fucking retarded, just call me out. Like, just call me out. Just be like, dude, that doesn't make sense. And then that'll cause me to reevaluate what I'm thinking. Or if you have like a better point and you're like, nah, Judge, I don't think that's right. Like, and then you like give me a reason why. I'm happy to talk about it and discuss it in like a good way. They said they'll be giving more power on the dev stream. The trigger mods, right? Well, I mean, they already did give more power. They already did give more power because they've like upskilled a bunch of descendants to be closer in line with Inez. And then they're going to give us new weapons. Like, they're not new weapons, but they're going to like quote unquote balance the weapons next week. And then with the trigger modules and like new modules and stuff, we'll get like additional power, right? Maybe they'll give us more mutated cells and shit, but I mean, I don't think they're adding additional systems or like really ratcheting up the power any way that I'm not aware of. If so, just remind me, guys. But you see Nell being a really strong non-at descendant, the power creep other non-at descendants. Maybe. I mean, I think that I know Nell is like Nell's a big thing for like weak point damage, but like Synody and a bunch of people have already ran the numbers and looked at shit. And essentially because of the way her weak point bonuses work, it's not really going to be that big of a deal, like on paper. And then the fact that she can't give everybody her ability to like hit anything as a weak point, right? Like that is her exclusive. She can't just make it to where Ina or like Serena can just shoot somebody in their toe and get a weak point out of it. So unless your like fire team members are built in a weak point, there's not really that much benefit for them. So I think that she's going to be more of a mobber with like some support-esque on her. Maybe she'll be useful because of like weak point damage on the wall crasher. Maybe he's going to have a bunch of resistance to like regular damage and you're going to have to hit his weak points. That's the only way I see her being overpowered, is if there's content specifically designed. I've been saying this for months. The only way I see her being overpowered is if they design content specifically for her to be overpowered in. In the current content, the way things are structured, I don't see her being overpowered. How do I feel about Inez and Serena being the new bars? Do you think it's going to be a problem in the long run balance? The long run balance of the game? Blackheart, yeah. I think it is for right now because they have to develop content that is harder than the current content. And then eventually they're going to have to come through and upscale the old content to make it on par. So I think setting the bar to be your strongest descendants that can already evaporate all of your content just makes more work for you. So I think it's a bad idea, but nobody, like the devs didn't ask me, so maybe the same pessimistic, but I have no hope regarding balance for this game. I mean, I think that it's really hard to have like high hopes for balance in the game right now, just with what you've seen in the past. I think there's a chance to balance things, but they've just set themselves up with like an uphill struggle because now you have to balance everything versus balancing one or two things. And I think that's just problematic. Really looking forward to Alt Luna. You enjoy playing her. I'm hoping that Alt Luna is a lot of fun, personally. This is what Dev said about trigger mods. They'll get some power for every character in a specific way. Yeah. I wish they'd move around the arcade nodes. Throw those ones away. Just aren't worth it most of the time. Yeah, there's only certain uses and certain use cases for sure. Here's how strong the wall crasher is going to be. Probably not that strong. She's basically an additional weak point mod on a gun for others. Yeah, she's basically blah. You know what I mean, Cindy? Serena needs a nerf. I agree that Serena needed a nerf. The whole thing there is past tense. I agree that Serena needed a nerf. I think we're too far beyond the ability to nerf Serena. She did need one. She didn't get one. That was a misstep on their team's side. But at this point, I think that you're too far beyond being able to nerf her. Wait, we're getting an Alt Luna? Alt Luna, yeah, in Season 3. September. So, monthly updates. Demonic Man. I hate when devs do front load their content. I'm not a big fan of drip feeding content. There is certain use cases for it. But I think if your game is already like kind of skimpy on content, you should just front load your game with content. That way people see the game and enjoy it. I think if you drip feed content, what ends up happening is most of the people end up leaving your game before all the content comes out and they never get to see the good content. You have a better chance of retaining people by overloading them with good content than drip feeding it, because people will just check out before they get to the drip fed content. Do you think Serena's build will change for the wall crasher? I think the only way Serena's build changes for the wall crasher is if they design the wall crasher to not be killed by Serena. The same way the Ice Maiden did, and then I think that you just use the Serena skill damage build over the Serena 4 build. Personally. And unless they fucking did it in a way that neither one of those can work. Buying 250 caliber grants you... What's going on, Crazy? Did I miss people talking about something? I must have missed something there. Do we know if any of the skins will transfer to the alt? They normally do, right, chat? Like, your regular skins go to alt Descendants typically, right? Maybe I can guess they're scared to nerf. Would be one more thing that'd be up against player retention issues. I just think it's too late. I think that if they were going to nerf Serena, they should have done it when she first came out, when everybody said she was broken. But I think at this point, people will bitch and cry because they've spent money on catalysts, they've spent money on skins. And if you nerf her in a reasonable, considerable manner to where she's not the #1 thing being used, people will say that you are basically fucking them over on time. And I think that that's an argument that you have to listen to, even though I don't agree with it, to like certain levels. And then outside of those people, you have the people who play the game one-handed, that just get mad when you take away, when you quote unquote take away their shiny toy. So because there are some people that are like mentally married to fucking Descendants because they're just fucking gooners, and they take personal offense to anybody fucking doing anything negative to their virtual internet waifu. So I just think you're too far beyond. I think you're just too far beyond it. Unfortunately, I think they just fucked themselves. Honestly, prize on the bosses have for like a specific time frame. I can see that. It's like a lazy way to do it, James, but you can still do that to try to, right, lengthen the fights and prevent people from just coming in and nuking them. Wall Crasher is going to get clapped by Serena with ATAMs in combination with Enzo Luna on the side. I mean, I think there's a high probability of that, Buff. I think there's a high probability of that, just depending on what they do with her. City, I saw you sneak in. How you doing? And the same with Hero, mate. How you guys doing? Sorry if I missed some of your messages. Sometimes chat moves away from me. Hopefully you guys are doing well. Yeah, the only way I can see like Nell being good is if they specifically design the wall crasher in a way that if you're not hitting weak points, you're not doing damage. So if you're not hitting weak points, you effectively do not do damage. And like skill damage is nerfed to where you need to use weapons. That's the only possible way I see Nell being like meta for the wall crasher. Anything short of that, you're just gonna fucking burn it out with Inez. You'd like to see an improvement on the RKXP farm? Yeah, I mean, Maybe over time they'll add more XP to it. There's a lot of this shit like this that they just made tedious as fuck because there was nothing else to do. Over time, as they add more things, they tend to go back and make things easier, right? Destiny's opening cutscene had a foot fetish. Why is the fucking gaming market like just done with foot fetishes right now? Like, why is that what they're cooking on? We know Corel has that ability in that one scene with Jeremy. Oh, for sure. I think the Inez was badly received because they changed the time mechanics. Plain nerf.
Hey, listen.
They changed the mechanics. A plain nerf would have been better. I think the Inez nerf was poorly received for all the reasons that I said before. I think it was poorly received because it was done way too late after Inez had been out. And I think there were a bunch of people who didn't understand what was happening, didn't understand the nerf, and just wanted to go to the internet and whine. And then once that happened, people started dogpiling. Because the Inez nerf was not that big of a deal. Inez is still just as strong, if not stronger than she's ever been. She was still just as strong back then as she was. You just had to pay a little bit of attention to use her. And I really do think that there are just a group of people who take things way too fucking personal in the game. And it was just blown out of proportion. I think that they just waited too long to do it. I think the Inez nerf was wholeheartedly blown way too fucking far out of proportion. Yeah, I appreciate you, expert. And I'm sorry if some of you guys are like taking personal offense to my opinion on this. I'm not like trying to personally offend anybody, but it's just what it is. I just don't think the nerf was that big of a deal. You have an ass fetish in the game, delivers, as long as it's cooking for you, know what I mean? I don't think the wall crash would be difficult at all. I think the devs lowered it immensely. No, I do. I think that the wall crasher's difficulty will not be above like a 5 in difficulty. You chilling, man? Anti-Serena, anti-crit, no ATAMs, one shot. How do you build a Colossus around that? I mean, you would have to. If you don't build the Colossus to be that, then the Colossus is going to get its ship pushed in. Right? Other than her one being broken, which they eventually fixed. Yeah. I have over 60 hours in the game. Game looks better than yours. I have no idea what you're trying to say, Jan. Different options. That's what drives conversations in progress. Yeah. I think it's good the devs don't reactivate nerfs. Just let the meta sit in for a little while. Yeah, Inez took way too long. I think if you're going to nerf things, you have to do it before people are invested. If you wait until people are invested, you're always going to have pushback. I think you're always going to have pushback, right? Like, I think that you're always going to have pushback. So, if you wait too long, you're fucked. And that's just what happened. What am I farming? I'm just fucking time, basically. Literally just trying to get some component cores and shit in chat. Just so I have plenty of component cores and shit like that. Like, I'm literally just killing time. Killing time messing around, farming component cores because you can never have enough. I don't, like, have all of my component sets rolled out. We're going to be getting new component sets, from what I understand, in the new content. So having cores is just going to make it better for me. Just shit like that. Just vibing. Different options. What drives conversation progress? Oh, yeah. No apology needed. Yeah, I think it's good devs don't... Oh, yeah, we talked about that. Ball Crasher should have been a one-shot... would have been a one-shot party. Then a counter Serena, basically, yeah, from Monster Hunter World. Yeah, I mean, they're definitely just going to have to pay attention. You love jumping in this game? As long as everybody's having fun. You can also stay in the air permanently if you have grapple. Oh, yeah. But, yeah, that's basically what I'm doing right now. I'm just kind of messing around. We're farming this for a little bit. We've already done our dailies. We just want to hang out with chat. Just hang out and chat and chill. Maybe I'll do this for a little while. Maybe I'll go back to doing Purge for a little bit. And then at some point, I'll look at working on some builds. I need to update a couple builds, so... Yeah. And then as for like me, just playing Inez like the most fun thing in the world. I mean, it's just easy. It's easy, it's efficient, and I can look at 5 screens at the same time. Right? Like as a content creator, I'm doing an insane amount of stuff that a normal gamer isn't. So, anything that like makes my life easier, chef's kiss.
고생 많았습니다. 계속
Once you have 50% of all the content, yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, there's definitely other things. There's a lot that goes into it. You're old lady gamer. Also staying there permanently. Grapple timing on your cores and weapons. Yeah, there's lots of stuff you can do.
수송기.
Good lady gamer. You don't do complicated anymore. I enjoy it if complicated is fun. I don't do things just to do them. Like I don't make games overly complicated for myself just to do it, right? Like if a game is complicated and I enjoy doing complicated content, then that's one thing. But I'm not just going to like make my life harder just to do it. I'm gonna make my life as easy as fucking possible because IRL is already hard enough. So why do I want to cuck myself for fucking 8 hours a day? You know what I mean? Mature. That's the way to look at it, Phil. Switch over to Tomb Raider just for the nostalgia you get from playing it. I get that. If a game is like challenging in a good way and I'm enjoying it, then that's fun because the game is giving me difficulty and I've signed up for that. But if I have to fucking go out of the way to do the developer's job, then I'm not having fun. Like, why do I need to do somebody else's job? My job is to sit here, hang out with you guys, have good conversations, have a lot of fun, hang out, help you guys out with what you need, come up with content for YouTube. Like, I already have a lot of things that I need to do every day. My job isn't also to develop the fucking game, right? Like, my job is not also to be a game developer. So, if I have to do your job and make the game complicated, then I'm fucking throwing and I need to find a different game to play. So. If the game forces you to use skill to get past the level, it's also fun doing it. Then games have succeeded in being a good game. Oh yeah, I think that they're definitely, as long as you have some sort of obstacle to overcome and some sort of way to overcome the obstacle, then the game is a good game, right? You think it sucks because you'd be a good dev? Yeah, but if I was a good dev, then I wouldn't be able to sit here and do this, right? I'm definitely a fan of games having like requiring a level of skill. I really hate when games don't require any skill whatsoever because it gets tiresome. It gets super tiresome when that happens. You can do both, but they ain't paying you to do it. Dude, I don't know if I'd have time to stream 8 hours a day. Judge, do both? Hey man, my stream is here. All the game dev has to do is reach out to me. The only challenge in this game is keeping those bikini straps snug on these descendants. We use double-sided tape, Hero. That's the only way we can make it happen. If not, I would have so many nip slips on my character, so we definitely use double-sided tape. Do you use guns later on in the game? Yes and no. There's some descendants using guns, like if you... see you, God. Like thing is using guns. I'm just not. I'm just using skills. But different descendants have different builds. You can use guns at any time. There's a bunch of different builds that use guns, but like for efficiency, it's much easier for me to just delete an entire map with one button than to run around and shoot enemies. But there are builds that prioritize gunplay over. There are builds that prioritize gunplay over skills. Like realistically, Thing 2 is using guns, Pure is using guns, and Haley is using guns. I'm the only person using skills in the whole party. Double-sided tape is hard to use. You just got to use it right, Hero. You just got to use it right. Here after this, I'll head to town and you can drop out. I'm gonna use the bathroom and get a little bit more coffee, and then we'll jump back in. We'll jump back in with whoever's wanting to do some Sigma for a little bit. I'm fine to do Sigma for a little bit longer. Probably do Sigma for a little bit longer, and then maybe do Purge again for a little bit. And then I need to look at some Descendants that I got to. Then I got to look at some Descendants that I still got to fix. I had a Haley in my party named Dev. I didn't bother to pay attention to what their name was. You'll do Purge too? You like playing sport on Serena? It's a lot of fun. I mean, I'm not doing Purge right now, but if you guys are around when I ask people to do Purge with, I mean, I'm fine to bring the community. I was gonna say it's a dev. Dude, the chances of it being a dev, 0%, right? Give me a second, guys. I will be right back. Oh shit, boys. Also, thank you guys that have jumped in the game and play with us. Yeah, so if anybody's needing to run Sigma, let me know. If not, I'm gonna go back in it. But I do want to thank you guys, everybody that's watched the talking head piece that we dropped on YouTube. I think it's fun just to have good conversations, and I think that piece is generating some good conversations, especially when it comes to drip feeding content. One thing I can say is that there's no silver bullet solution to it, because like I've seen, like, especially some people that are hanging out in chat right now, especially on the YouTube side, that have actually watched it and left comments. What I will say to you guys that are here hanging out is that there's no silver bullet solution, in my view, for drip fed content.
Whoa.
I think that
Thanks for the follow.
yo, thanks for the follow. We do keep them anonymous, so if you're just hanging out, chilling, relaxing, I appreciate you. If you want to speak up and continue to be in the community, help get know. Either way, thanks for follow. I do think that drip feeding content, if done well, does keep a season alive. But I think that you don't necessarily need to drip feed content to do that. You can do that with events and other in-game activities that aren't necessarily like locking a bunch of content up, but just additional content. And I know that sounds kind of weird, because you can say, well, Judge, that is drip feeding content. But I think the type of content you get from in-game events is a different style of content than you get from seasonal expansions. So I think that you need to find a way to give enough content to get people interested in your game, especially if your game's not doing well. And then you supplement that with in-game events and activities that keep your player base interested until you have new content to launch. And I think if you do that well, that it works out. But I think that sort of in the idea of like lounge will come basically next. But I think if you do it in a way where you have a bunch of content and then you just space it out to where you have like 3 hours worth of content here, and the next month you drop 5 hours worth of content, and the next month you drop 10 hours worth of content or whatever, I think that's a bad system. I think you would be better off to give people a bunch of stuff to do up front, and then to use like events and activities to keep people logging in to do other things. They can't. The team's too small. 9 months to make a Colossus, they said. I think that is part of it. Crazy. I think that I'm getting ready to start thing, just so you know. I think that their dev team is a lot smaller than most people think. So, which is where it sucks for them, right? Because you're making a live service game, but you're just set up for failure. There's no weekly progress, no standing, no factions. Yeah, there's just not much to do in the interim, right? There's just not much to do in an interim, whatever, however you want to say it. So, I think that when it comes to drip feeding content, you can do things to drip feed content in a fun, interesting, and engaging way. But I also think that if you do it poorly, it's to the detriment of your game. There's nothing new. In game, clear the content faster. Yeah. Multiple gaming size. Nexon versus Google. Search, yeah, very small as they do more than just First Descendant. Yeah. So it's interesting. It's interesting. I'm still very hopeful. I'm still very excited. I'm excited for season 3. I'm excited for new content. I'm excited for the new things to come. I hope it does very well. I hope it does very well, because if it does very well, then they're going to continue to devote resources to the game, right? And for me, I want the game to do well. So if the game does well, they're going to continue to devote resources to it, and then that's going to also allow the game to continue to do well. That's why I probably build 2 or 3 Descendants and come back after the big updates. I think a lot of people, Jan, are in that sort of like mindset where I think the First Descendant is a seasonal style game for people, where they can kind of drop in and drop out at will. They can come in, they can play it for a couple weeks, they can play it for a couple months, they can play it, they can enjoy themselves. And then when they find that they're not enjoying themselves, they can just step away before they get burnt out. And then when there's a bunch of new content, they kind of come back and check out all the new things, right? I'm laughing so hard. Warframe releases are updated at the same time again. They did that last time. First Descendant did an update. Did they really? Which one was it? Yeah, the Deathstalker was designed before the beta, even before they First Descendant. They showed us the video of it. Oh yeah, for sure. For sure. I mean, I think that concepts have probably been around for a while, but I think a lot of games do that. I think you could look at Destiny 2 and a bunch of other things where you can see where they have reused assets from Destiny 1. They have rebuilt things that were in the game previously. They use concepts and concept art, or they like make things 10 years after they made the concept art. I think a lot of that kind of stuff happens, especially when you have a smaller team. In the upfront, you had a much larger team, so you made a bunch more stuff. And then as the team gets stripped away, you just start taking older things. In Deathstalker on launch trailer of the game. What's up, Finn? How you doing, mate? I was watching this morning for a little bit. I just wasn't talking. I was busy editing, so I didn't want to talk, but I was in there hanging out with you for a while. How's your day? Since the release, there's no new Colossus. Yeah, they haven't fully redesigned a new Colossus from the ground up yet. They've all just been kind of like reskins of previous Colossus. I guess devs are hoping you come for a month and next month new content and so on. I mean, I think a lot of games do that, Phil. That's why they release things in the cycle that they do, and they're cyclical. I think if you have a bigger dev team, you can do like longer, more sustainable content, which can make you more money. But yeah, I think that's definitely a big thing. How about you, man? I'm doing awesome, brother. You love trailers? Was there anything good in the trailer? CD Projekt Red has 1,000 plus in 5 games. Yeah, I can see that. You don't remember what it was a launch trailer? Unless there's something crazy in a launch trailer, I really don't normally recall them. Still remember Ball Buddies though. That was funny. Oh, is there a thing down here? There we go. I don't know. Too much work for a small team. Well, I think that the team for First Descendant has to stay small because I don't think that the margins are large enough. I don't think the margins are long enough for First Descendant to add an insane amount of people to their team. That's my view. I think that the cost to run the game, the cost to keep the servers up, the cost to like constantly maintain is very expensive. And then because it's a free-to-play game, they're not like making money off installs. They're not making money off of downloads. So the only time they're making money is when they have, you know, like a lot of people turn out to buy skins. And I think their Gooner skins sell better to their base because that's who's just playing the game and buying the skins. So that's basically what they're prioritizing. And then unless they're doing like a big skin sale on like Goonie skins, they're not really making any money. Too much work. With all the millions, there's no excuse not to make something new and fast. There's a certain level of profit that the developers like. There's a certain level of profit that the developers are probably expecting. And while they might make like a ton of money off of, say, selling the swimsuits, for the rest of the time, I assume they're probably running in the red, right? Like, I just assume, I assume they're probably running a budget deficit. I'm not answering that, Whitehammer. I assume they're probably just running a budget deficit. So when you take their deficit with their profits and then average it out and everything else, they're probably not making an insane amount of money. I mean, they're probably making enough money to keep the game running, right? They're turning a profit, but it's probably not some insane profit. Wish they made 250s and 400s. Is that another layer of difficulty? I mean, I hate just running the same content more. So like turning 400s into 800s is just me running the same content even more. Maybe if they did an 800 playlist, I would at least be somewhat okay with it because it's a playlist. But even still, like I just want new content. Nexon has multiple studios working on different IPs. Imagine they pulled together and started working on something epic. Yeah, but if you do that, what happens if it fails, Sam? Like, the concept behind that's awesome, but putting all of your eggs in one basket, like, we all know how fickle the game market is, right? How fickle the game market is and how fast things can change. Shit can be viral one day, and then nobody can be playing it a month later. Better, less content without serious bugs, and a lot of content with critical issues. Div 2 is a good example of that. I mean, I can see that. I think critical bugs are a problem. That's why I think you have to strike a balance. I think you have to be able to strike a balance. Made 2.9 billion in the first few months, according to Nexon. You think it's made 2.9 in the first couple months? Well, yeah, but look at how many players there were in the first couple months compared to what there are right now. 2.9 bill, but it's not done anything good since then, right? Realistically. And you can think of like 2.9 bills an insane amount of money, but you should see what gacha games do every month. You should see the amount of money gacha games print every month. Like the biggest gacha games in the world just fucking are literally a license to print money. Like a literal license to print money. They said they had 10 million downloads week 1. Maybe. I mean, if that's what they said, I can't argue with them. They have the numbers, right? They have the numbers and the stats, absolutely. There's like a way to look up gacha games. I can't remember the website, but you can look up like how much money gacha games make. See if I can find a website that does it. Gacha revenue tracker, maybe. Maybe. We'll see if this loads. Let me see. See if we can click on this revenue tab. Yeah, here. I'm gonna get probably reported for standing here, but let me. I'll pull this up here in a second. I'll pull this up here in a second to show you. Site tracking revenue from many sources. That's the website I just pulled up. It's called like Gacha Revenue Source or some shit. And then there's like a revenue tab that shows like just the amount of money that's made per month or whatever. First Berserkers, Nexon 2 it is. Gacha Game Cancer, OG gaming community. Because of this genre, everything is falling apart. I mean, I think that mobile gaming has had a serious impact to regular gaming, but at the end of the day, there's a market for it. You can look at something and be like, gotcha games are a cancer on gaming, or mobile games are a cancer on gaming. But at the end of the day, people are paying to play these games, so they're obviously filling a market. They're not making an imaginary market and sucking money out of an imaginary market, right? Like, nobody is walking around putting a gun to gamers' heads saying, play this waifu collector, right? Like, nobody's doing that. So, like, there's obviously a market there. And while you can say it's a predatory, shitty market, there's still a market. Like, people are still spending the money to do it. So, like, you might hate it, I might hate it. There might be a ton of people who dislike it, but at the end of the day, there's a fucking market there. You know what I mean? It's very hard to regain players since everyone has already come, has built and left. Well, I've said this numerous times, Nix, and I'll say it again. If people showed up and you fed them shit at your restaurant and they ate shit and then they left, and then you're like, hey guys, like, we've changed the menu, but the last time you were there, you physically got a mouthful of shit, you're not going to be in any hurry to come back and eat there. And that is like a very like harsh analogy, but that is what happens in gaming. So if you show up someplace and you play a game and you don't like it, it is very hard to get people to come back. The worst thing that can happen in gaming is you have a very hyper successful launch and then you trip on your dick. It is better for you to have a shitty launch because you can bring people in versus having a hyper successful launch where you fucking fail, right? So yeah, like, so this is like gacha revenue. So like Genshin alone in May made 36 mil, and in June they've made 65 mil, right? Love and Deep Space, 60 mil last month. They've made 56 mil this month. Pokemon Pokemon TCG Pocket made 80 million last month. Withering Waves, they're making $40 million this month. So like these games are making money. I know you guys don't like the eating shit analogy, but it is the absolute truth. Like, if you walk into a restaurant and as soon as you walk in, they kick you in the nuts before they seat you, and you did not enjoy being kicked in the nuts as part of your experience, you're not going to go back. And then if they say, hey guys, don't worry, we stopped kicking people in the nuts, come to our restaurant, and you're like, okay, I'll come to your restaurant, and then you show up and somebody punches you in the nuts, and you're like, dude, you said, and they're like, no, we didn't kick you in the nuts. Then the third time around, when they're like, hey guys, come back to the restaurant, we're not going to kick you and we're not going to punch you in the nuts. Fuck this. Like, I'm not showing up. Like, I'm not doing it. I'm just not doing it. Until one of my friends tell me that they didn't get hit in the nuts, I'm not showing up. Right? And then if none of your friends tell you they didn't get hit in the nuts, then you're not showing up, right? You ordered a plate of shit, $10. Yeah. So, the worst fucking possible thing you can do, in my opinion, is have a hyper successful launch and fuck it up. Because if you do that, you have a hard time of getting people to come back. I had friends of mine that were playing Destiny 2, and as soon as they fucking sunset, my friends stopped playing the game. And then when Destiny 2 reversed all of its sunsetting and everything else, like Destiny 2 reversed all of its sunsetting and everything else, and I was like, guys, come back, like sunsetting's done. They were like, nah, dude, I'm done. I'm not coming back. And it was like, yeah, but they stopped doing the game's in a way better spot than it's ever been in, and they were like, yeah, dude, I'm not coming back. Like, you've already burnt your players. So like, gaining people that you've already lost is much harder. No Man's Sky and Cyberpunk, there are people that can turn it around, but the amount of people that turn it around, you can look at the amount of games that have successfully turned around a bad launch and probably count them on one hand, versus the amount of games that have had like a botchy, shitty launch and have just fucking failed over it, right? You can't like look at exceptions to rules as like the benchmark for success. Unfortunately, you can't. So, like when you're in a conversation with a girl and she says, I'll be right back, she never does. Yeah, basically. You also, Honkai Star Rail made 100 mil during just one banner alone. Yeah. Yeah, like these games just are licensed to print money. That's why they do it. You've been playing some Persona 5 and Phantom during the First Descendant's downtime, and I think that's good. And I think you should take your time and enjoy things. Wilds is probably a good example of a great launch, but a massive drop-off, even with its live service style updates. Wilds is probably one of the best, most recent examples. I think you could not have picked a better example, Hunt. Wilds had a massively successful launch. A ton of people said the game was good. Everybody was fucking enjoying themselves. Like, it was absolutely fucking great until it wasn't. And then no matter what, they use like a very good live service play style where there's like reasonable updates, seasonal updates. They do content drip, but it's done in a way that mixes content drip with actual in-game activities and events, so it's not like it's pure content drip. But it just didn't do well, right? And I think that no matter what it does, it's going to have a hard time sort of like capturing a large market share. That's not to say that it can't come back and be an absolute banger, right? Like something like No Man's Sky or Cyberpunk, but more than likely the game's just going to be what the game is. Fixed its 2 years and started making money with it. And I think that something like Cyberpunk and No Man's Sky, those companies were less worried about making a profit and more worried about fixing their name. And I think a lot of other games are ran by large conglomerates who are more worried about them making money than fixing their name. And if you're not worried about fixing your name and fixing your rep and fixing the game, and you're just worried about trying to milk money out of the players that are there, you're gonna fail. Bad PC reviews kept you from purchasing Wilds and it just got worse. Yeah. I mean, I literally bought a whole new computer, and part of the reason I bought a whole new computer was just so I could even attempt to play Wilds. Right? Like, that was one of the biggest reasons I bought a new PC. I had other major reasons, but one of the like biggest gaming reasons was because of Wilds. Because I knew that like my processor was bottlenecking me. And it was bottlenecking me on First Descendant, and it was going to fuck me up on Wilds, but it wasn't fucking me up on any other games. So, remember the day before, it was like the most wishlisted game on Steam. Yep. Played a lot of Destiny Nyx. Yeah, I missed Destiny 1. Destiny 1 was great. I think a lot of Destiny 1 is for sure nostalgia. You told people in this community, if you can run First Descendant, you can run Wilds. Dude, isn't that terrible that that was the benchmark? I should try Blizzard or GGG. What do you mean, Project? Just talking about, like, companies? Because they make good money too, right? I don't know though. I feel like PoE 2 didn't do exceedingly well, and I feel like Blizzard's making really good money, but they just keep failing. Like, they just keep fucking up. Like, over and over again, they fuck up. Unfortunate that lately I haven't found issues with either games like many have. Fixing their name. Oh yeah. For sure, I get that. Honestly, since I switched rigs, I've basically had next to no problems. Like, since I switched PCs, like my PC experience has been very good. You haven't ever had a technical issue with First Descendant? Most of the issues I had with First Descendant in the past were just running fucking like shit. But then again, I was like one PC streaming, which caused a bunch of issues too. That being said, I wish reviews had hardware info on them. I think that would help a lot. Like, if you're going to review a game and say it runs like shit, it should definitely have your specs on it. Because if you're running a fucking potato with a hamster for a power supply and it doesn't fucking run and you're like, game runs like shit, your fucking opinion doesn't matter. Get out of here. You know? Blizzard's had like ups and downs with its name. I think it depends on if you're a Blizzard fanboy or not, and the same with GGG. I think GGG did really well for itself, but then I think PoE 2 kind of like flopped for people, so some people are not really happy with that. And then I think Blizzard's just had ups and downs. Some expansions are good, some expansions are bad. Sometimes their game's doing really good and people say Blizzard's like back, and then other times people bitch because Blizzard's just fucked up, right? Like think about like Diablo, the mobile Diablo game, like how flamed it got, right? Think about Diablo 4, how much dick Diablo 4 sucks right now. Even though they've done things to kind of fix it, Diablo 4 is just still not in a great spot. Like, but then like some of their stuff for like World of Warcraft gets like really good reviews, and some of it gets really bad reviews. I think it's really, really hard, especially when you're doing, when you're managing multiple IPs. I think managing multiple IPs is definitely a bit of a challenge. That's always going to make it hard. You see like GTA 6 flopping, the whole industry burns. Too many people have faith in the title alone will save it. I mean, I'm like part of a minority. I'm part of a minority. What up, Sil? I'm part of a minority where I literally don't give a shit about GTA 6. Like, I literally don't give a shit about GTA 6 at all. Like, there's nothing about it that I give a fuck about. I think GTA 5 is okay, but I think one of the things that propped up GTA 5 was GTA 5 RP. And I think streamers, like there were a handful of streamers that really got into GTA 5 RP, which helped make it even more popular and shit. But I think like GTA 5 or whatever, just there's nothing about it that really like does anything awesome for me, but that's just me. You hit a Diablo 4 when it was way too dark story. It went way too dark story-wise compared to 3. I don't know. I like the story going dark though, personally, but I get that. Never played a single GTA game. I enjoyed them as single-player experiences. I didn't really give a shit about them as multiplayer experiences. Never was really hyped for GTA 6. It's a game that basically real life with less rules. We're pretty close to that IRL. I mean, basically. It's basically the same thing, huh? You want GTA 4 remastered? I hate remasters, let's be honest. Personally, I fucking hate remasters, but there are certain games that I do like remastered, so I can't say it as a rule. What up, Bear? Open Intoxicator. GTA 6 next year. I mean, hopefully it does something to like make people happy, right? Like hopefully GTA 6 does something insane. But that being said, if GTA 6 was online, you would consider it. If it was more in depth, like Payday 6, I think that I could see that. Like if GTA 6 was GTA 5 but better, like more involved. If it was like a virtual world, if it was like an actual virtual world where it was like super in depth, I could see me maybe being interested in it. Diablo 4 isn't a dark enough story. I thought it was okay from what I played when the game launched. I thought it was a pretty decent story, but I haven't been keeping up with it, so I don't know what the story is now. Season 2 ran more than 8 months. You talking about here, mister? Like, Season 2 in this game's lasted for fucking... I think I went from age 30 to 40 playing Season 2. Here, the story's not as good in the sense of Diablo 2. It's been so long since I've actually played Diablo 2 that I couldn't tell you. I tried to play D2R, and it was like pulling fucking teeth. I remember playing Diablo and Diablo 2 when they first came out, and I absolutely loved Diablo 1 and Diablo 2. But trying to play D2R was like fucking playing 18 holes of golf with my own balls. It was just not enjoyable. Like, I like golf, but playing with my own balls just made it terrible, right? And that was like where I was with like D2R. It's just an old style of game, and it's an old style of gameplay that to me didn't age very well. Like it's not enjoyable to play anymore. And I had the same thing with like the Callisto Protocol when they like made a game, but they made it in an old style, and I fucking absolutely hated the entire gameplay mechanic of it because you made a game that felt ridiculously old, but that didn't even have any fucking nostalgia in it, which made it that much worse. Like I just hate when things don't play well. Certainly get GTA 6 for the story. For the online part, you don't know. We'll wait and see. I mean, if it's a good game, it's a good game. Yeah, December 5th, August 2nd. Yeah, dude, it's ran for fucking ever. World War 3 and GTA 6. I mean, some people are definitely excited for it. TFD remaster, let Nexon pull an Overwatch situation on us. You think that it's just gonna be fucking, just gonna absolutely crack it for the season? Maybe. Maybe. Glad there's still community for Red Alert 2. Dude, didn't that game come out like 30 years ago? I feel like the game came out like 30 years ago, Johannes. I remember playing fucking Red Alert when I was a kid. Like, it came out around the same time as fucking Turok. Unless I'm just really off base on what the game is. And they got like their own server and shit. That's good. I might be just thinking of a different game. Didn't Xbox like showcase Turok was coming back at some point? I feel like I saw a fucking thing for Turok. They did? I thought so. I wonder if it's gonna be any good. That's why it takes time. Hey, if you think that's what it is, then season 3 should cook, right, mister? I'm playing with American Jesus. Did you get the viewership up? You got this. You got this, Sil. I'm gonna tell you right now, in general, like, the viewership is just down in the First Descendant directory across the board. So, it's just a tough time to be a First Descendant streamer right now, right? Like, look at our viewership. It's not bad. Like, our viewership isn't bad for sure, but it's just a tough time to be a First Descendant streamer. It's just tough right now. Crisis 4 is cooking. You think? You talking about like Crisis Core? One has Anthem. Go before they switch it off. Dude, I don't have Anthem. I wish that game wouldn't have crashed and burned. Rusty's like fucking sweating playing Grounded, I can hear. Some player from Antarctica. VPN all the way. You got to try? No, I mean, that's the thing, though. Like, making content is being consistent and trying. So, I don't think there's anything wrong with it. You got to get out there and try, mate. Just got to get out there and try, man. Got to push that stone up the hill every day, man. How you doing over there? Making something good for us? You do? Did slap that logo making in Second Descendant relaunch, same content, and the devs say they're starting a new game. TFDR. I don't know, man. I think if they redo the First Descendant, I feel like it would be even harder in Gooner territory. Because they would be like, you know what made us money in First Descendant? Gooning. You know what we're going to do in the First Descendant remastered? More gooning. That's just all it would be. They would double down on the gooning. You would have like way more interactions with your descendants. It would release with the Gooner Cave instantly. Tons of interactions. You could marry your descendants. You could have babies with your descendants. You could basically just turn your descendants into trad wives and just sit around in your gooning cave and talk to them. That's basically season 8. TFD visual novel. You guys get it. You guys get it. Not safe for stream at all. Not safe for stream at all. No reason to do combat. I mean, you can do combat, but there'll be no challenge in it, right? And it'll just be like a thing that you have to do randomly. Wouldn't be surprised if having babies is a thing if a game was like 10 years plus. Oh, I could see it. Dude, I made Rusty watch the Truman Show with me last night because we were talking about how like IRL streaming is becoming this like big thing. The Sims Descendant, you got it. The first Sims. Which IP address works in Antarctica? I have no fucking idea. TFD web series. Truman Show OG streamer. Dude, if you've never seen the Truman Show, though, because we were talking about iShow Speed and his popularity, because like Rusty was checking something out yesterday, and he was like flying on his private jet, and she was like, "Dude, there's like 50,000 people watching him sleep," and I was like, "I know, it's just like the Truman Show," and she was like, "What's the Truman Show?" And I was like, "Guess what we're doing tonight? We're watching the Truman Show." So I made her watch the Truman Show. Yeah, in case I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night. Characters at Cyberpunk, not stream safe. Yeah, Dad Blur. You can have nudity on your stream, like in games, as long as it's not the main fucking aspect of the game. Because like you can do like, you can play Outlast 2 on stream, and there's like a birthing scene in it. And you can play like God of War, especially the old God of Wars. There's like tits galore in God of War and shit. So like, you can have nudity on your stream in a game, as long as it's not like the main fucking selling point of the game. So Witcher 3 has like tons of tits. Yeah, like you can definitely get away with it. But if you were to play like Grand Theft Auto and just go stand in a strip club and just not do anything but just like leave a strip club up, that one will probably get you a 3-day, right? But as long as you're not doing that, you're probably okay. So you're probably okay as long as you don't do that. So this is what it is, though. First person is not shown unless it's in like the gamer character edit and stuff. Oh yeah. Yeah, Cyberpunk had some crazy shit in their character editor, but it was fun. I mean, Twitch can only deal with so much bullshit. I mean, Twitch used to be a gaming, you know what I mean? Like a gaming streaming platform. Now it's an IRL streaming platform with like some gaming. You know, like it's not really so much about gaming anymore. So maybe they'll start cracking down more. I don't know. Maybe at some point. We'll have to wait and see. Oh. Remember there are settings to blur in the sensitive parts? I think there are a lot of games, because streaming has become so prevalent, a lot of games do have like streamer modes, which needs a revamp on all its sectors. Oh, absolutely. What would you suggest? What would you suggest? I don't want to get into this too much, but the number one thing Twitch needs to do, I'm not going to beat this drum. The number one thing Twitch needs to do, figure out how to get rid of view botting. That way content creators can actually make money from ad revenue. That's the only thing I'm going to say on it. I'm not going to beat the drum. I know I beat the drum on view botting all the time. But yeah, like view botting is like a number one thing for me that needs to be fixed. Is there any possible way to buy premium currencies out of the PS5 shop? Are you talking about like getting Caliber? You should be able to buy Caliber with like money and then use that Caliber to buy whatever items you want in the shop. But yeah, I don't want to beat the drum on that too much though. But anything else I'm listening to? Is it possible? Oh yeah. If they had nudity to this game like tits out, will that increase or decrease the player game? I don't think it would affect anything right now. Like if there was like a switch you could flip and it only affected your personal game, I don't think that it would affect the player count in any way. I don't think you would see a giant spike in players. You might for like a week, but I literally don't think you would see a giant spike in players. And if you did see a giant spike in players, it would be players that only played for like 5 minutes at a time, so it wouldn't really affect metrics. So for me, a better source of advertisements, they don't need to suffer from that. I feel like view bottom is a symptom of an old problem. It is. I mean, it's a symptom of an old problem, and that problem is twofold, right? Like, there's just so many things that go into why it's such a problem. But I mean, the problem is going to be so hard to fix because being popular makes you popular, right? Being popular makes you popular. So the more popular you are, the more popular you're going to continue to be, and the easier it is for people to find you. And there's no reason to, like, as somebody who like runs a platform, there's no reason to show people who people don't want to watch and shove them down people's throats, because then your viewers are going to leave the platform. So that's just like such a fucking hard problem to deal with, right? I think they can't add nudity due to Korean law, so it won't happen. I think it would be a decrease for me. It wouldn't really incline me to play it more. Yeah, that's the thing. That's what I mean. Like, I don't think that adding nudity to this game would net you anything. Like, most of the players that already play this game, like, adding nudity isn't going to, like, push the needle for them to make them want to play the game more or less. I think you might bring in some people, but they're not going to be coming to play the game. They're going to be coming to go to the Gooning Cave. So I don't see it being any type of net positive at all. I think it would be a decrease. Oh yeah, surprised how many Korean games you know are borderline porn. They're borderline though, but they're not actually it, right? Maybe? Question mark? I don't know. Maybe it has something to do with the rating systems. I don't know exactly what it is. If they had more skin, some would leave. I think if they shoved more skin down your face, more would leave. I think if it was an option that people just didn't have to pay attention to and it didn't affect them. Like if the jiggle physics thing, like if you could just turn that off and it turned off all jiggle physics on your screen and not just yours, I think that would, like, we already know people that have stopped playing or played less, and they didn't stop playing or play less because of the jiggle physics, but if they could turn it off, they would be happier, right? So, One's gonna have to be fucking sending messages in the Discord like, dude, here's a list of bad games. Consoles may drop it. I think that is one of your bigger issues, John, is if you push the envelope too far, you'll lose all console support. If this game loses console support, it's dead. Like, the game is 1,000,000% dead if it loses full console support. No questions asked. You pull this from, like, PlayStation and Xbox, game's done. On the day it happens, you might as well just fucking shut the servers down. 100%. Dynamic motion. I mean, I think a lot of people... Oh, yeah, it's called dynamic motion, not jiggle physics. You're absolutely right, Ron. I gotta be PC on that. 100% right. You'd be so happy you could turn jiggle physics off. Belly just jiggles a lot. Dude, I'd take that still. My belly's jiggly too. And I'm sure you can't see other jiggles. So if you turn it off, Ecto, do you not see it on other players? Is that the way it works? I thought that you saw it no matter what. Or when you turn off dynamic motion, you like ignoring everything that's coming out. Sprit, I know, and that's kind of hard for some people. Well, it's like hard for them because it's shutting them off a segment of the market. And you're always going to run that like line where you don't need to have a game that appeals to everybody, but you're always gonna have to pay attention to what you're doing. I mean, for them, they've sort of just figured out the market they want to go with, and they go there. You're gonna be coming to the games. They're gonna be coming to the games. Exactly, Corona. Thanks for the stream, yo Mal. I appreciate you, mate. Thanks for hanging out today, brother. Appreciate you. You barely play First Descendant. You know you'll stop at some point. I think the only thing that would stop you from stopping would be coming back and enjoying the game and the gameplay loop. But I think if things stay mid at best, and you're finding other games that you're enjoying, then there's no reason for you to come back as a player. Like, just purely from like a psychology point as a gamer, right? If you're already not enjoying the game, and there are certain aspects of the game that you personally don't enjoy, and those things are still there, but they're not adding anything that you do enjoy, like gameplay mechanics, blah, blah, blah. So all you personally see is things that just don't entice you. Then why would you play the game, right? Especially if you're taking the time to find other games you enjoy. Like, that just would make sense. Don't mind revealing. I like dressing characters up. Dirty mind of the beholder. Oh, absolutely, lady. And that's, we talk about that all the time. Like, I don't think there's necessarily anything wrong with, I personally don't see that there's anything wrong with, fan service. I'm a huge fan of fan service. I think fan service is great. I don't have a problem with fan service whatsoever. As long as fan service isn't your whole game. I'm not playing for fan service. Fan service is just a nice thing to have. But if your whole game is only fan service, then I don't care, right? That's why you enjoy First Descendant. One of the games kind of encourage you to try their games without FOMO and like gotcha. I feel like that's fair, Hunt, because you don't feel like you're actually missing out on something compared to gotchas, where you could like miss a banner, miss an event, not have wishes stockpiled for the next banner, feel like you can't turn it off, you have to log on and do your dailies. Like, I think that's perfectly fine. I completely understand where you're coming from. They just limited the gooning aspect, gave a toggle to put a characters in standard costumes, you wouldn't have a problem. I'm a huge fan of fan service, we know. Yeah, obviously. Obviously. And I get that, Sprit. Gooning is immortal. It's definitely part of it. Before I play First Descendant, you goon on Warframe. Oh my god. Johannes, get the fuck out of here. Fucking goon on Warframe. I feel like you have words mixed up in that sentence. Whatever. I literally feel like you mixed up words in that sentence. Dude, the fucking Gooner video from the other day, Sprit needs to see it if she didn't watch it. You didn't know that things existed in Warframe? You just gotta know. It's only allowed if you played Wisp or Ember. You have young children most of the time. Listen to your stream with a different tab open due to all the costume jiggles. I get that. Someone want to give you Wisp? Dude, Wisp is fun. Did you download the game, Hunt? Assuming Hunt's got the game downloaded at this point. You didn't see it? Oh, I'd have to fucking... have to put it in Discord or something for you. I could watch it again. It's just so long. We've already watched it. You did and uninstalled it because it screwed you over on the username? That sucks. That sucks. You would get a kick out of the YouTube short. You would get a kick out of the YouTube short, Sprint. It was fucking hilarious. As enough to last a lifetime. This was funny. This didn't actually have any physical gooning in it. It was just funny. It was just making fun of gooning. You tell me you can't use that name and then you do an alias search? Huh. Wonder why you can't get it. Drive shaft. Shut the fuck up, crazy. What are we doing for dinner tonight, baby? What are you thinking? If you think this game is a gooner game, you haven't played others that have way more gooning than this. I mean, this game is officially a gooning game in September. I'm not saying there aren't games that are worse, but this game is officially a gooning game come September. Like, you just cannot beat the allegations once September shows up. The day September shows up, you basically have just solidified yourself as a gooning game. You might recave. I would give it... The game's fun, the game's fine. It just depends. I think the gooning aspect carries the game hard. I really do think it does. Cheating bear. I think like a lot of gamers have just checked out. I'm not saying there aren't gamers that play, but I think a lot of gamers have checked out. They're just waiting for the new season. You know the game's free to play, but you don't want to manage 2 live service games. I don't blame you. And I think that right now, there are a lot of people that are trying to decide what live service games they want to play. I think there are a lot of people, and I know nobody wants to hear this, and I even hate to say it, but I think there are actually a lot of people that are actively basically waiting on Season 3 to decide if they're going to continue with this game. September, yeah, you cannot beat the gooning allegations once September shows up. September's when they're launching the Goon Cave, right? They're going to do like toe bone physics in the Gooner Cave. And the moment you add that to the game, where the only real reason to go there is to set up fucking Descendants so you can interact with them and talk to them, and like put them in different positions, you literally cannot beat the gooning aspect. Like, you cannot beat the gooning allegations. There is no fucking physical reason for that to be in the game, other than to sit there and stare at the Descendants. Like, you cannot tell me that there's some other reason for that to be in the game. You mean for roleplay? What are you role playing? What are you role playing? The same with like the bikini outfits. I mean, the bikini outfits you can at least say are fan service. They're just fan service. But like literally being able to play like fucking, it's pure good. There's just no ways to do it. Why are there tan lines in Vindictus but not First Descendant? I don't know. Better animators and shit. I don't know. So people doing gacha games too. Same bikini outfits. Yeah, gacha dorms. Scroll up to the other comment. Fuck. Mass Effect is your favorite sci-fi game? I mean, Mass Effect is a great game, but Mass Effect is different. Mass Effect isn't... There's definitely a different conversation to be had. A game like Mass Effect is completely different than a game like First Descendant. Sprit, you definitely need to check that out. It's completely safe for work. You don't have to worry about anything, and it'll make you laugh your fucking ass off. Nah, First Descendant advertises a hack and slash game. When swords come out, yeah, for sure. Imagine devs showing static data of how many hours are played standing in the Gooning Cave. Fuck, dude, could you imagine those hours when they show up? In the future, they'll solve tan line problems? Absolutely. It's 3 minutes long. You'll check it out. It is long, but it's funny. It's completely safe for work, so you don't have to be like, oh, I don't want to watch this because kids are around or whatever. It's funny, and you'll laugh. You'll be like, Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Oh, what up, PP? How you doing, mate? How's the demo gonna work? We'll be like a public test server. We have to download a separate version. Nobody has officially said anything right now. Unfortunately, we will not know until there's like an actual statement. My personal opinion has always been that it'll be in its own launcher, but with some of the stuff Hunt has said here recently about like if you participate and complete it, you're gonna get in-game rewards. So to me, there's maybe a good chance that it will be in-game, and it'll just be sort of like some missions or whatever that you can do in-game. But we'll have to wait and see. Unfortunately, I have no idea. I wish we knew, but there's been no information on it. And any other stuff that I know about, like I know about some other stuff that I can't talk about. But the other stuff I know about, it's going to be completely different. So... Extra content streams have a lot better games. Oh, for sure, absolutely. I'm not saying it's the best game. Imagine a game tracks how long you're in the lounge, and then they might do that. Oh my god, he's sweating, dude. It's fucking hilarious, isn't it, Sprit? They might track how many hours you're in the Gooning Cave. That way they know how many people they're targeting for buying specific types of skins. It might be a separate app, but it'll be linked to your Nexon account. It might be. Personally, it depends on how much content they're going to showcase. That's going to be the thing, right? It just depends on how much content they're going to showcase and the type of content. Hope it's kind of beefy, so I have a little bit of content. My biggest concern, PP, is if it's too much content, then when it comes time to play, I personally do not think that Season 3 is that meaty when it drops. Like, you're gonna have the Axiom Planes, you're gonna have some storyline, you're gonna have Wall Crasher, you're gonna have Nell. Right? Like, that is what's in the initial drop of the season. So if you get to trial the Wall Crasher before it comes out, that's already 1/3 of the content, right? If you get to play Nell before she comes out, that's 2/3 of the content that you've been able to experience before the game even showed up. And then if they show off the Axiom Planes and they let you do like the first 5 missions out of a 15 mission campaign, you've basically played almost all of the content, and then when the season drops, it's going to feel underwhelming for people. That is my concern. I might be alone in that concern, so like I could be 100% off base, but that is my concern if the demo is too meaty. I hate when they put gaming into my gooning sesh. We figured you'd like it, Sprit. Can you only get the demo if you signed up for it? I have no idea. I have no idea if it's required to sign up for it or not. It was just like the first story mission with a bike. Yeah. Warframe's 1999 was done in was like a pretty reasonable demo. So it just depends. Let's do it the same way they did when they gave us demo discs back in the day. Did you remember demo discs? It is basically presenting the whole Plains of Eidolon in their demo. Dude, could you imagine if they show the whole Plains of Eidolon in the demo? That's hilarious. That dude does also, he's got like a full YouTube video that's like something like that. That dude does a bunch of content like that. Some of those demo discs as a kid, I thought was full game. Oh yeah, dude, some of those demo discs had a fucking shitload of the game on them. Destiny 2's DLC first mission's free to play. I don't think there's a problem with doing that. I think that's smart. Yeah, I used to get those magazines just for the demo discs. Dude, some of them had banger ass demos. You gotta wonder how much of the player base will play the demo. I feel like it's a small segment, so for a lot of people, it'll still be a surprise. I think you might be right, PP. I think that based on the pre-registration numbers, they don't have that many people pre-registered. So maybe it will be like a small minority, or it could be like a good-sized majority of the current player base, but a small minority of the people who will play the content. Is the only Essimo. Essimo has the best, like, Corona. Essimo has the best male body out of all of them. It goes like him, and then Keelan has like his body proportions are probably the second best. Essimo definitely has the best like body proportions. It's like they actually took the time to design that model. Eugen literally looks like they took a female model and just put bigger shoulders on it. And like fixed its broken back, right? Because like most of the female models in this game have a broken back. But yeah. Then people will start requesting mini games in the Gooner Cave. Hung Lamau. Even brought up the Sims, dude. Yeah, if you know, you know, right, Sprit? Is Eugen slander? Tell me I'm lying. Tell me I'm lying, Blackheart. You know how I know that? Because I was like showing my girlfriend, Eugen, and she's like, why does he have a female model? Dude, that video is way too fucking funny. That video is literally way too fucking funny. You're not? Exactly. You wonder if they update? They update the count on the website every Monday. It's automatic. It's automatic. Just hope they put good content in season 3 because they extended the season too much. I think that I agree with you on that, Switch. I think that because season 3 was extended by a serious amount, the expectation from players who have been playing for a while are that season 3 better be a fucking banger. Season 3 has been extended by like fucking 5 months or some shit, right? Or season 2's been extended by like 4 or 5 months. So like a lot of people are expecting an absolute fucking banger. Like there's no two ways about it. Remember seeing them actually get 200k pre-registrations on the dev stream? Wait, what? No, they didn't. Don't know why they're so scared to give us new toys to play with. It just takes time to make them. They didn't like holding up that lotion. They should bring Afterlife from Mass Effect 2. Think it'd be good? Getting the art book? No, I think that most of the people that have got the art book are bots. They're either bots or Korean. Because of just like how the refresh timer and everything works. I know that like Ecto got on this morning like really early and saw there were like a handful of items left. But realistically, like most of them are taken as soon as they update the website. And I think that's either most of them are either people in Korea because it's on their time, like, you know, it's on Korean Standard Time, or it's literally bots that are there as soon as the website goes live, like as soon as the update goes live. The lounge for only girls, or there'll be males there too. I mean, you can put males in there, but it's hard to goon on males, right? They have no jiggle physics. They're probably not going to get toe bones. Like, how can you goon without jiggle physics and toe bones, right? Used them all right at reset and still didn't get lucky. That sucks. Still awesome to have one, but whatever, I guess. I'd be surprised if they don't just sell them on the website at some point. The males are too skinny. Dude, the males' bodies are just fucked up. You can't imagine someone putting their Kyle in the lounge. Telling you. It's huge in all the way. Need more muscles? I want a beard, dude. Give me a big fucking Viking bearded descendant, man. Like, where are my, like, actual good bearded descendants? All you got are in-game tokens? Dude, that's all I get, Sil. You're unlucky. Same. The only one that has beards is Alpha. Beard Cosmetics. If they could do a good beard, maybe. They can't put, they can put 2 males in. They've got to get more females in. There's not, the stable of females to males is not a high enough ratio. You think Seneca has one? Does Seneca have a good beard? I don't know. Ajax's beard sucks. You still need them to have like a Viking-like character if they need the reference you're here. Exactly, Corona. Give us just like a big Viking style, just beast of a fucking dude. You could do it with melee weapons and just bring him in with like an axe. ETA robot has is the best beard. Fucking Lamau. They need to fix the female shins. I know. Wordu said that numerous times about how they like cut the shins in order to like get the high heels fixed. Never even paid attention until everybody told me. What's in the art book anyway? Yeah. I don't know. I've never seen any pictures of it. Supposedly, those of us that were like part of the dev stream and shit, we were supposed to get like the book and the like all the shit. We were supposed to get copies of it. I've never seen it yet. Like, it has never showed up in the mail yet. I don't know if maybe they're just waiting until they get all this done and then they're gonna run them off. You know what I mean? Like, maybe they're just not manufacturing them until they like get through all of this. I don't know. But I've never got mine. The acrylic good set, yeah. Whoever won that fucking acrylics with so many white pages, yeah. Make Descendant in the lounge just like that. Dude, could you imagine right now saying with like how many people are just fucking just falling in love with the grok, like with the grok girl? They really need to sell merch. I'm actually really surprised that they don't sell like figures, like miniatures figures, like maybe 1/6 scale, 1/4 scale, and they don't sell any merch whatsoever. Get a Big Daddy Kratos Descendant. Dude, Ron, could you imagine if we got the fucking chain blades? What do we get in August here? I missed it. Oh, wait, no, I'm lost. I'm lost. You want roller skating Descendants? Like, you don't want them just doing like a A&W root beer style or what? Grok is hella fine. Dude, she's fucking... Dude, people are into her. Spent 30 tickets. Got nothing when they were in stock. Yeah, it's interesting how it works. Did someone marry an AI yet? It's coming. It's coming. It's definitely coming. It'll be here before you know it. Can we get some, we can goon to Esmo flexing his muscles? Eventually. You think someone did? Fucking no shot. Literally no shot. Fucking, no shot. I need a link to that shit. Elon made Grok-chan. Basically. Dude, that's fucking hilarious. We as in the people that were part of the anniversary get those things in August when they... Is that when it is? Is that what it is, Hero? I fucking didn't read the fine print because I didn't apply, right? Like, I didn't apply. I just got a fucking email asking me to do it, so... That makes sense that they're just getting the amount they need and then gonna run them off in one batch. Dude, the chains would fucking cook though, wouldn't they? Dude, Grok has better jiggle than the First Descendant has. What the fuck? That's what AI does for you, baby. Dude, fucking Grok-chan is killing me. That is the best. There's a Google result. Man with wife and kids marries AI chatbot. Fucking Lamau. If you can think it, it's already done. I'm not gonna say that that's not true though. You guys asked about it during the anniversary? Oh yeah. Dude, that stream just went so long that my brain turned to mush. My brain literally turned to mush. Plus, if you guys were asking in like text chat, then that was different. Because like we didn't use our text chat the same way. Because like obviously our mics were on the whole time. Obviously, Moxie. So want me to send you a link? Yeah, send me a link. You can send it in chat if you want. I don't give a fuck. You can DM it to me, or as long as it's safe, you can put it in chat. I don't give a fuck. I'll click it. All right, we're pulling that up after this run. We're gonna go to town. We're gonna pull that up really quick, and then we'll come back in. We're headed to town for a second. Never finished watching the stream. Saw like first 2 hours and went to bed, dude. It was fucking forever, low key. Like it was the longest stream I'd ever been in. You just watch the recaps. I don't blame you. All right, let me see what we got here. God, it's so bright. Woman married to an AI robot claims she's in love and the sex is great. With one click, I was a wife again. Jesus fucking Christ. Is she a programmer or something? She's a teacher? With one click, I was a wife again. God damn it. Oh, they sexed. Okay. I was like, dude, if they're having sex, she must be a goddamn programmer. Like, she's programmed in some sort of, like, special machine. But if that's not what's happening, then, man, fuck her. First Descendant community, once the lounge is released. It's basically what happens now, Nix. That is basically what happens now. Go to Twitter, go to Reddit, and see all the pictures that people have of their favorite Descendants. It's basically going to happen. Special as the special does. Oh, yeah. One of my favorite parts, Skyrim, was good. Used to be an adventurer like you until I got narrow in the knee. They had good lines there. Oh my god, dude! Imagine being a cuck. Being a cuck, and your wife prefers her AI boyfriend while you have to sit on the couch and watch them sext. Oh my god, that's so bad. That is literally so bad. We're getting back into Sigma. Jesus Christ, I cannot deal with the world that exists now. I cannot deal with the world as it exists now, chat. As we made a video about a guy married to ChatGPT. I must have missed that video. I watched literally like every video of Asmon's. I don't know how I missed it. I'm sending you down to Shadow Realm. You love it. Well, like the thing was like about that Corona, like our mics were just hot. We were told specifically to mute our mics on our side because they didn't want to have to come through and like mess with our mics. And basically what had happened is Moxie had the dev, like, so we had our own special like audio and Moxie just had them muted, so he couldn't hear them, so he didn't realize he fucking hot mic. That's why it was so fucking funny. Yeah, Moxie, it was Moxie, and I think maybe Alyssa did it too at one point. Wants to join, go to Albion. Tell him after we do this, I hate dropping on people, especially when we're the bulk of the party. We'll grab them after. You totally support that person's whole villain era, fucking Lamau. It's a great time we live in. I regret so many things about the time we live in. Fucking Terminator can't happen fast enough. Terminator literally can't happen fast enough. Or fucking I Am Robot or something. Can you come to Sigma as well? Yeah, I don't give a fuck. We'll grab you and we'll grab whoever Buff's talking about. Moxie had some crazy mask on yesterday. Yeah, he was doing like a charity live stream. Normally those guys, like when they do charity live streams, they'll do shit to like drive donos, right? So that makes sense. Being a teacher made it funnier. I get that. It's just hilarious. It's literally just hilarious. The world we live in, chat. This is what you guys signed up for. You guys and your fucking gooning max. Where's this last fucking tard boy at? There it is. There it is. You didn't sign up for this? You definitely did. You just don't remember. Did you read the fucking terms of service when you signed the paperwork? Or did you fucking South Park it? I bet you South Parked it, James. That's such a good fucking episode of South Park. I literally love that as South Park it. I love that episode of South Park. Do I think First Descendant has like will have a good like successful future? I think season 3 is gonna be. I think season 3 is going to influence it considerably. What are we talking about? IRL or game? What terms of service? The ones for life. You signed up for this when you were born. All right, let me grab Lady. Let me grab Lady, and then who else was coming? All right, copy. M. Social. C. The A is alt. I'll have to try it again. It's for whatever reason I'm doing alt 256. Let me try 256. Let's try this one more time. All right, we're gonna get rid of this. We're gonna go like this. Then we're gonna go over here. We're gonna backspace this A, and I'm gonna go alt 0256 0256. Yep, not working on my keyboard. If any of you guys can do the invite, then you'll pass. All right, here, let me pass you lead. Transfer party lead. There we go. You can invite her. That's fine. You got it on your list. Yeah, let me get back to what I was thinking, because anything major worth doing for season 3 prep, just get focus on getting catalysts. You're gonna need cats and shit like that. So just the normal stuff. Just the normal stuff. Get maybe like 30-40 catalysts, get a couple activators, try to have 100 mil gold. Make sure you have a handful of weapon cores for the new weapon, have some component cores for the new component sets that come out. Make sure you have the meta descendants. Make sure you have Serena built and ready to go. Make sure you have Inez built and ready to go. Have some Legos, like have some basic mats. Other than that, I don't think anything really crazy. Thanks, Zix. You're curious if I ever find a Biden? Maybe. Fucking Kingsguard Lance, you nerds. I mean, Kingsguard Lance might be meta, I guess, maybe. Yeah, 40 cores, 40 activators, binders. You think you're good? Yeah, as long as you got that, you'll be fine. I don't think there's going to be any really crazy like shakeups in the meta, so I think over prepping is going to hurt you. I think if you over prep for season 3, you're going to hurt yourself. So I would just be careful not to over prep. You're a Sharon main? I think Hero's a Sharon main, right? That would make sense with that. Finally push buttons now. Sharon's live. That's what I thought. Play stop to 150. Yeah, just don't over prep too hard, because I just don't think it's gonna matter that much. When it comes to like what are my thoughts on like the future of the First Descendant, like we talked about it a lot, so I don't want to go like really heavy into it. I don't think season 3 is make or break for the First Descendant. I think season 3 is going to decide how much money the First Descendant has moving forward. And I think if season 3 does not do exceedingly well, that they will not have a large budget to work on content moving forward. And I think that if this game falls in a situation where its budget is very starved and they cannot produce content in a reasonable enough speed, that is what will kill the game. So I think if you end up in a situation where they're only doing like one major season a year and they're just doing a bunch of like minor tweaks and minor updates nonstop, that the lack of content and the lack of just shit to do in the game will be what would kill the game, and not like season 3 failing. Think they have a ton of money? Hopefully you're right. Hopefully you're right, James. My view is even if you have a ton of money, if you do not see like a viable path forward, why would you spend that money, right? Like we've talked about it before. Like if your player chart looks bad, why are you going to invest a ton of money in it, right? Like I don't need to pull the chart up, but basically if you look at the First Descendant's chart right now, nothing in there is telling me I should invest $100 million in their current chart, right? Don't forget 2 new weapons. Yeah, I have large budget with Nexon, but Nexon, I need to, but yeah, that's my thought. Made enough money to pay for all 24 needs they had. Maybe they could have used that. They could have already reinvested that money other places. They could have made a shitload of money up front, but if you made a shitload of money up front, but the product that you sold isn't doing well, why would you reinvest in that product when you could just make more products and do it again, right? Like why double down on a product that's not doing well when you could just make another product and do the exact same thing, right? Like when you could take that money and you could churn out like 3 or 4 new games with it. You're good at researching. Where do you find those links? Yeah, Hunt's a research master. I spent more money trying to keep up with the demands of older gen consoles. I don't think so. I think that a lot of that stuff is just not important. For more than Sims DLCs, well, why wouldn't you? If you know that you can take that money and turn it into something that's going to make you more money, that's what you should do with the money. Like that, people that have money take money and make more money. Like that's how they make money. It was pretty expensive keeping older gen consoles around though. How so? Like and I'm not saying you're wrong, James, but I don't understand what cost them more money by having last gen consoles here, other than the hit in performance on their game. So like you could argue that because they were supporting last gen consoles, they made a shittier game and that cost them money on the bottom line. But last gen consoles were playing on with, like, you were crossplay with them, so they didn't have their own servers. They didn't have anything. 25 MR cooking. Elon makes money with money. I mean, that's what you do with money. You make more money with it. If you have a lot of it and you don't need it for anything, then you make money with it or you lose it on purpose. Like, those are the only 2 things you do. Right? But yeah, I agree that last gen consoles did nothing good for the game, and like, well, they kept players, right? In a free-to-play game, that's kind of important, but obviously last gen console support has ended and we haven't seen a giant decrease in player numbers, maybe a few thousand, but we don't have access to PlayStation and Xbox numbers, so obviously it's not gonna make a difference on Steam numbers. But yeah, they were loading in after the boss was dead. Couldn't have been fun. There's no possible way it could have been fun to play. Well, we don't know what the player hit was. Yeah, that's where I'm like, I have no way of telling how many players took a hit because we don't have access to those numbers. It could have been half of all console players, right? If you're on Xbox, there's at least one. Honestly, I have no idea console player base because you can't only see the numbers from Steam. Exactly. Like, we have no idea what the player base hit was. They could have lost 50% of the players from consoles. They could have lost 80% of the players. We have no metric to tell the impact they had from like losing it. But I mean, like from the standpoint of them being there, I don't know how, I don't know what it would have done to cost Nexon more money having them around, other than maybe longer development times. But I mean, again, I can't speak to. Warframe and Destiny 2 didn't exist. Oh, for sure. It hasn't felt like it's changed anything because it hasn't. In my view, nothing has changed since we lost them. Nothing will change until we move to the new season 3, right? PS5 Slim here. Cooking. Yeah, I mean, the big difference between like old gen consoles for like Warframe and Destiny 2 is they're both using their own engine. Warframe uses its own engine and Destiny 2 uses its own engine, and those engines were built around those games. And unless they decide to redo the engines from scratch, they might as well just continue to support, right? The updates take a lot of time to ship the old consoles due to checks. I mean, they do, but I mean, you have to go through those certification processes for any console, right? You could say it takes longer for the checks, but that doesn't inherently mean that it costs them more money or it slowed anything down, right? 6.8 on Steam, same old numbers. Yeah, I'd say we dip into the 3Ks again by. I'd say we dip into 3Ks before the end of before the update ships, like before the demo ships. I'd say we end up with our lows hitting 3Ks again, which is, you know, the lowest numbers that the game has ever had on its lows. So I would say we end up around there again, honestly. I just don't see. I mean, there's no reason not to. Like every day, just more people are just waiting for season 3. So it makes sense. You don't know how their matchmaking system works? Yeah, I would say their matchmaking system seems to be fine. The only time I've ever had matchmaking issues was when I was playing like oddball hours and there's just nobody playing, so there's nobody to match with. Or when I was shadow banned, right? Use your Xbox to cook eggs, fucking Lamau. Are big issues. It hurts the player experience for current gen. Oh yeah, I'm not saying that they should re-implement last gen consoles. I think games in general should stop supporting last gen consoles. I don't know why. I don't know why you're supporting 12-year-old fucking hardware for console gamers. But if I was to like want to use, you know, like a fucking 12-year-old processor and the amount of RAM that I had 12 years ago and a fucking 12-year-old GPU, like everybody would be like, why is this retard trying to play this game? You know, everybody would be like, what the fuck are you doing playing with that? Like nobody would even fucking ask a question. But like we're expected to support 12-year-old consoles. And that's why we're not. So yeah, pretty sure a good chunk of player base is on consoles. Since I would say, well, theoretically, 2/3 of the player base was on consoles, right? Like theoretically, that's what we've always been told. The problem is we have absolutely no way to verify that claim. You think you broke your controller? You should probably not do that. Login issues need to be fixed. For grinding games, being kicked or disconnection. What do you mean, Ashen? What'd I miss? 12-year-old PC is still effective. I mean, yeah, exactly. So why are game companies continuing to support consoles that are 12 years old, right? And then allowing everything to have crossplay, which means you're effectively just fucking PCs. It's pretty dated, yeah. Your controller isn't supposed to have buttons. Exactly. If your controller has buttons, you're doing it wrong. So you shouldn't have to worry about breaking it. Drift just decided it doesn't want to stop. Yep, that is stick drift. Time to get a new controller. That is 100% stick drift. Yeah, you are absolutely fucked. It is new controller time once you get stick drift that bad. Nothing you can do. Yeah, gaming efficiently. Yeah, and a lot of that is just bloat that comes with UE5. A lot of people get error and get kicked during the grind. Really? I haven't personally seen that. Did you say that's like a console issue, Ashen? Like, is that predominantly like some sort of weird console issue? Husband says we're supposed to replace them every 4 years, but it seems so expensive. You say 5 to 6. I mean, I think you can easily make 6 years on a PC, but it's gonna, you're definitely, if you're using it for like gaming and shit, you'll feel it by the 6th year. Have the swappable sticks. Dude, I was so surprised when Terea sent mine to me that it had like swappable sticks. I was like, when did this fucking happen? I was like, this is fucking nice. It's heavy as fuck though. Like the controller is heavy as fuck. It's minor at the moment. It'll just get worse. Like when you start getting stick drift, it's just time to swap. I know it's expensive and it sucks, but dude, the controller tray got me was fucking awesome. I was very happy when I got it. Your PlayStation 5 randomly went into rest mode on its own. Still don't know why it did that. Ghosts. Your house is haunted. Any purges in the mix? Probably. I should have been working on... I should have probably been working on... Well, what time is it? It's 4 o'clock. I can probably run purge for about an hour. I can probably run purge for about an hour or so. I can probably run purge for about an hour or so. I'll have to decide if I'm just going to do a running build, though. I'll probably just do a running build. That way I can keep chatting. So, love the Elite 2 controller. It's very cozy. Dude, good controllers are nice when you're a stick player. Maybe it was your alternative self. Maybe. I'd say it probably was. I don't think it's logging issue PC. We all checked, but the devs still can't fix their disconnect problems. Yeah, I mean, if they don't have good logs on it, it's really hard to fix that. I don't know what's causing it. Can't even play 2 hours straight without being discode. That's fucking weird. I don't know what's causing that. I mean, I'm not having those issues, so I don't know if it's a net thing or a NAT thing or something with the net code or something with like specific internet or something with one of their servers. I haven't personally seen that though. If someone drops out, can you run purge? Yeah, if we have somebody drop out, I'll push him. If not, we'll end up doing some more purge. I'll do purge all week just because I want to try to get my metal really quick. The Elite Xbox controller has paddles and shit on it. Like the Xbox Elite controller's nice. Actually lost stuff in your room, couldn't find it anywhere. A day later shows up exactly where you looked at it before. Yeah, I think I've all been there. How close are you to the metal? Nowhere near. Nowhere fucking near. They're so expensive. Like the nicer controllers. Yeah, they're expensive as fuck, but Chinese Pro controller makes the best controller you've ever had? Really? Let's go run purge for a little bit. I'll probably just do a running build. I'm not gonna fly. Just because I won't be able to read chat enough. I'll just do a running build. It'll be fine. Just don't throw controllers. Nah, dude, when I was a kid, you'd chuck controllers everywhere and they'd still work. I had controllers for fucking like 7 years, never had goddamn stick drift. Now you buy a brand new controller and after like 3 months, it's got stick drift. I feel like they just bake that shit into them now. Paddles on a DualSense Edge is goated. Love it. Yeah. They've got some really nice controllers out. Make sure. Let me make sure. Let me make sure everything's fine. Okay, we're good. Your Elite had issues 3 weeks or 3 months in, dude. That fucking sucks. Standard controllers like the Elites are expensive, dude. They're good, but they cook. Built to break, so you buy them over and over again. Exactly. Razor Wolverine, but you're using like Razor Wolverine and shit. You're using that for you dropping out. Dropping out on purge. If so, I'll grab PP. Scuff is better. I mean, I used to use scuffs. I still have an old scuff. Just want to make sure that wasn't a DC. If that was a DC, we'll bring you back in. If not, I'll grab PP. Need to keep getting more XP on Blair and Serena. All good, mate. Just wanted to make sure before I grab PP head. Razor's got some nice stuff, but you want to get to at least 25, 26 on Blair. That's all good, mate. All right, PP head. Don't think I have you. Just have to toss your name in. I'll grab you, mate. I'll grab you. We'll go run purge for a little bit, and then Need to decide if I want to work on builds today or what, right? I just need to decide if I want to work on builds today. Since we've been doing this all day, I haven't really decided. I've got a bunch of builds that I need to fucking make videos on still. Oh, I mean, as long as you're good with wired controllers. Like, some people like wired, some people fucking hate wired, right? Some people just fucking hate wired controllers. It's getting fucking hungry, boys. Just getting fucking hungry. Razer definitely has some nice stuff. As a controller gamer on PC, you swear by the Vader Pro. I mean, if you're like a stick player on PC, I think you have a lot more options, right? You have a white DualSense edge roller, planning in a black version, add to collection, you're on Pro. That makes sense. Had a mouse keyboard and it was worth the money. Oh, absolutely. I mean, personally, I'm a big Razer fan, but I know it's not for everybody. Are you guys ready? Yeah, like that's what I mean. Like my old PlayStation controllers from like many generations ago. Will paddles let you aim more efficiently? No, but paddles will make it to where you don't have to take your thumbs off the sticks as much. That new emote, I know. I gotta wait until tomorrow to get it. Paddles are better for one-handed gaming. Yeah. So the idea behind the paddles is you can assign the thumb buttons to the paddles. So then if you normally have to like, so say you aim with your right thumbstick and then you need to like jump or revive. Well, if you go to jump, you can't aim anymore because you've taken your thumb off of the stick to jump. But if you don't have to do that, then you can continue to aim while you're in the air and you can use the buttons underneath the jump or whatever. Yeah. Is to use one hand. That's true though. I mean, it's definitely going to give you, like, your right stick will definitely last longer for sure. Just remember the old Dreamcast controllers? Dude, I never played on a Dreamcast controller. Mouse and keyboard is still the best. Controllers are just more comfortable. Yeah, I think that controllers are just, some people really like rollers better, but the only time I think controllers, the only games that I've played recently where I think controllers are a little bit better for certain things are like Souls-likes, where you're fighting the camera all the time. But short of that, it's not bad. I just gotta remember the path in here. Those things were huge, yeah. Nice bodied. But yeah, I think it's entirely up to you on what you enjoy, though. I'm just a big fucking keyboard and mouse fan. Like, I took the time to switch back when I switched from Destiny, like Destiny 1 to Destiny 2. I just switched. Jesus Christ, that was really bad banding. I just switched to like playing on keyboard and mouse, and ever since then I just never went back. Right? Like, once I did it, I just never went back. I would never go back again, though. Did I go the wrong way? I completely did. They should block those off. Especially when I'm reading chat. Any suggestions for controllers? Just trying to switch out a left stick for one of the Xbox controllers? I mean, honestly, I would say, like, if you want aftermarket, go Scuff. Like, Scuff is fine. But honestly, there's so many, like, like, controllers you can get from PlayStation and Xbox that have a lot of the same functionality, that at the end of the day, it doesn't even really matter anymore. Just as long as you're finding a controller that you like, that has the same functionality, you're going to be good, right? As long as you find a controller that has the functionality you like, that's all that matters, and what's comfortable in your hands. As long as you're playing on PC. If you're playing on console, then you're definitely a lot more limited. Sorry, 2600 racing paddle, good old days. None of you. No idea what that is off the top of my head. But yeah, if you're playing on console, either just get a scuff or get one from the actual manufacturer. Scuff's always up and down. Sometimes scuff is like really good, and other times scuff is like scuff's other times like scuff's quality's kind of shit. It just depends, man. Like sometimes they're really good and sometimes they're just really shit. Because like I've had scuffs and loved them, and I've had other people that had scuffs and they just had nothing but quality problems out of them. So it literally just depends. Literally just depends. So it's entirely up to you. Audience swim trunks, so glad to purchase the male summer cosmetics. Are you liking the male summer cosmetics? I thought the guys kind of looked like shit, but as long as you're liking them, that's all that matters. As long as you're enjoying them, that's all that matters. Dude, was I in the air? I hope I was in the air for that. They just need more muscles, but it fits the theme. Yeah. I think some of it's definitely like the lifeguard vest. I thought just looked terrible. I was okay with the Speedo though. I thought Speedo was fine. Looks a little bit out of your price range. Yeah, they're not cheap. They're not cheap. Anytime you're getting like a paddled controller, it's easily going to be over $100. But what I can say is if you've never had one and you get one, you'll never want to play without one. That's the only thing I can say about like a custom style controller or a controller with paddles. If you've never had one and you get it, you'll never play without it. So on PC, I think he's on console, yeah. Option on season opinions on season 3 skins. You gonna get any of them? Right now, no. Right now, there's none of them that really... I mean, they like showed a couple decent ones, so I'd like to see them in game, but right now, the only way I'll pick up a season 3 skin is if season 3 is a fucking banger. Best controller, you've had OG PS5 controller, fully modded with extreme ray... Oh yeah. Took all vibration motors out, adaptive triggers, really light. Need to know how to solder it together, though. I could see that, Jay. Honestly, though, like I have... Like the PlayStation 1 I have now has like the trigger switches where you can change like how far you have to press for depression and stuff, so I can definitely see that though. You like the season 3 battle pass skins? You like the mechanic look? I thought they looked terrible personally, but if you enjoy them, then that's all that matters. Like I'm not one to tell people to not like specific skins, right? Need at least 2 extra buttons. Yeah, dude, having paddles fixes all that. Scuff controllers are low-key scuffed, then you've just had bad experiences, right? For sure. I've had good experiences with them, but I know other people that have fucking sworn them off, right? Do you think this game's here to stay? I mean, it's made it a year. It's made it a year. I think that year 2 is going to be interesting, but I don't see them shutting the servers off right now. Like, as it stands right now, I don't see them shutting the servers off. I think Season 3 and Season 4 would have to just completely fuck up for the game to die. So, like, as it stands right now, I'm happy with some of the shit in the game. I would like to see a lot more stuff. But I think it's fine to invest time into playing it right now, but... I reserve right to make final judgment until after season 3 drops. But if you ask me right now, the game's worth playing. Same here, no money until they actually deliver. Yeah, I think there are a lot of gamers like that, Bull. But for right now, I don't see any issues because everything they've done up to this point is like good for welcoming players. I don't think the current state of the game is going to be like really crazy for like long-term hardcore gamers because I don't think there's enough of an end game. So without more to do in the end game, I see this being a seasonal game for people, like a game they play when they're playing other games. So they play this, they drop by, they play the season, they do whatever, and then like when they get caught up on the season, they just put it down and come back for like major expansions and shit. If they give us a better, more fleshed out end game, I see the game lasting for a while. If they If they refuse to give like a really good, robust end game, then I see the game being a game that you play this live service game with another one in tandem. Willing to purchase next battle pass and the cosmetics for Nell. After that, you'd be waiting to see. I could see that. I could see that. So that's my view. That's my view, Forbes. I think that the game is... I think the game is in a good spot for what it is. I just really want Season 3 to deliver. To deliver for the end game, because I think the new and returning player experience is pretty decent. I think there's a lot of things to do, and it's very approachable. Which is something that doesn't always happen with live service games. A lot of times they just become unruly and unapproachable. I think this game is still in a very approachable state for new gamers. I think that where it starts to fall off is in the end game, and I think if you don't really nail some type of end game with Season 3, you basically have a new world situation. And I think if you have a new world situation, the game's fucked. So you just don't want a new world situation. I need to stay and help kill. I'm running ahead because you guys are like flying to kill things, and I'm only contributing like minorly, but I'll stay and not outrun stuff just to make sure I'm getting some help in. Too many games are coming out right now, so it's going to be hard to balance this and all the other games in August. Well, I think that like, yeah, I think that the new season of Destiny 2, if it's not like, if people start talking better about it, it's going to be a little bit of a problem. And then there's like just a bunch of really good games coming out. So, I mean, the game's got a lot to compete with. Like the First Descendant has a lot to compete with, if we're honest. And fuck, it wasn't in the air, dude. I hate when the game does that. I think Borderlands is going to be interesting. You think Donkey Kong? I think Donkey Kong's got like a little bit of a different audience, but maybe there is crossover. The like Nell skins that were presented weren't good. I'm not going to disagree. I don't remember seeing anything from Nell that made me just be like, I have to buy that. Like I remember when they showed the Freyna Ultimate skin, I was like, dude, I have to have that, right? But the Freyna Ultimate skin was fucking cracked, and then all of a sudden they just released a bunch of bikinis, and then it was like, okay, well I don't really care about any of these other skins now. That was kind of the hardest part, right? That was definitely the hardest part. I can't always switch out to flying if I really want to, but already having a hard enough time keeping up without it. How's the grind over there going, baby? Not a fan of Nell's Han Solo like skin. Her base one is just too good. I really like her base skin. You do too. It's a good game. I hope it lasts. I'm hoping, Forbes. I mean, as a content creator for the game, right? Like it's in my best interest for this game to do exceedingly well. Because if it doesn't do well, then people are going to stop coming to watch my stream because they're no longer playing this game. Some people will still show up, but a lot of people will tune out and they'll go find other games and other streamers. We'll keep some viewership, but we'll lose a lot. So like for me, obviously for here and on YouTube, like the game doing well is good. That's what we want. I don't want the game to do bad at all. So yeah. So basically we're asking them, is this going to have the longevity of Warframe? Oh, you don't want me to answer that. You don't want me to answer that. Every skin except for preseason. I hope the game's here to stay. I know a lot of people that have invested a lot in the game and they really want it to stay because of how much money they've invested in the game. This game's like great. He's a lot of polish. Which game? I must have missed it. Oh, Tides of Night. Oh, okay. Really, those games are good. Well, hopefully they are. You're here hoping that I play Hello Kitty Island Adventure someday. I'm just gonna need somebody to share an island with me. Like I need somebody to help me out. I'm not a gamer. I don't know how to do things. I'm a streamer. I get carried through everything I do. I have no real skills other than talking. I'm bad at video games and I don't know what I'm doing. I have no ability to build craft. I don't understand the mechanics of the game. I'm basically just borderline retarded. Like that's just me. Yo-ho, thanks for following. We do keep anonymous. So if you're hanging out, chilling, relaxing, no, I appreciate you. You want to speak up, get to know me in the community, have a good night. Anyway, thanks for the follow. I completely thought I zigged and not zagged there, but whatever. You're Rusty as part of an esports Hello Kitty Island Adventure team, basically. She's way better at gaming than I am. I tried to dive into Warframe's new player, but I didn't know what I was doing. Warframe has a very rough new player experience, Forbes. That is probably one of the biggest barrier to entries to Warframe is the new player experience is just so rough. Yeah, the new player experience to Warframe is just not good. There's just so much there in the game. The game does a pretty rough time of trying to like handhold. Who's thing one? That's a good question. Big games. Your Hello Kitty. Well, you got another game coming out here soon, some witch game, so the thing that's the thing 2 name. I'll be your thing 1. We'll huckleberry that shit. Thing 1's probably not home. Oh. Do you have everything beat right now for us over there on Grounded? Do I just need to come in and just win? Like I come in and just profit? Thing 2 is always the best. Have you succeeded? John Carpenter's the thing. Rebuilding the house. What's wrong with the house? Yo, sweet and sexiness, how you doing? Hugs, you've been lurking. You know I always appreciate those big lurks. How are you guys doing today? Those big dick lurks I love, man. You guys just putting the stream up, just working in the background, or just putting it up while you're on your way to go do something. Leaving me a view helps immensely. Have we played The Forest? I mean, not together. Obviously, I've played both. I've played both. We've not played The Forest together. I haven't played The Forest 2 in a while. There's been a bunch of updates to The Forest 2 that I've never done. Fortified because of all the spiders? Why did you pick a spider location? Wait. Well, which base are you at? Because we, like, kind of did some stuff moving the base into the, like, upper... Because, like, the lower base is all spiders, man. That's, like, all that fucking spawns down there, spiders. But I think that the more you play the game, the more spiders, like, spawn. Because I don't remember it being that infested with spiders. But then, after time, it was basically, like, all wolf spiders. Good news is we can kick wolf spiders' asses, so... The upper yard base is fucked? What happened? Do we need to talk about what happened? Anyone else notice PC is still faster x-axis than controller? You feel like 50%? On like just using a controller, I don't know. You should be able to change it in the settings, right? It's scary up there. So basically, you're weak and everything's fire type. That doesn't sound good. So you basically went up there and pissed everything off. Can we at least still get up there? Do we at least still have the thing to get up there, or do I have to build a staircase? We still have the zip line, but just as soon as you get off the zip line, you get wrecked. You can? I thought you could. I thought you could change it. Yeah, I completely thought you could change that. Because you run roller. Like Sven runs roller. I'm pretty sure he plays on. I'm pretty sure you play on PC. I'm pretty sure you play on PC, but you just use a PlayStation 5 controller, right? You can customize everything. I thought you could. No. Yeah, PC with roller. I thought you were. Base. If you venture out, it's an immediate mess. So basically, you just need me because I'm strong boy and you're just weak girl. That's all I'm hearing right now. No? Why are you lying? You're strong boy, you lie. Chat, she lies. Controller gaming on high-end PC. Disgusting. I love it. You plug in Lamau. Fucking killing me. Honestly, though, as long as you're enjoying it, that's all that matters. What up, Panda and Blake? What are you guys doing today? How's the Fortnite games? Get raided, get wrecked, take it. We take those. Blake, Panda, how you guys doing? How was the stream? How was the Fortnites? How's the no build? Obviously no build. Obviously. So good, dude. I love good games. Were you playing stacked or what were you doing? Always fun. That's the important part. As long as it's fun, that's all that matters. As long as you guys were enjoying yourself out there wrecking. How's Superman, right? Superman was like the new launch. I've seen some videos. I mean, like the laser eyes and stuff seem pretty pretty powerful. Oh, usually PC ones also work on Xbox, but not sure. Yours are Xbox, so you can connect with USB. Yeah. Maybe Xbox is like a little bit more forgiving than PlayStation, just because, like, you know, Microsoft. What up, Aishin? How you doing, baby? Found a track that launches you. Got Blake to do it with you. Did you guys get any dubs? Zero build was my dearest and absolutely destroying everyone. No dubs. But very, very close. Dude, as long as you're having fun, that's all that matters. It's not about the dubs. It's about the scrubs you kill along the way. That's all that matters. It's all that matters. So, glad you guys had a good time, though. I forgot to hit my button. I don't need to hit that button. I literally completely forgot what I was doing. Gonna have to download something new to play a demo of Season 3. Nobody will tell us, sweet. Like, nobody will tell us for sure. Literally nobody will tell us. It's unfortunate, but I cannot get any more information. I've got a couple people that I could probably ask. I don't know if they'll respond, but I don't know if they'll respond. I mean, I have people I can ask, but I really don't know if they'll respond. They're like pretty busy. It's hard to get responses from them, but and by the time I like go to actually ask them, it'll already be out, right? Well, maybe, I don't know. I could maybe ask, but I'll be asking right around the exact same time that we're getting access. So I'm assuming. Here's the problem. I assume it's going to be a different. I assume. Probably not busy, just gatekeeping. Can't answer that. What I can say is I personally assume it's going to be on a different launcher, but I also understand people saying it's going to be in launcher, and they bring up like valid points. So because of that, I can't fully commit to what I think it is. Imagine me gatekeeping, Hunt. Couldn't be me. You would? Judge is a master gator? Is that what it is? There we go. And we're gonna keep cooking. Yeah, I would be. If they want to keep it easy, if they want to keep it the easiest to get the most players involved, they'll just put it in engine. But if they put it in engine, I imagine it's going to be very limited as to what you get to do. Is this a gated community? It is, and everybody that's not part of it can get the fuck out. Best fucking community on Twitch and YouTube. Thank you very much. Literal best community. Thanks to you guys. So thanks to you guys, we have the best community. I can't really take the credit for it, so literally can't take the credit for it. It's all you guys. We're gonna cook though. We'll take these guys out. We'll do what we can. Man. Yeah, I mean, we'll know. So it's 8 days away. So selfishly for me, I hope the demo is like a bunch, and I can sit here and play the demo for 7 days straight. But more than likely, there's not going to be 7 days worth of content in the demo. Let's be honest. More than likely, there's not going to be 7 days worth of content in the demo. So I'm assuming the demo is going to be just a demo. Predictions for next crossover? Something with a Nexon IP. I don't know enough Nexon IPs, but something with a Nexon IP. They'll do something that they own. The reason I say that is until I see the player numbers, it's hard for me to assume. If they have really high player numbers, I think they might be able to get a Stellar Blade one with shift up. But if the player numbers aren't really good, like from season 3, I think they have a hard time getting a shift up. I just think they have a hard time getting a shift up collab. If the numbers are great, I think they could get shift up and we could get a Stellar Blade for sure. You're gonna be fucking spamming Wall Crusher with Crit Bunny? You're gonna be that guy, huh? Kazan skills for the Kazan skins for the males, you think so? Full badge is not even 7 days of content. Demo will never have. You think so? Maybe. Did you beat Stellar Blade yet? Did it 3 times? Yeah, dude, I beat it. I thought it was a lot of fun. What DPI settings do I run? I have no idea. Probably like 800, maybe. But I use an entire mouse pad. I'm like old school. I'm old school when it comes to DPI on mouse. I like my DPI super fucking low. I like my DPI super low. And I like to be able to use my whole arm to aim and not my wrist. Because I find that it gives me better accuracy. Now you could argue and say, Judge, it looks like you can't hit the broadside of the barn right now. And I could say, you know what, touche, but I am looking at 5 different screens, so that does kind of happen. But if I'm actually trying to aim and like focused up, I do pretty well. But yeah, normally I play pretty low DPI. I don't know, I prefer it that way. Like I have a Razer, I think it's like the Goliath mouse pad or whatever, right? It's like the really big one that covers your whole desk, so it's just the way I like to play. I don't know, what about you guys? Are there a bunch of you guys out there that are like fucking 2600 DPI crackheads? I can tell you I go over and touch Rusty's mouse and I fucking about have a panic attack. Can't keep up with that son of a bitch. Like my eyes just can't dart that fast. I like move my wrist and it's on my PC. It fucking jumps 2 monitors from her side and 3 monitors on my side. I'm like, why do you need it to be able to move this fast? In what world do you need a mouse to have this much sensitivity? There's just no world in what case you need this. Us geriatric gamers can't keep up. Snail moves faster than your cursor. Just get good. Sounds like a skill issue. It's not a skill issue when I do it on yours. It's a skill issue when you do it on mine. Get everything maxed out, all the DLC, a few mods. As long as you're having fun with it. Are there any mods that add a lot of gameplay yet? You know, like Skyrim adds a bunch of like gameplay mods and shit, or is it all just like quality of life and costumes and shit like that for right now? 8 by 10 inches? Yeah, I couldn't play on a, I could not play on a like an 8 by 10 inch mouse pad. Impossible. I could never survive on an 8 by 10 inch mouse pad. Honestly, I could probably slide my mouse pad over to the right a little bit more and just have more mouse pad. Instead of having it go so far to my left, if I'm honest. I don't think you can have a big enough mouse pad. I just don't think it's possible. I think it's impossible to have a big enough mouse pad. Just cannot happen. Mods for like ammo, not checking them all. Makes sense though. As long as you're having fun with it. You haven't really started playing with a mouse. Yeah, mouse is entirely up to you. I mean, you just need to play with what you're comfortable with. You better start shopping at a carpet store, basically. I think if you're not playing a hyper competitive game, it doesn't matter. I used to play PvP and try to actually compete. So because I used to play PvP and actually compete, that's the way I just set all my shit up, and then I've just never changed it. I could honestly probably crank my DPI up and get used to it, but I just don't want to. Like, I'm fine with what I have, you know? With the mouse, you have turned down sensitivity some. Sensitivity is pretty high default. Fuck yeah, every time. Every time I go into like the Razer software or Logitech, whatever software comes with it, and I set more DPI gates than what they have, because normally you can reprogram DPI gates anymore. So I'll do some gates, and I'll do them from like 6. I'll probably do them from like 600 up to like 1,000. So there's, you know, like 4 or 5 different DPI switches that I can hit. And then if I'm playing certain games and I just feel like the DPI is just a little too low, right? Because like sometimes you really turn it on when you play a game, right? Like we've all been there where you like get in the zone. And sometimes when that happens, I'll start to feel like my mouse is just maybe like a hair too slow, and I'll bump it up by like 50 DPI. But I normally don't make major changes because it will start fucking up my muscle memory. Used to play like 3K DPI or switch to 1100, your aim's so much better. Absolutely. And the reason that your aim's so much better is because your arm, you like do better, like moving your arm, and then you can use your wrist for tiny movements. But if your wrist is enough to fucking make you move 6 inches on screen, then it's almost impossible to hit your shots, right? I think 1100 DPI is not bad. I think you can do okay with 1100 DPI. It just depends on what the sensitivity is in the game, right? Between 2 settings, yeah. Yeah, you'll be able to go in and change your DPI settings. Normally most PC gamers just have their own DPI. Like, everybody knows, like, what DPI they like to play on. If you've been playing on a PC for a while, you have a pretty good idea what DPI you're set at. Keep yours at 2500. That's really high. But, again, you could have yours at 2500 DPI and you could turn your mouse settings down to, like, 1 in game, right? And I could be at, like, 800 and have my mouse settings turned to, like, fucking 10. So it's definitely hard, but I think as long as you're comfortable with it, that's all that matters, right? It's high, but it's not ridiculous high. Yeah, I mean, it's not like 60,000 or anything, right? Yours is 1600, your mouse just defaults to it and you adjust. I think you can do that. I could see that. Normally, I think that people generally play a much higher DP. Like, people normally play a much higher sensitivity than I do. Just, people normally don't use as much mouse pad. Because, like, I remember when I was trying to figure out what sensitivity and shit to play on, I would look up what other gamers were playing on. So, like, people that were really good at shooters, I used to look them up and try to figure out about what sensitivity they played on and what DPI they played on. And then I trained myself to play at those DPIs and sensitivities. And now I just kind of do what I do, which is normally still right around those ranges. So I've just trained myself to do it. More adjustments have to be considered versus roller. Oh, absolutely. Where's Miss Rusty hiding? She is playing Grounded beside me. You like this purge map? I don't think it's bad. I don't think it's necessarily a bad map. It's open enough that you can fly without issues. It's a good map to learn how to fly on, yeah. I think it's open enough that you can fly pretty easily and not have to worry about it, compared to like the default map, which is kind of punishing for flying. I think this is a really good one for flying on, to like learn. Obviously, like the big open round map is obviously the easiest one because, you know, you can just sit there and just fucking cook. Oh yeah, if you're playing with somebody that's really good and they set the pace. I think on this map, if you're playing with people who are really good at flying, I really do think you just have to know how to play with each other. Because what's going to end up happening is if you're all moving at the same pace, you're going to be killing shit weird. So you just need to almost leapfrog. Like there should always be one person at the front of the pack. And then 2 people just finishing up, and then when you get to like one zone, the person that's there just needs to stay there and kill, and then people just rotate. Because if you do that, you're going to be able to kill shit and keep moving without stopping. Because that's one of the things I noticed, like when we were playing with like me and Anthony and Hunt. If it was set up in a way where at least one of us was just never stopping, we did really well. Like we pushed really good times. You lose all MP because you couldn't get a kill. Yep. And I think that's the other reason to rotate. I think if you rotate, it's going to ensure that everybody's getting enough MP to stay alive. Because if you're not at the front of the pack, then you're not getting the MP. You need to stay up in the air. Right, so you're doing VP too slow. Can't get it down 5 minutes solo. Who are you playing on?
Drinking out of cups.
Who are you playing on? Viesa? Thank you for that. It's easy for Inez to struggle with their special resource. Yeah, like anytime you're fighting people for kills and you're using special resource, you're gonna have a bad day. If that's happening, you're gonna have to put on Potent Collector. You just have to put on Potent Collector and deal with it. Take off like one of your bonus DPSs, like take off like your Fortitude mod or whatever, and just go put Potent Collector on. It's my build for Serena! Exclamation mark Serena. It'll take you right to it, sweet. Run earlier, I want to just flying with Sword Relic, but need a team to farm those so you can get your... Yeah, no, I get that. I get that. I mean, 152 is not bad. You're not... I mean, you're going to find a team that might cut 15 or 20 seconds off. You're going to have to be on a pretty cracked team. That'll take you right to the build that I'm currently using. The non-flying build. Maximize conservation? Yeah. You can use maximize conservation... It just depends, right? Like if you're using whatever the gold MP mod is that gives you gold back, I literally, my brain just went dumb. But like if you're using that, then it's best to rotate kills. If not, you can use MP conservation. It's gonna make it to where you're not getting MP back on kills, but if you're fighting people for kills, then right, you're having your whole other issue. So I'm just fucking drawing a big dumb blank right now. Yeah, the MP one. Like MP Collector. Yeah, basically. MP Collector is great if you're able to rotate or get kills. But if you're not able to rotate and get kills, then you can use like conservations. They're gonna make your life easier for sure. Just depends on what you're doing. Sorry, dude. My fucking brain just like... Solely just because the map has tons of fodder to get resources on? Oh, yeah. I can see that. You rarely use your 4th tier with Inez. Really? That's an interest. Oh, with Inez. Now I see what you're saying. What are you just running? Your 3? Probably. Because everything's just in a pile. So you're just doing it with your 3. Because it costs a lot to cast. I can see that. If you're using Potent Collector, it does help. Potent Collector is definitely going to help, but... Plus, if you had cost reduction on your reactor, you can fly the whole time without needing MP Collector. Can you really? Does that fix it for you? Just running 2-piece cost reduction on your components and then cost reduction on your reactor. I feel like I need cost reduction cooldown though to keep my 4 up. Like I feel like I need cost reduction cooldown to keep 4 up. If not, then I start having issues with not being able to keep my 4 up. But maybe I could look at my build to find a different way to do it, but just because I don't fly a lot, so I haven't messed with it. So maybe I'm just like out of touch. And agree for solo settings. Are you talking to, oh, you're talking about like making that change out? Or are you just talking to me in general? Anyone that replies. Gotcha. Fucking Lamau. With multi-talented, you get 10 seconds on your forward. What do you mean? Just confused. I got that book. Like cooldown on your force 10 seconds and it lasts 29 seconds. Oh, I see what you're saying. So it doesn't matter. As long as you got everything set up. Yeah, maybe it's worth looking at. I don't know. I might just have to look and see. Yeah, I might just have to look and make some changes. Because I like I said, I don't really use my flying build at all. Normally, I don't use my flying build because it's too much of a pain in the ass while I'm trying to stream. I'd much rather not try to fly while I'm streaming, especially on certain maps. There are definitely some maps where it's much easier, but trying to stream, it can be a little bit of a pain in the ass. Yeah, I mean, I could probably look at taking something off on this and see. I don't know. I need to look at it. You fly the whole time, yeah. Yeah, it definitely could be. It could be worth looking at. I would just need to mess with it. I don't know. Maybe we'll mess with a flying build on Serena before the end of the season. Maybe I'll just like mess with it and see what I can come up with. Clean the thumbstick under the housing. Didn't actually repair the part. So it sounds like you were getting stick drift because it was like staying open. Randomly getting once in a blue moon, getting rubber banded. Oh yeah, dude, that is my absolute favorite. Rubber banded and then bodied, right? What up, John? How you doing, mate? I love getting rubber banded. It's my favorite. This is my absolute favorite. Absolute fucking favorite. What are you up to today, John? What are you up to today, John? You won't touch Serena until there's better balance. So bored of her after like 1k VPs? Yeah. I get that. Good news is I basically don't play with Serena unless I'm doing Purge. Like unless I'm doing Purge or something that requires me to be on her to farm, I don't play her, so I'm not that burnt out on her because I don't just run her all the time like a lot of people do, but I could definitely see being burnt the fuck out on her though. Even in Purge, you just play like Enzo or Glay or something. Oh yeah, I get that. I don't know. We'll wait and see. We'll see what the new content is. I'm hopeful that the new content promotes a healthy play style of like something, right? Like something that is just enjoyable. I'm hoping the new content just like isn't just run in and nuke everything. I'm hoping. I'm absolutely fucking just hoping that it's something good. Something good, something interesting. You're excited to see the new content? Just a couple days, guys. Literally just a couple days and we get access to it, right? Just a couple days. Yo, John, thank you, John. Thank you very much for the 500 biddies, mate. Thank you for the support. Thank you for supporting me and thank you for supporting the channel. You know that I do this for a full-time job, man, and that goes a long way to keeping me do it. So thank you very, very, very much for the support, mate. Thank you for supporting me and thank you for supporting the channel. I definitely appreciate that, mate. Thank you very, 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 very much, mate. Just want something challenging where I need to build, progress, honestly doubt it. It's not gonna happen. At least not in season 3. At this point, I don't see that happening in season 3. They've basically set the trajectory, and that's gonna be like a level of like 5 or 6 on the difficulty scale, and that's about what we're gonna be. You're fine with riding the bike? Is that what you're excited for? Yeah, I just don't think we're gonna get any really like crazy difficulty spikes or anything. Just excited for anything. The drought's been crazy. I mean, when they pushed the season out 7 months, it made it tough for everybody. Like a 7-month fucking delay on a season was just, that was a lot to ask. Like, the amount of players that have actually stuck around is pretty impressive, given the fact that they pushed this season out for 7 months. That speaks a lot to the player base, honestly. Like, there's no other way to say it. That speaks so much to the player base that they were able to like put up with it and stick around as well as they did for a 7-month content delay, right? Use Inez as your main. That's who I use. Inez is my main. I'm not gonna lie, Inez is my main because I'm lazy as fuck though. It's nice to see like more Inez players, given the fact that she's like, you know, terrible because she was nerfed. It was like 7 months. It was a long time, man. Kind of like 2 seasons later. It's basically 2 seasons later. Basically. It's basically 2 seasons later. Play the content, so it's going to be easy. Maybe 5 more purge levels. I don't know. They should not add any more levels to purge. They should not add any more levels to purge. Because if they add more levels to purge, then they need to add more cores. And this game does not need more weapon cores right now. This game does not need more weapon cores. I think if you add more weapon cores to this game, I don't have anything good to say about it. Let's just put it that way. If they add more weapon cores to this game, like higher tier than what we currently have, I'm not gonna have anything good to say. Won't expect a lot from the wall crash or 8-man raid. Probably gonna be a lot of issues. I just don't think it's gonna be overly complicated. If you're creating a mode where you need 8 separate people to do it with 0 coordination, you need to have a team where 8 random players can complete it. And that means you need to be able to consider that there's going to probably be some Ajax, probably going to be some Eugens, right? There's probably going to be some fucking Jabers. There's probably going to be some Serenas too. But you have to balance it to where any random team of 8 people can beat it with no coordination. And if you're doing that, then the difficulty level has to be very, very low. If you make the difficulty level too high, then your random teams aren't going to beat it. Hopefully it was all worth it. I hope so. I really hope so. Ina's you put 60 cats on her? Jeez. As long as you're enjoying her, though, it was worth it. Honestly, difficulty is just slightly higher than Sigma. Axiom gets completely destroyed in one day. No, for sure. If it's like 10% harder, if Axiom is like 10%, 20% harder than Sigma, it'll be demolished in a day. For sure. Just because 20%, we're already 100% overpowered for Sigma, right? For like your Super Freyna, yeah, she'll go in there and cook. You're afraid I'm grinding X cores for nothing? Scared they'll be invalidated sooner than later? They're worth it. X cores right now are needed on certain builds. Like, if you want to be exceedingly good, you need X cores on certain builds. Like, surviving with, like, the difference between, like, a level 7 maxed out core and a level 10 maxed out core is just night and day. Level 10 cores are so overpowered that you basically need to have them if you have access to them. All your ladies have 60 cats? Oh, yeah, I forgot you had all of them fucking done. You were working on that metal. You were close. Not trying to spend 400 mil to craft up your cores, dude. I don't even want to think about how much money I've spent on cores. You have 23 on Freyna, dude. I don't think I have a single Descendant with like more than 15. So Jaber, yeah, you got to include Jaber and Eugen on that. Yeah, like fire rate cores is a huge difference. Like when it comes to DPS numbers because of the calculations on fire rate. And since most of the builds that that need the cores are all concentrated around fire rate. Making sure you have like level 10 fire rate cores is a big difference. Just because of how the calculations work. Just because of the way the calculations work, it's huge. So, I would definitely advise getting them. I mean, especially if you're going into Wall Crasher, like having high fire rate Serenas, again, unless they just completely fuck up the Wall Crasher in some sort of random way, like high fire rate Wall Crasher or high fire rate Serenas with the last dagger are gonna just shred the fucking Wall Crasher, right? Even if it is weak point damage, like they're still just gonna shred it. So, I mean, I can't imagine a world in which case these Wall Crashers aren't getting beat in, like, you know, minute or less with a full team. I would say a minute or less. It'll probably be less with a full team of Serenas unless there's a mechanic that stops it. Like, unless there's a mechanic you physically have to do. If it is just pure DPS kills it, then, I mean, like, a full team of Serenas will just evaporate it. To where we can craft and claim items. I don't know when they're going to have it out, but hopefully sooner than later. Jaber has a Mangina and he definitely has both. It's getting a nerf. I don't know that it's going to be like unusable, but it's definitely getting a nerf. Just because you're going to have 2 less bladed cogs. But I mean, it's still not going to matter that much. It's still not going to matter that much. Like, it's still going to be strong. They have very limited tools to reduce damage. Serena can circumvent almost all of them. Yeah. Basically, unless they put something on there that just specifically nerfs Serena, right? Right, Cindy? Like, unless they do the thing where it's like, you can't debuff this enemy and blah, blah, blah. The only thing I could think is where they make it to where the only damage, like, basically she has like a 90% DR on everything except damage directly hitting her weak point. And then the thing would be that the explosions from her 4 just don't automatically target weak points, so you don't get the damage from them. So that's the only way I could see it happening. Does that make sense? So like the random proc just hits a random body part or a random part, and it doesn't really do any insane damage. So it's only the direct damage hitting the weak point that's doing the damage. And then even still, you would have to set it up in a way that skill damage is basically worthless, because you're not going to get like the insane skill multipliers. So then skill damage is basically not a big deal. But then it's going to force you to use gun descendants, and you're going to be using people like Glay and shit anyway, right? Or Serena. I mean, Serena's still a good gun descendant, but you'll just see people using like Glay with weak point builds and just fucking nuking it with a Nell there. Like 1 Nell giving weak point damage to fucking 8 Glays with unlimited ammo. With some fucking random ass gun that does an insane amount of weak point damage, right? It's been data mined. The Wall Crasher is gonna have attributes it'll be weak to crit. Whose idea was this? Who data mined the Wall Crasher? How did anybody data mine the Wall Crasher unless it's already in the game? Oh, wait, what's getting a nerf? So, sorry, PP. So, essentially, the Malevolent will theoretically be getting a nerf because it'll be losing 2 bladed cogs. Because it gets a bonus to 2 bladed cogs due to the inversions that came out this season. Data mine something that doesn't exist. That's what I mean. Like, unless there's access to this data, you would have to have access. You'd have to have access to a version of the game or a client that has the game already, like, that has the character already built into it. So that's why I would be, like, curious who data mined it. I would just be curious as to how the data got out. Because as far as I know, the client, I can't say anything. But as far as I know, there's nothing out that has access to it right now. Not right now. So Maybe people data mine the demo. Oh, I would say people definitely data mine the demo. If the wall crasher's in the demo, anything about the wall crasher that exists will be known. As long as it is the exact same version of the wall crasher that we'll all gain access to when the game goes live. It's going to be bad for other Descendants. It's just going to depend, right? Like, if they do something that prevents Serena from doing an insane amount of damage, they will have to build, like, mechanisms in to counter it that works, that, like, emphasizes other things, like weak point or some shit. You see what I mean? We should be getting some sort of, some type of weapon-specific inversion as mods after they're gone. I think that I get the idea behind that, but I think that the way that they have it set up now is to make guns shine during the time they exist, and then after that, just to make them like meteoric. The source is unknown. It's the demo that got data mined. I mean, I can't say anything. What I can say is, I can't say anything. I just don't know how anybody has access to this information right now. That's what I can say. I can say that I don't know how anybody has access to information currently. That's all I can say. If somebody has access to something, then it's something that I don't know about. So, like, if it's true, then it's true, and that's awesome. And this person can be used as a credible leaker moving forward, right? Because there are people who leak things, right? Like Destiny has had people that have leaked things ahead of time. Like, there are definitely credible leakers who have access to information and put it out there ahead of time. But I would be really curious to see if the data is actually accurate when we get access to the information. Like, I'm not saying that there's not somebody that's like actually able to leak it, but focus testing groups, I mean, even if you're doing like focus testing groups, you're normally doing those in person. It's not like you're bringing a fucking Raspberry Pi to like fucking go out of your way to hack the data while you're at a focus group, right? I don't think they've done a focus group on the wall crasher. Maybe they have. If they did, I mean, maybe I'm just dumb. Maybe they did it with the last focus group. I don't know. And if they did, maybe it was just in the tooltips, right? Might have got leaked out of a playtest. I mean, I could see that. I could see, like, if it was in the tooltips and shit, maybe it was like released or something. You know? Yeah, if they did a focus testing group in like Korea where people were able to play the game ahead of time, and they had it on the tooltips where it said whatever the day, you know, whatever the numbers were, and it was like plainly spelled out, then that's one thing. I feel like for that though, somebody would have took a picture with their phone. US and South Korea. It smells like a GTA 6 data mine leak. To be honest, I don't know. Yeah. I mean, it could be, it could not be. We'll wait and see. I mean, we'll know everything in a week. We'll know everything in a week. And I mean, once we know it, like once some of our community members have access to these files, there won't be anything we don't know. So, like, as bad as it is to say, as soon as we have access to this information, everybody will be able to tell you the best builds, right? Like, as soon as we know everything about as soon as we have access to the wall crasher, it's over. Like, we'll be able to tell you what kind of builds you should run, what builds you should run, which descendants you should run. Like, it'll be over. There will be, like, unless there's some crazy, like, thing that comes out of, like, left field, everybody will be able to tell you what to run. Update can be in the game without us being able to play it. There are always files hidden. Oh, yeah, absolutely. I'm not saying there's not, I'm just saying we have some very serious data miners in the community. And if the wall crasher was already in the game files, we would have known. Like, we would have known. If the wall crasher was in the current game's live files, we would 100% have known by now. In my view, we would have known. There's no possible way that it would have stayed hidden. There's so many people that data mine now between like our communities, other streamers, communities, and Reddit, the files would have been out there.
쓰러지지 마십시오.
You wondering if they actually like made any changes? If they made any changes, they would have had to have been small tweaks, right? Like, there's no way they would implement like wide scale sweeping changes in like 1 or 2 weeks. You would have known if they pre-updated the season 3 files. That's why, and I think that honestly, if they're gonna put the wall crasher in the demo, we'll know at the demo. We'll know when the demo's released. We'll know when the demo's released. Well, the public will know. How about that? The public will know when the demo's released. Anything outside of that, like content creators getting special information or something, that'll only be known by content creators. And I can't imagine too many content creators are going to leak information. I would be surprised if content creators got some sort of special access and leaked information. I would be very, very, very surprised. Mine's true. Still, whose idea was to make him weak to crit and all attribute resistance? It makes no damn sense. If he's weak to crit, then yeah, you're just gonna fucking burn him up anyway, right? Like, if he's just weak to crit, then I mean, fucking last dagger. You just go back at him with the last dagger. That's all you need. Last dagger with fucking weak point damage on it, and it's fucking over, right? Like, get rid of the multi-hit if it like doesn't work for Serena. Get rid of the multi-hit, put fucking weak point on it, and then go in there with like a weak point last dagger with and fucking burn him up with Nell. Easily they don't do shit with CC, so it'll never happen. They can easily add HP to him. I mean, I think if they tweak him based off of like focus group testing, if anything, they would make him easier, not harder. Whoever put that out is just lies. We'll find out. I mean, I'm not one to like say a data mine is like true or false. I just want to wait and see the information. If the information corroborates what we're being told, then we have a credible leaker, I would assume. Because at this point, it would have to be somebody that leaked the information. It wouldn't just be a pure data mine, right? Unless it's stuff from like the focus testing group. If it's from the focus group, then that's different, but being from the focus group is like one whole different thing. You finally arrived. Sorry you're late. Welcome back, Angel. How you doing? Is a stat that doesn't exist? I mean, they can add stats. They can always add new stats though, lol, right? Like, I mean, they could completely add it in the new engine and we just wouldn't know. Just like they added on like the Ice Maiden, this whole like inability to be buffed or inability to be debuffed, right? I mean, they could always add it. I'm not going to rule it out. Do I think Haley's going to be good in season 3? Unless they buff her move speed? No. Because even if you look at sort of Axiom Planes and you're like, well, it looks pretty stationary. It looks like you're basically just holding up in one spot and like putting down damage. So you wouldn't actually need to move with like sort of with Haley to do damage. There are other descendants that will do an insane amount of damage and clear faster than a gun descendant, like a pure gun descendant. So I don't think that Haley will be good. Even though she has like the Albion cavalry gun and shit, I just don't see her being good. Because if you're gonna use a gun descendant, you might as well just use Glaive with restored relic and sit in one spot and hold the trigger down. Or you might as well just use Serena and then just delete everything from existence. You know what I mean? So unfortunately, I think Haley's just kind of I think Haley's fucked because she's so heavily dependent on weapons, and it's so hard to use weapons when you have skills that delete entire rooms, right? It's unlikely. Oh, it's absolutely unlikely. Bet it's fake. It might be. Even if it was a true league, it's worst idea to make all attribute resistance, but weak to crit. Oh yeah, it's definitely not smart. Like it's def not smart. So basically, can't be soloed. It depends. It depends on if it can be soloed or not. If they remove the mechanics, right? What's up? What's up, Emer? How you doing, mate? It's just going to depend. They've removed, I mean, like, they removed the mechanics from the Hangman. The Hangman doesn't have, like, any mechanics anymore. You can go in and solo him now if you want. So, it's just going to depend, you know? You saw a funny Ajax build? Which one was it? Was it the Reflect build? Oh, man. There we go. This is a 72k shield Ajax build. Oh, yeah, you can definitely hit 72k shield on him pretty quick. You thought it was just because the damage is so high? I mean, in the current game, you can just nuke him, right? Before, there was like a mechanic on the Hangman where you had like a box and like a bunch of shit you had to do, and they basically got rid of that mechanic. I don't see them putting those mechanics back on the Colossus because I don't think they want to make the content that challenging. I think if they made like the new Abyss boss be one that has to be completed in a group and there is a mechanic that has to be done, you would have basically a 1% completion ratio. Most of the community wouldn't do it, and there would be an insane amount of people up in arms on Reddit and Discord about how it's the worst fucking boss ever. Because nobody would be able to do it. Like your content creators and your people who play the game an absolute lot, like your no-lifers, would all be able to do it. But just like a general random pub team going in there would never complete it because the DPS check would be so high, and most people don't have enough DPS to actually like pass a DPS check. And then if you added into that like a base level mechanic that could easily be fucked up or trolled, you would have like a 0% completion ratio. Like it wouldn't be nobody completed it, but your effective completion ratio would be absolute trash. Oh yeah, look at your previous message. I probably fucking, sometimes my shit goes like, sometimes my chat moves and I miss shit, mate. I'm doing good. Ultimate Glay, Ultimate Valve, you're ready to be crafted, waiting for more slots. Yeah, if I have to look up even further than that, I'm not going to see it. You saw a funny Ajax build today with 72k Ajax build. Sorry, dude. Like, sometimes I miss messages. Messages go really fast when you're trying to do a bunch of shit. Dude, at least you've got some good, like, Ultimate Valby's in a really good spot. So, Ultimate Valby's a lot of fun. I think you'll have a lot of fun with Ultimate Valby. Ultimate Glay's not bad. Right now, I think that with her being non-at, honestly though, I think like with Valby being non-at, she's gonna do really, really well in the planes, you know? I think Valby's gonna do really well in the planes. All the nerfs to PvM content because no one wants to try anymore. Feels like it's, hold on, let me bring this dude out really quick. Let me do this really quick, and then I'll read the message. I'm just trying to make sure I burn this boss out. There we go. All the nerfs in the PvE content because no one wants to try anymore. I feel like it's killing this game. This actually having to try to do bosses and stuff. I think a lot of people that started this game like a year ago enjoyed the difficulty that existed within the game. And the game has just slowly gotten easier, and we just need to give it time to see if that's for the betterment of the game or the detriment. We need to see if the easier game is actually going to bring people and keep them here or push them away. I think a lot of the reason people left the game in the past wasn't for the difficulty, it was the grind. It was the obscene grind to get basically nothing. So you spent so much time grinding to basically get nothing, and that's what people hated. Not the fact that it was hard. That's just me, though. Could care less. The boss is something most people could do. It needs to be legit harder content. Not everybody can complete. I think that there needs to be a level of accessibility, and that's why I've been a big advocate for having multiple levels of difficulty. I think there needs to be multiple levels of difficulty with different rewards and different reward structures and different reward percents. So like you can do the like little Timmy No Thumbs version of the Hangman but you have like a fucking 0.5% chance at getting whatever like really rare mods are in there. But if you do like the fucking master level, you get like a 30% chance, right? But it's just harder. So everybody still has access to the same loot pool, but it's just you're rewarded for having fucking thumbs, you know? That's been my stance on it the whole time. I think having accessibility for everybody, even like your couch casuals, is 100% good. But I think that it just needs to be managed properly. And I think the current state of the game doesn't allow for that. It's not nobody wants to try. It's more the game is bad at leveling the player base. Oh yeah, I mean the game's not doing it's like any bonuses, right? By not adding harder content, and then every time they add harder content, they don't upskill their player base. They just put it in, the players can't figure it out, and then they take it away. Yeah, it was me, kind of bored, honestly. You don't need more than 4 catalysts and a Descendant to do anything in this game right now. 100%. Too few people left the game because the difficulty of the Colossus was fucked. You think so? So you knew people that just absolutely didn't like the difficulty of the Colossus? But here's the question. Here's the question, Roy. Did they leave because the difficulty of the Colossus was fucked? Or did they leave because they had to grind a Colossus with a really fucked difficulty with a low completion ratio just to get something? Like, was it the fact that the Colossus was a hard fight? Or was it the fact that the Colossus gate kept them from getting something else? And it was gate kept by the fact that the community couldn't clear it, and they had to run it an obscene amount of times to get the item they needed. And there was such a high failure rate. That's my question. Because I know those sound like the same thing, but they're very much different. Gotta go. It's all good thing. It's all good thing. We'll go back so I can plug in a 4th. They legit enjoyed the hard fight and it was turned off when the devs made them easier. Oh, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. So my bad, Roy. So I misread your statement. So basically, as soon as they made the Colossus fights easier, they left. I can see that. It was more to do with Descendant parts being gate kept. Yeah, I think that bothered people a lot more than anything else. Yeah, if you guys need to drop out, that's perfectly fine. I'll just like pub for a little bit. You might have phrased the first sentence wrong. No, you didn't phrase it wrong. You'll be back. Just stay in Albion for a second. I mean, if you just want to keep going, yeah, I'll just chat for a second and go use the bathroom. We can go back at it. No, I don't think that you phrased it wrong. It's just obviously with my brain and the way things work. It's fun playing with you. Yeah, I appreciate it, lady. We just normally just just chill and vibe. I'm in no rush. I'm not going to yell at people for doing anything or whatever. We're just here to hang out all day either way. I should probably work on some builds today, but I have like 7 videos I'm working on, so just making more work for myself isn't going to help. Love the chill vibe. It's the best way to be, right? We chill, we chat, we talk, we have a good time. It's the important part, right? Oh, let me use the bathroom, guys, and then when we get back, we'll keep cooking. You just want endless content? I'm not a big fan of endless content, but I know that a lot of people ask for it, and I don't personally think it would hurt the game to put it in. Like, I think it would be a very easy thing to put in for some people. So I'm not opposed to it, right? You know, some of the first Descendant left when the bosses were nerfed made the tune even more OP. Oh yeah, for sure. I know a lot of people who couldn't beat Pyro for 3 days and then quit. Kept trying, were listening to, honestly killing the game. There's no reason to even play. Wait, hold on. I know people who couldn't beat Pyro for 3 days and quit. And that's the type of people that we're listening to honestly killing the game. And there's no reason to even play with anyone because of it. I mean, I think some of the stuff with Pyro... I think some of the stuff with some of the Colossus... There were other issues that caused that to happen. Right? I think there were issues underlying it more than just maybe Pyro's a little bit too hard. And I think a lot of that is like not putting locks and stuff in systems to prevent people who shouldn't be in there from not being in there, right? Like there's a whole bunch of things that go into it. So, but I get what you're saying though. I definitely think players want to have difficulty. But I think the base level of difficulty shouldn't turn your players off. So the base level of difficulty, little Timmy No Thumbs can go through and get the content and clear it and keep moving forward. But you should add additional layers of difficulty that give you additional rewards. The Colossus are things where there's no real additional reward. You do the Colossus just so you can open Anamorphous material. making harder versions of those Colossus is not going to net you anything. So the whole Colossus system's kind of fucked, right? So they need to come up with a better system, but that's for them to do, right? Not me. I think the XP system or something that infinitely busts your character would be cool to have as like infinite content, like Arche Tuning. Yeah, I mean, they can definitely add more to Arche Tuning and roll it out and make it better. Horde mode with leaderboards keeps increasing difficulty each wave could be cool. I hate leaderboards. But like I said, if you guys want it and it's something that makes people happy, then I'm not opposed to it. I just hate leaderboard chasing. To be fair, Pyro players used to make him enrage. Oh yeah, a little bit tough, but and I think you could have nerfed him down to make him easier so people could like crack their anamorphous material, and that's not really hurting the player base. But there should be a harder version of him that gives you something better, or gives you like a higher % on the shit that you're cracking, right? So you do it on like the expert mode, and then your 4% chance automatically becomes a 16% chance or something, just based without using any stabilizers. So you can definitely do that, but they just never did. Leaderboards PV are dumb, but if they want to go for it, go for it. Oh yeah, I mean if people like it, then people like it. Bruh, I just wasted 40 fire rate cores and got nothing good for fire rate. Yup. They definitely need to add some bad luck protection to them fucking cores. Let me use the bathroom and get a drink, guys, and then we'll see if we have anybody. If not, we'll just keep cooking. Give me a second, guys. I'll be right back. Oh, I guarantee it. It looks good.
Well, hello there.
Thanks for the follow. After stream and then got dinner, we can make dinner, we can pick it up. Yeah, we can either do like Skyline or Chinese or Chipotle or Subway, or we can just do something here. It doesn't really matter. All right, boys. What weapon was he using right now? The hand Odin. So the basically I'm using Malevolent, and that's my running gun, and then Last Dagger for my burnouts. If you're curious about the build, ! Serene, it'll take you right to the build that we're using. All right, you guys ready to go? Which ultimate would I say is the most annoying to farm? Depends on who you ask. Some people say Freyna, just because of Swamp Walker. I mean, I think they're all equal, especially with stabilizers. As long as you have stabilizers, you're good. Tire Sushi's better, yeah. I'll just go take a walk. We'll try to make it work. I don't know, man. Freyna for sure. I think a lot of people just hated farming Freyna. I think a lot of people hated farming Freyna. Once Thing comes back, we'll cook. Like, once Thing says they're back. So I think we were waiting a second for Thing anyway. Ultimate Valby is by far the easiest, and Ultimate Valby is really good. So, yeah, I think Freyna is probably one most people hated, honestly. It was a pain. Oh, yeah. You don't remember Freyna being hard? It was Swamp Walker. You had to crack on Swamp Walker, and when she first came out, Swamp Walker just sucked. I mean, I started with the hardest at launch. Alt Glay was your first alt, and she was like 6%. Oh yeah, I could see that. Isn't Alt Ajax and Ultimate Viesa like the lowest chance for the pieces? Are they? They might be. Half of the time, it's less about the pieces because you can use stabilizers to help offset that. So it's just what is the most annoying to like farm for Anamorphous and what's the most annoying to crack. Once you get far enough into the game, nothing is annoying because you can just one-shot everything, right? Oh yeah, back, especially when you had to do outposts and shit. That's the worst part is it's changed so much, right? Took you longer for Alt VS, I can see that. Alt Lepic is most forgiving of all the ultimates. He can be farmed. Maybe. She wasn't bad because you can get 3 pieces from the same 400 dungeon. There you go. So that's why it is so very subjective for people. Like, some people say one was worse than the other. It can definitely be tough. Any descendant part that isn't 20. Outposts were fine. Freyna was easy, lazy farm. Well, when we used to do outposts, like we used to do them with Sharon, and it was fine. It was just they had a long reset. Once they got rid of the long reset, it wasn't terrible. But back in the day when they had a forever fucking reset, that sucked. Gave you an open world to use. That's why I'm not too excited. That's why I'm not honestly too super excited for Axiom Plains, because 90% of the time, open world content's just kind of lame. You don't miss outposts. I don't fucking miss outposts. I don't miss walking into an outpost, nuking it, and then standing outside the wall and just waiting for it to reset. Like, that was terrible. You literally stood outside the wall, ran in, nuked the whole thing, and then went right back on the other side of the wall. And then it was like a 20% chance to even get the fucking, the Anamorphous you wanted. So you could fucking do it 5 times and still not get a single fucking Anamorphous like material. It was like such a bad system. It was specifically designed to fuck players and not in a good way. Target farming the patterns makes it not bad at all. Oh, it definitely helps. It definitely helps now. It's way better than it used to be. Axiom isn't going to be anything special. I think it's just going to be another zone, personally. I don't think it's going to be anything like super cracked. And then like the item in the Anamorphous is like a 6%. Yeah, so you had RNG to fucking... You had RNG to get the Anamorphous. And when you got it, you had RNG to fucking open it if you didn't have stabilizers. Like, it was just like... It'd take you like hours to get fucking 10 of them. Maybe if they add fishing. God damn it, Sonic. I literally can't take you anywhere. How you doing, baby? Anyone hyped for Axioms on pure copium? I'm not gonna disagree. Based on everything that's currently in the game. I'm only saying that based on everything that's currently in the game. If they bring something that just is so far outside of the current game, then I'll be super excited for it. But based on everything in the current bounds of the game, it's nothing really crazy to me, right? You've had times where it took you 30 minutes to get 1 and 5 minute wait was awful. Oh yeah, dude, it was so fucking bad. Completed by BP and then be bored again. Those things are completed by the end of the week of release. Hopefully it's not bad though. At times we took their... Oh yeah. No. There's definitely been like really rough times. I might give Thing like another minute. I might give Thing like another minute or so, and then if they don't come back, I'll just like... I'll kick them out for right now, and then when they come back to chat, then I'll just jump out and grab them. That way I'm not just standing here looking at Serena's ass the whole time. I know a lot of people aren't mad about it, but I like to shoot things. Which outpost got buffed to 100% when using Sharon? I just think outposts are another thing that were just like a relic of the past. They were just designed in a way that is like antithetical to fun. You run in Purge, yeah, God. She needs a suntan. You don't like her her skin tone? You don't like the very soft color that she has? Yeah, I think we're gonna run Purge for a little bit longer. I'm not gonna be on too late, but I'm gonna run Purge for a little bit longer. since we've basically spent all day just running Purge and Sig either way. And then tomorrow I'll probably work on builds. Maybe. No, not that. We're at 466, man. We're cooking. The suit's too dark for her skin tone. I like it. I like it. Different paint color would have been better. We went back and forth on a couple different paint colors. I think I had like a pretty light color on her at one point in time. So I think I had a light color on it at one point in time. I mean, the green definitely would look good on somebody like, the green would definitely look good on somebody like Sharon, right? Who has like really good olive skin color. But, Sil, what you doing, baby? You were chatting here while you were streaming? What the fuck, boy? If I'd have known that, I thought you were done streaming. What up, Sil, mate? Thank you for the raid, brother. Can you join for Purge? Really want to get that done before the 7th? I think that, I think I'm going to set out Thing really quick, since they're not back yet, and then, when Thing comes back, we could always talk about it, but yeah, I'm fine with that. If you want to come in, just drop your stuff. It's nothing personal. They're not going to feel bad about it. They understand. I got a show too, so. Surprised they're releasing bunny skins already while Haley's first. I mean, aren't they going to do them all at the same time? They're not going to do them individually, are they? Frana looks good in white and green also. Yeah, absolutely. Sit in chat while goofing around. So I appreciate you, mate. Thank you for the raid. Thank you for bringing your awesome community. And thank you for support, brother. Thank you for supporting me and thank you for supporting the channel. Guys, go check Sil out. Sil's an awesome community member. They hang out all the time. They're good people. You should definitely follow Sil. Follow Sil. You're 105. Hey, doing the same path loop? Oh, yeah. I feel that. I imagine they're going to release them all at the same time. If they fucking just individually release them one at a time to milk out money to where they can't do a bundle, I think you're going to have some pretty not happy people. God, I'm not flying, so you can do whatever you want. I'm just running. Some people are flying, so if you want to run Enzo, feel free to run Enzo, but I'm just running. I'm just vibing. I am not. What do you invite? Release what? Oh, just talking about like the bunny skins. The bunny skins coming out like I'm assuming on Thursday. I don't know if it's this Thursday or next Thursday, but they'll be coming out on Thursday, right? They'll be coming out on Thursday at some point, so it's either this Thursday or next Thursday. Whatever said on the Discord. 24th, yeah, next Thursday. When's the Outpost rework coming? Never. You guys ready? Never. The Outpost rework is never coming out. Season 4. I mean, they haven't even talked about it, so I would imagine that it's basically so far off their radar that it doesn't even matter at this point. First Descendant's the only game you haven't bought skins for, Zelg? What the fuck? That is interesting. So why, in your opinion, have you not bought skins? Just don't enjoy the game enough to support them? Like, don't like any of the skins? Like, no judgment, right? Like, absolutely no judgment. Just trying to understand, like, why you personally have decided not to get skins. You don't even play this game and you buy skins, so that's a huge feat. That's true, though. That makes sense. Yeah, because like no judgment on not buying skins. Like if you don't want to buy skins, you don't want to buy skins. I personally don't care. I'm just curious why you never elected to buy any skins. Like what was the? You're just like, dude, I just don't enjoy the game. I don't enjoy the skins. I don't feel like supporting the devs. I don't have the money. Skins are too fucking expensive. You know, whatever your reason is. Just curious. Genuinely enjoying the game. No, I think that's for a lot of people, Aishan. I think a lot of people bought most of their skins towards the beginning of the game when they were like really enjoying it. And a lot of people just aren't enjoying the game in the same way they were. So because of that, a lot of people have stopped buying skins, right? You bought skins for Glay, you don't even use that much. I mean, I bought skins for Glay back in the day. They enhance the lore of the character, they're genuinely good quality. That makes sense. And you just don't feel like none of that is like the thing. That makes sense though. Spent like $1,000 on each. I mean, like, to be fair, like, Destiny had some pretty fire skins. Like, no joke, Destiny had some pretty fire skins. Warframe's got some pretty nice looking accessories. And then they have like heirloom skins and everything else, so I can see that. I can see that. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. And I think that it's good that people have their reasons to either buy or not buy things, right? So... again, I was out. Don't have any lore, nor do they look cool. At the time, it was just invest by the art. No, it makes sense. You decided to just stick with the bikini summer skins just to control your spending in First Descendant. If they do release more, I'll just choose the sexier ones for each Descendant. That's basically what I did, Roy. I bought like the bathing suits last time they came out just so I had them. And then I just decide if I want to buy a better skin or not. Because I just have like a base set for all the Descendants. So 39k PP. It's capped at 39. You'll buy more conservative skins. I don't think there's anything wrong with that either, Sprit. I think that you vote with your wallet, right? So if you decide to buy skins, you should buy skins and vote with your wallet. And if you, like, when Nell comes out, you enjoy some of like Nell's more baser like looking skins, and those are the skins you should buy. But yeah, it's 39. I don't have like max roll on some of my stuff, so. But honestly, once you get some kills racked up, you get a bunch of extra HP anyway, so like you can look and see I'm at 39k either way, even though I only had like 35k base. But yeah, maybe if I was like paying attention, I would be doing much better. What the fuck, dude? I could have swore I had the music on, but I literally don't hear anything in here. Like, I don't hear any music. I barely hear any game sound. It's just, like, really interesting. I don't know if it's, like, a bug with their game or something, but... Like, normally I hear something in the background, right? You like sexy conservative, not Gooner? Hey, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think if they made really good male Gooner skins, I think you should spend your money on those. Personally. I'm not a big fan of them not having equal opportunity gooning. I think the men's skins in this game are fucking absolutely atrocious in so many different ways. Where's the cap on Serena's HP? I think it was just stated. It was just stated that it was 39k. So once you have 39k, it doesn't scale any higher. Basically. They just need to make an OP male Descendant. It's going to be Jaber, obviously. It's going to be Jaber or Eugen. Yeah, gotcha. Thanks. Yeah. They stated it in like a live stream. Maybe it was like 2 live streams back. They essentially said that in order to cap her, right, to where she doesn't continue to scale exponentially, they were going to just like max her fourth scaling out at 39k. And most of us were like 39k, blah, 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 and not realizing that you could get her like way the fuck higher than that. Because, like, obviously 39k, we're like, 39k, Jesus, that's going to be high. And then they gave us, like, all the cores and shit, and we're like, oh, yeah, 39k. Ain't too worried about that. Secretary skin is sexy conservative, if I ask you. Then you just need to make an OP. Oh, yeah, it doesn't show much. Yeah, there's definitely some that are better than others. The male skins are so bad. They stick with, like, sexy lady and, like, goofy guy. Did you get a spider in there that just wrecked the whole base? That sucks. How did it get inside? It jumped. And then he just demolished the whole base. Well, hopefully it's not too bad. Just run away and see if you can despawn him. I would just fucking try to despawn him. Oh, the fucking like explodes. That's not good. I forgot that there was like the mutant spiders. Jesus. Should we move the base? I mean, like, figured we were going to move the base to the upper yard eventually, but... Hey, Judge, hope you're doing well. Sorry, how much of the demo do we get? I have no idea, man. I have no idea, Malenko. We're still trying to figure it out. No idea. You'll go full Eugen if they make him OP. I cannot imagine. The biggest issue is how do you make anybody more OP than Serena? And that is, I think, going to be the crux of the problem moving forward. Is in what do you do to make somebody on par with Serena? Right? Like, how do you make somebody as strong or stronger than Serena? And to me, I think that is going to be the crux of the problem. Is like, no matter who they release, you're going to have to benchmark them to Serena. And the way Serena works, it is impossible to realistically make anybody stronger than her unless you start making enemies that just have a resistance to her. So that is in my mind the biggest issue, because I don't really know how you make anybody better than her. So that's like my biggest issue. What I understand about the male skins is Esmo has a unique frame skeleton built, but the rest share one, including Ajax. Yeah, Ajax is... Well, I think it's because Esmo was made in post. I think Ajax was made with a lot of the other... Like, was made at a different time with a different skeleton. Serena's ability without the need to levitate, I already do that. I don't fly with my Serena. I do with the boss, but that's because of the last dagger. Because of the way I have my last dagger built, and I can get more procs by flying than I can on the ground, because you get the bonus 50% to multi-hit rate, which increases your procs. But Serena's already broken OP, but she's stronger in the air. That's true. That is true. I guess you could make just a non-flying Serena that just is just insanely insane all the time. You can still add damage buff for the team to her kit. Oh, I didn't think about that. So basically just make Serena, but she gives this to everybody, right? So just make a support that makes everybody Serena. But you already have that. It's called owning Serena. Right? But to be fair, yeah, you could definitely give a support that gives the ability to give Serena's damage buff to everybody. That's fucking broken OP. That would be even more broken. That would actually be even more broken. I will give that to you. Pretty much allow oh, hold on. Life leech. So like the exact same thing, but like with life leech. Because I think even adding life leech, unless you were doing as much damage as Serena was doing, there's nothing in the content that needs you to have more sustain, right? Like, you could add supports that do some really crazy stuff, but unfortunately, like, a lot of the sustain you just don't need. Hold on. Let me kill this stuff and then get caught up on chat. I like missed it because there's some big messages. I do really good with small messages, but when there's big messages, I actually need to like read them. So you saw damage buff. Oh yeah. So we're below that. There's a fucking gnat. We got to get our gnat trap back up and running in the kitchen. Now there should be the plug-in one. Oh yeah. We can always like change the sticky thing out too. They'd pretty much have to allow character to cast one skill once, one tap mobs. Even I believe Serena would be more efficient for numerous other reasons. The balance is just awful. Absolutely. I mean, you can do that with Inez right now. Inez basically does that to everything except mega bosses. Next one has two ways: nerf Serena or buff all out of the level. There's no nerf content, so nerf the gun. Multiples are needed. Yeah, but I think even fucking nerfing everybody up to do her damage and just the way her skills work. I mean, you could definitely do that. So, non-flying Serena, and it's male, and that just beats the game. And life leech, this dude could be totally hot with muscles. I'm fine with like a muscle daddy for you. I'm fine with a muscle daddy. Don't make Eugen OP killer, make him an OP healer. Take away the red damage mods and bring back healing skills, red mods. But you could do that, but again, like there's no need for it. Like you could make him, you could literally make him to where he just put like an unlimited life regen on people and it would never matter because you don't need it. Like there's no content to where you need to have that damage. Like you need to have that survivability. I think if there was some type of content where you needed that survivability, it'd be useful, but like just don't face tank and you're gonna be okay for the most part, unfortunately. Just got back. No, it's all good. It's all good, pup. I just was like, I was hanging out for a little while and I was like, it's all good, man. I got to keep the show moving. So we just added a couple people in. So it's all good. We'll run with you another time for sure. Unfortunately, I just got a show that I got to run sometimes. So like, there's only so much bikini ass I can do. When he calls once every while. Oh yeah, absolutely no problem. And then if you have a patient that you have to check on, that is way more important than me. You know what I mean? That is absolutely more important than me. I'm here either way. Yeah. Let's grab him from the roster. I mean, he's gonna have his ultimate. Hopefully his ultimate does something to make him more of a DPS because like there's just no reason for healers. Support tanks generally suffer from the game's current state. Yeah. If you have a game that's really unbalanced and really unbalanced and content that is very, very easy, then supports are very, very hard to use. Right? Like, unless the support is increasing your DPS in some way, it's a very hard use case to like actually use the support, right? So things like Eugen and Ajax are very hard to like justify adding to your fire team. And even still, you can get away with somebody like oh, what's his name? He's in the team right now. Like you can get away with Enzo for certain things, but his usefulness only extends to certain things, and those things are speed runs because you can do just as fine without him. You make Eugen better by playing Serena instead. It's based, right? I mean, that's based. He actually enjoyed arcade tuning Eugen. He just wasn't OP. I mean, when I arcade tuned Eugen, I just used Malevolent. Like, I literally just used Malevolent because his fucking proliferating allergy was so bad. So I was just like fighting to get kills and shit, and it was just easier just to run fucking Malevolent. Yeah, I really enjoyed Eugen. Serena's 4 is just better. Yeah, I mean, like, Serena's 4 is just better than adding, like, Eugen as a healer. Hold on. Sorry, I was reading chat. All your friends who play Luna now are pissed. There's Luna's dominating now, and they're fucking pissed. What do you mean? Like, people are mad that play Luna because Luna's good? Like, maybe I'm misreading that because I'm trying to, like, read in game, but... Yeah, like maybe I'm just missing some context in that. Maybe I need to reread it again. Yeah. Why heal when you can kill? Absolutely. The fact that Serena can heal herself is just dumb. The fact that Serena can do half of the shit she can do is just dumb. Right? Like, the fact that Serena is just Serena is insane. She definitely power crept the game in a way that is just irreversible. And it's going to take months. Like, it's going to take multiple expansions to fix. Oh, with Ultimate Luna, they have to start over. I mean, they could use a photon imprinter. More than likely, your friends with regular Luna, once Ultimate Luna comes out, they'll get a free photon imprinter. So it won't be that bad. Because they will give out another photon imprinter before Ultimate Luna drops. So even if they don't have one, they'll get one before Luna drops. That way they can transfer everything over to her, right? So hopefully it's not going to be too bad for him. Just wasn't necessary. Yeah, no, it wasn't. So Serena heals teammates. Yeah, Serena just fucking heals in general. I mean, she's basically an everything. Serena's an everything. You enjoyed leveling Eugen's arcade tree as well. You used proliferating allergy. Fully cored up, used multi-hit Fallen Hope. That's an interesting play. I literally just used Malevolent. I had proliferating allergy on him, but it's just so unruly and shitty to use that I basically didn't make any use out of it. She's a Swiss Army knife? Yeah. She's the Swiss Army knife if the Swiss Army knife had a Swiss Army knife on it. Right? Like she's just the everything with everything on it. I wish I enjoyed Eugen more, but his proliferating allergy just needs something to make it not feel so bad when you mess with it. Because you can throw it at something and then somebody can kill that enemy and then now all of a sudden you're on fucking cooldown and it feels bad. He's not very usable in the current meta. Just because everything's dying so fast and it doesn't like leave a puddle or a pool, so at the end of the day, you just have to hope that you're the first person to hit. Training with extra steps, basically. So yeah, I wish he was better. There's a lot of Descendants that I wish were better, but honestly, a lot of the Descendants play styles are the exact same. Like, there's very little difference amongst like the Descendants. Compared to like Warframe, but Warframe's been around for a lot longer, right? But like a lot of the frames in Warframe are different and they play different. Not all of them, but a lot of them are. I feel like a lot of the Descendants all play the same. Like there's maybe 2 or 3 Descendants that play a little bit different, but for the most part they all play almost identical. Needs a larger AO and the projectile speed increased. It needs to have like an explosion or something at the end, yeah, that makes sure that if it like misses target, it still like has a chance to hit. Question is, how do you build them? I don't know. I guess you could say it depends on how you build them, but I mean, you can build them to play suboptimally. Just the optimal way to build is just so lame in this game. Like the ultimate, the best way to play is making something to kill the most things with the least amount of effort, the fastest, in mass mob. So your play styles are basically single target bulk DPS, like single target insane DPS, or speed mobbing. Like those are your 2 play styles. Anything other than that is just you playing something because you want to play it. Those are the 2 things that you do in this game. And you could say that there's like a difference between like mobbing against high level targets, like, you know, targets that have higher HP than others. But ultimately we do so much damage that it doesn't matter. You're still doing the same thing. It's just, it might take you an extra hit with some of the other characters and some of the other builds. But I mean, those are basically what you're doing. You're a meta slave, then you agree it feels the same. Yeah, I mean, like, well, if you're not a meta slave, then you're just a hipster, right? Like, that's the option. You're either a meta slave or you're a hipster. Because if you're not playing the meta, then you're like just intentionally making the game harder on yourself. There's nothing wrong with it. Like, I don't mean it as like an insult to people. It's just, if you're not playing the things that are like super effective, then you're just playing things just to play them. And I think that most gamers do what's most efficient because they don't have an unlimited amount of time. If you're somebody that has an unlimited amount of time, then you do kind of whatever. But I think most gamers try to optimize the amount of time they get to play because they don't have 1,000 hours to put in the game. Does that make sense? Again, it's not a referendum on anybody that wants to play anything, but I think your average gamer that plays 2 or 3 hours a week, 4 hours a week, they're going to play whatever's the most efficient because they only get 4 hours to play and they have a lot of shit they need to get done. I mean, that was the issue I had when I used to play Destiny 2. Like, when I used to play Destiny 2 all the time when I worked, I tried to do things the fastest and most efficient way possible because I didn't have as much time as everybody else to play. So I found I would like watch guides, I would talk to people, I would find the best, fastest, most efficient things, and then I would get really good at them. Like I would just get really fucking good at them, and then that's where my skill came from. So like what I enjoyed personally was being able to do hard things really efficiently. That's what I enjoyed. Everybody has their own like for fun thing. You know what I mean? Build slowly getting better. As long as it's getting better, Hangy. That's a fair point. And so's yours. So's yours. Like, playing Proliferating Allergy Eugen because you're having fun with it is perfectly valid. It's like absolutely perfectly valid. If you're somebody that's like, hey, I don't chase the meta. I don't care about getting everything done. I just want to hop on and have fun and play. So I want to play and I want to play whatever I want and I want to have fun. The only thing I say that sucks for those people is they have people like me in their lobby. Right? They have people like me in their lobby and they're running around with their like Proliferating Allergen Eugen and they're never going to hit a single enemy and they're never going to get to play their build. What up, Stargazer? They're just never going to get to play their build because I will delete the room before they ever get in there and get set up. And it sucks for them because I'm sucking the fun out of their game. And if it's not me, then it's somebody else, right? Like you could be like, well, Judge, just stop being a cunt. Like don't play pubs with these overpowered builds. Let people have their fun. And it's like, dude, I'm not trying to take away their fun. But if I'm not the one that's in there doing that, somebody else is going to be in there doing that, right? And I feel bad for them because they're trying to play something to have fun with. But it's just, it's very challenging to have fun because you don't even get to play those builds because other people are in there just fucking deleting rooms before you can even fucking set up to do things. So then you're almost forced to play like really crazy hardcore overpowered builds even if you don't want to. Or you can play solo, right? Like there's always like the devil's advocate. Well, those people can just play solo to have fun with it or whatever. But I mean, if you're playing a multiplayer game, half the reason you're playing a multiplayer game is to play with other people. Just show off like your cool build and have fun and be strong, right? Yeah, meta does mean most efficient tactical available. So enjoying the meta means you just want to play efficiently and effectively. Yeah, basically, right? Makes sense. I'm only using Inez. I let everyone else get their hits in first. Now you only use Viesa and VP. I think as long as you're having fun with it, then that's fine. I think Viesa works fine in VP. I think it just depends on the party you're with. If you're in the wrong party. If you're in the wrong party, you're just going to get left behind, though. It's the only downside. But as long as you don't care and you're having fun, then you're having fun. You play most MMOs solo. I think people, I don't want to say a lot of people because I can't just say a lot of people multiple. You don't use Passionate Sponsor? Not right now. I put on other damage mods. Passionate Sponsor is, Passionate Sponsor, not in this build. Yeah, not in this build. Because Passionate Sponsor is going to give you, what's Passionate Sponsor going to give you? I think Passionate Sponsor gives you like skill power modifier or something, maybe. Like this whole build is about putting out as much gun damage on your 4 as possible. So the main things to try to do here are going to be getting your HP up to that 39k cap, getting your cooldown and duration up to where you can keep 100% uptime on your 4, and then outside of that, any sort of like quality of life things you need. Those are going to be like the biggest things to worry about on this build. Firearm attack when buffing allies. I guess you could. You could if you feel like doing it. If it's firearm attack when buffing allies, you can make a use case for it. I think I used to have it on one of my other builds. I'd have to look and see what I'd have to take off. Like what I could take off to make it work. But I think that this build is basically capped out in a way that there's not much I can take off of it. And that I'd rather have the additional HP over the firearm attack. Because I think it's more about the HP than the firearm attack. Right. I can't remember if there are things on this build that I can actually, like, lose or not. Because that's what it boils down to. Is, like, can I afford to lose something off of this build to add that? And unfortunately, like, I built the build, like, a while back. Like, a couple weeks ago or whatever. And I've slept since then, so I'd have to reevaluate it. It's like one of the hardest parts about making like 100%. It's like one of the hardest parts about making a bunch of different builds is over time you just kind of forget what's on them and you have to reevaluate it. I was literally listening to Sven earlier, and he was talking about it. He was like looking at one of his builds. I had him up passively. I had him up like on my second monitor while I was working on shit, and I could hear him. He's like, "What the fuck is this build?" And he's like, "What the fuck was I doing in this build?" He's like, "Dude, I literally don't remember what I was doing, like what I was making in this build." And all I could do was sit there and laugh because that's me all the time. I'm like, bro, what was I actually doing here? Like, why was I doing this? I cannot remember. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, like you need the 100% uptime on your 4th multi-talented. So, yeah, so I need the multi-talented on here for the 100% uptime on my 4. So you're really struggling because that 4 uptime is more important to me. Yeah, I would much rather have the 100% uptime on my 4. Well, it doesn't work with Relic. That's if you play on Relic. That's if you play a Relic build, right? Like, if you play a Relic Serena, then it wouldn't work at all. If you're like Anthony and you play... if you're like Anthony, right, and you play a ACG Serena build, then you would get some use out of it, but the bulk of your damage is not coming from your firearm, even though that is like firearm. It's like firearm damage times... It's like firearm damage times your HP. And firearm, like any more firearm damage you can put on your firearm is definitely a good thing. With the big multiplier there is going to be your HP, not the firearm, right? So, for a lot of people, it's about just getting the most shots out of your 4 as possible. So, but it just depends on which build you play. Because I know like Anthony is like really fast in here, and he doesn't use ACG at all. Or he doesn't use Restored Relic at all. He uses Albion. He's got an I'm pretty sure he plays his Albion build. I'd have to watch, but I'm pretty sure he played Albion all day today. I'm almost positive he used Albion all day today. He used Albion, and Hunt and I were using Relic. Shots every time Gray says firearm. I do what I can for you. How you doing? How you doing, Hayden? Everything just explodes no matter what. I mean, at the end of the day, that's true, though. I mean, you can kind of just do whatever. There's like some min-max, but you're only shaving off time if you're a GOAT, right? For your average gamer, it's not going to make that much of a difference. It's just going to be what you're comfortable with. Should you play a running Serena, or should you play a flying Serena? Should you play with Restored Relic? Should you play with Last Dagger? Should you play with Albion? Like, are there some differences in here? And like, might one cut like a few seconds off of your time more than the other one? For sure, but at the end of the day, the only people that it's going to matter to, like make a big difference, are going to be the top end players who are literally just trying to shave like a second off of their time. For your average gamer, it's literally not going to fucking matter. Like if you run this in fucking 1 minute and 35 seconds or 1 minute and 42 seconds, like it's not that big of a deal. Unless you're running with like a full stack where you're min-maxing everything, that's not gonna matter. And like running with Restored Relic, if you don't have an Enzo, isn't quite as good. Can you switch? Yeah, we'll take you back out, God. Like farming for, yeah, so it definitely just depends. Farm the Retriever and Max Last Dagger got 1.1 DPS. Kind of happy to get back after a year. I'm glad you're enjoying yourself, Hage. You ready for the update? We'll go back and we'll let God switch. I'll play for a little bit longer. We're gonna get a couple more runs in today. Let me go back. We'll let him switch really quick. So, were you able to salvage the base? Jeez, to get him out of there, arrows. Or he cried and he felt bad. Fucking Lamau. Literally, we're like, please don't blow up my base. Please don't blow up my base. I literally just spent 8 hours on building this base. What time is it here? 4 p.m. 4:41. 4:41. You guys ready? Go back in and run for a little bit longer. Go back in and run for just a little bit longer. Dude, I need to figure out what the fuck is going on with this ground. Damn, it's 10:42 p.m. there. Where the hell you at? You definitely crossed the pond. Best feeling when you find a game that you love? Oh, absolutely. Italy? That checks. How was your day in Italy? All right, guys, I'm going to go back in. I think we're good. If somebody needs something, they can tell me and we'll pull back out. But until then, I'm just going to send it. I'm just going to send it. Hopefully you had a good day today. Hopefully it wasn't too bad. You're just sitting down. You're going to play some games. You're going to relax for an hour before you go to bed for work. Closing your house, farming all day, basically. Fucking Lamau. It's a good day. That is a good day. That is a good day. You're off work? You guys got holidays? What holidays do you guys have? Is it just like summer holiday where they shut down for like a couple weeks? You're in Southeast Asia? Yeah, 2-week shutdown. Nice, man. I wish we had something like that in the US. Dude, 4 a.m. What the hell are you doing up so early, Roy? I mean, there's such an international audience to this game. It's absolutely crazy. It's just such an international audience. It's fucking crazy. But yeah, hopefully you guys are enjoying your, like, your 2 weeks. You get some time to, like, decompress and relax and just feel human again. So those are always a positive. You get a lot of perspectives. Oh yeah, for sure. Makes sense. I don't know why I just manually hand loaded that. I'm fucking retarded. 40% from the US. Geez, what do you mean? Just like 40% of the player base is from the US? Well, I can tell you that like most of my community, like most of my Twitch community does not always seem to be from the US. At least most of my chatters. Like, don't get me wrong, we definitely have chatters from the US. But I feel like I get a shitload of people that are not in the US. Like, they might be in Canada and stuff, but we get a lot of fucking active chatters that are just not from the US, man. Yeah, the player base. Yeah, I mean, between the US and the UK, like, the US and Europe, I mean, like, 60% of the player base, so, I mean, that checks. Definitely seems like most of Twitch is not from that demo. Like they didn't get the fucking memo. Just enjoying. Just playing First Descendant. Dude, that's good. Time to grind, cook out, get ready for the update. Sucks that is the update. Are you still gonna be on vacation when the update comes out or not, fam? You're from the Caribbean? Are you really, Sean? I didn't know that. I don't know why I imagined you were from the US. That is the thing about Twitch is I have no idea who anybody is or where they're from or anything. You know what I mean? You're from North Korea? Are you? No, you're not, or. That's a sleep issue. You can work on adjusting it. Ugh. Just don't need to sleep. The only player playing this from North Korea is fucking Kim Jong-un. So I didn't know I had a celebrity in the channel. Or Jong-un. Yep, that makes sense. That makes sense now. See, it all makes sense now. It all makes sense, or. Did not realize it. Share the same time zone? Yeah. No, that makes sense. That's why I think a lot of people, like why I think a lot of people are from the US and shit, is because they're just in my time zone. You been to Jamaica, Grand Cayman? That makes sense. I've never been to the Caribbean. I wish. You're Romanian? Nice. We've had some like Romanians. We've got Estonians. We've got Germans. We've got all sorts of people. So I was like reading chat. I thought this was cleared. That was my bad. Kind of enjoying it. Free and quiet time in the early AMs. Dude, it's nice to just have like the chill with nobody fucking with you, right? You never know who's in your chat. You literally never have any idea who's in your chat. That is the thing about like anonymity, right? Like there could be fucking Mark Zuckerberg can be in my chat right now and he's just being a stingy bastard not gifting out subs. Like I have no idea who's in my chat. You have no idea who anybody is on like an alt account. There could be some fucking big dick business daddy in here that makes like $100 million a year. You literally never have any idea who's in your chat. As a streamer, you have no idea who everybody is. It's the internet, and everybody is fucking anonymous, you know? You're Hungarian, actually. Not just purely Romanian. Check. That's cool. You're a morning person? You guys are weird. Maybe Asmon's watching on some sort of alt channel thinking about jumping in season 3. I mean, I've stroked Asmon's ego enough that I think if he was in my channel, maybe I would have known. But I feel like I've stroked Asmon's ego enough that if I'd fucking, the amount of times I mentioned him, he would have at least been like, he would have got on his main channel and been like, "Sup, Judge?" Like at some point he would have been like, "Dude, this dude's fucking, I at least need to say hi to this dude. I at least need to get on my main channel and just sneak in here and be like, "Sup, Judge?" and then bounce out. You can't do anything in the morning, you can't even stand up. Dude, I lay in bed way too long in the morning. Is that what it is, Sil? You're my long lost dad? As long as you come here and make food for me, and then we'll call it good, Sil. We'll call it good. I'll take it. But yeah, that's definitely one of the things about the internet is you have no idea who's who. I've had people, like, especially back when I used to stream Phasmo and I was a little bit more popular and shit. Like, I would have people show up in my chat and they would just spend like, they'd spend like $2,000-$3,000 in a month. Just gifting subs, like bits, donations. Like, you had no idea who was in your chat and you're like, "What the fuck, dude? How do you have this much money?" And they're like, "Oh, I make good money." You had no idea. You know what I mean? 80, thank you very, very, very much for the 45 biddies. Thank you for the support. Thank you for supporting the channel. Thank you for supporting me. Thank you for supporting the channel. The German Shepherd is better. The German Shepherd is better. I don't know why it doesn't fucking do the thing. Anyway, yeah, the German Shepherd is better for 99% of the content. The only time that the Golden Retriever is better is if you are specifically doing some sort of like heavy weapon build where you need some ammo. But even still, you're just going to use the German Shepherd. It just gives you a little bit of HP back. Like, out of the two, it's the better one of the two. It's just got the more useful. Unless you're doing some weird-ass niche build. Don't tell Rusty what we're making for dinner. I won't tell her. Maybe Mr. Beast will drop by and send you $1 million. Bro, if somebody just dropped into the chat and just dropped me, like, 20 grand, it would be enough to make my fucking life so much easier for the next multiple years. Like, I don't need $1 million, dude. Just fucking drop like 20 to 50 grand. That right there is going to take care of like a lot of my stress and issues, and then I'm just not going to worry. Yeah, just like 50 grand, man. Just 50 grand lets me pay off a bunch of shit, pay off a bunch of debt, put some money in savings, not worry about like how much money I'm making for goddamn probably multiple years. And then I can just focus on like creating content and having fun. Dude, that would go like that would go insanely hard. So yeah, Mr. Beast, if you're out there, just like 50 G's. You can just PayPal me. Just PayPal me 50. Millionaire lurkers, where you at? They're there. They're there. Fuckers are there. But they're not millionaires by giving away their money, unfortunately. You don't get to be a millionaire by giving away your money. Secret recipe, potato bacon soup. Dude, potato soup is so good, though. Isn't it? Potato soup is so fucking good. We should make a GoFundMe for Judge. Nah, fam. Chat does everything they can for me. I appreciate them. Chat does everything they can for me. I appreciate them. I appreciate everything they do for me. I love chat. I literally love my chat. My chat is absolutely amazing. My chat is absolutely amazing. I wouldn't be anything without them. Quickest way to 50 G's? Quickest way to 50 G's is me putting my butthole on OnlyFans. That's 50 G's right there, baby. That's what I gotta do. Short of that, we ain't making 50 G's. What's the hold up? I don't know, man. Maybe I'm just too self-conscious. Alright, let's cook. What time is it? We're doing good. We're doing good. Man, I gotta work on that fucking... I gotta work on that video some tonight. I probably at least gotta put a little bit of time in on it. I don't know. I mean, I can probably hang out with you, though, some tonight. Just because, like... that fucking video is gonna take me forever. Even if somebody else posts a similar video, it's not gonna be the same. Especially as long as my video is, but I'll definitely work on it some tonight. I can sit in here though while you're gaming. Oh, the Night Rain thing, that was given away when everybody was playing Night Rain on stream. That's how you got it. You just had to be in a stream when Night Rain was being streamed. Like right when the game first came out, it was like a Twitch exclusive thing. That's how you got that. Every once in a while, there are certain games that have exclusives like that. Damn, you missed it. Yeah, you can't go back and get it. Yeah, I figure we can like get done with stream, go take a walk, figure out something for dinner, and then I can work on trying to rough cut that. I think as long as I get the rough cut done, then it won't be too bad, and then I'll just get up tomorrow and continue to work on it. I mean, there's basically, even if I just buckle down, there's no possible way I get it done until probably Friday. It's just that big of a video. I mean, you're making like a fucking 45-minute long fucking video. Like, there's no fast way to make a 45-minute long video. Like, there's just no quick way to do it. Like, 45 minutes is 45 fucking minutes. It's just tough. Just too hard for you? Yeah, there is. Yeah, cut it. Dude, Hunt, I have cut and recut, and I'm going to have to go back and cut again. There's 2 sections that I think I can cut like 5 minutes out of, but even still. Well, think about all the topics we have to talk about. If you think about all the topics you have to talk about, if you do nothing but just gloss over them, you're at least at a 40-minute video. Like, just glossing. The like two of the biggest things that are going to take the longest for like is like going over like the mods, like some of the stuff with like the mod system, and just making sure people understand like the mod system. That takes a little bit of time. And then there was one other part of the video that's just like long. Can you ask me something? Haiti, it's in, I think I said it earlier, but ! Serena will take you directly to the build video. The build video, the exact build that I'm using. It'll tell you the exact build I'm using, how to set it up, and how to play the build. It'll give you everything you need in that video. Oh, you're bad you didn't? No, it's all good. That's what I'm telling you. Somebody asked me earlier for the build. Well, I thought about before the final, like before I do an actual like go through and put all the shit in the video, putting like a very rough version of it up on YouTube that's like, you know, doesn't have like all of the shit done, right? It just has like the audio right with like none of the B-reel, none of the final polish, and then like giving a link out to like, well, not members only because I need the feedback really fast, but send the feedback out to like send it out to like Hunt, let you watch it, and like maybe one other person, and just see if it looks good before I spend a fucking infinite amount of time putting polish on it. Because if there's like something I missed, then I can fucking add it. Or if there's something that needs to be cut out to like for brevity, I can cut it. Because if you're like, yeah, this section is like too long or we don't need to talk about it, then I can do that and then just have a couple people review it because it's going to be such a big fucking guide. And I plan on doing a lot with it, so I don't want to have to pull it down after the fact. Like, it's not like it's a normal build guide where I can, like, pull it down and it doesn't fucking matter, right? Hey, guys, I think we'll run one more real quick. If it's too long, add timestamps or chapters. It'll have timestamps. It's just a big video. It's just a big fucking video. It's just a massive video. Like, there's nothing to do. I mean, there's no two ways about it. It's just fucking big. Like, even if you just sat down, I mean, it's probably like 14 to 20 hour video by the time it's all said and done. Like, it's going to take me a while. You got them all legendary in a row? Dude, that's fucking cooking. There's just so much to fucking... There's just so much to look at. I think I about have the rough edit done. Like, if I just buckle down for about 40 minutes tonight, I think probably like 40 minutes to an hour tonight, I think I can get the rough edit done. You watch hour-long Sims Let's Plays? Let's go. I mean, I think that long videos don't necessarily make them bad, right? Like, I don't think long videos are necessarily bad in and of themselves, as long as they're good. There's definitely gonna have to be some editing on this, but once I get the audio in place, it goes much faster. Because once the audio's in place, it's just making sure everything's right. The hardest part right now is the audio, because the videos at like, the video's probably at like, I want to say like 33, 35 minutes. I'd say the video's like 33, 35 minutes. I'd say as long as I keep it under 45, it's going to be good. I mean, if you're watching Sims, though, like, Rusty watches just a lot of little Sims-y do stuff and whatever, so... She doesn't watch a lot of, like, Sims Let's Plays, but she watches, like, builds and shit. Just so entertaining. Dude, as long as you're enjoying them, then that's awesome. It's really hard for people to make videos that long that are entertaining the whole time. What's high-tier augments for what, like... For weapons? Like, what do you mean, Star? I mean, Purge is going to be the easiest. Purge downscales. So, like, if you're playing by yourself, everything has less health. Yeah, so if you're looking for, like, what's the best way to farm, like, high-tier weapon cores, Purge is always going to be the best. It just downscales. So as long as you have a really solid build, like, as long as you're using, like, my running build, and you're playing by yourself, it'll be super easy. You'll just cook right through the enemies. Because they downscale. It's just so entertaining, as long as you guys are enjoying them. All right, guys, we're headed back. We're headed back, unfortunately. We're definitely headed back. I think we're headed back, chat. I think I will send you guys to... I think I'm going to send you guys over to Bunny. I think I'm going to send you guys over to Bunny, chat. I think I'm gonna send you guys to go see Bunny. But thank you guys for the runs as well. Thank you guys for the runs. Thank you guys for hanging out. I appreciate all the runs today. Thank you guys for just chilling with me today. Thank you guys for the runs. God, thank you for hanging out today, mate. Purge downscales, yeah. When you're by yourself, everything gets easier. When you're by yourself, everything gets easier. So... you don't have to worry about it.
That's how you do it right there. Again, definitely check out this map itself. The General Road Test Royale.
Just really quick.
And it doesn't.
Let me click that. Why are there fucking, like, all of these collab buttons? I don't want that to fucking show up. It's so irritating. Thank you, Sprit. But hey, guys, thank you guys for hanging out. Thank you guys for hanging out. Thank you guys for chilling. Thank you guys for chatting. Thank you guys for all the love and all the support today. Hopefully you guys have enjoyed yourself and enjoyed the stream. We'll be live again tomorrow at our normal time. We're going to be doing our normal stuff, and hopefully we'll see you guys then. Thanks for the stream. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you guys for hanging out. Thank you guys over on YouTube, and thank you guys here on chat. Thank you guys for all the love and support today. You guys are absolutely fucking amazing. I'm going to send you guys over to Bunny. Bunny's a lot of fun. Hopefully you guys enjoy yourself over there. We're going to drop you guys off with Bunny. She'll take care of you guys for the night.
Drinking out of cups.
But as always, guys,
Being a bitch.
have a great morning, noon, or night. Take care of yourselves. Know somebody loves you, and I will see you guys all tomorrow. Take care, guys.
Launch